Welcome in to NFL Daily's live coverage of free agency day number 2. Breaking news within the last few minutes. Derrick Henry is headed to the Baltimore Ravens on a 2-year, $16 million deal with incentives up to $20 million and $9 million guaranteed. We'll react to that and the latest happenings throughout the day here on our live coverage of NFL free agency. Tyler Jones, that's Jack Sperry here with you. Jack, right out of the gates already. Folks, shout out your city. We'll shout you out as we get this show started. Derrick Henry, the Ravens, we heard, wanted a blue-chip running back, and when you looked at the running back market, this always seemed like the guy that fit what the Ravens do and what they were looking for.
Absolutely, man. King Henry pairing up with Lamar Jackson with that read option and Todd Monken's offense. Man, that's going to be tough to stop. It was tough enough with the guys they already had there in Baltimore, right? And now they've got a great offensive line, an MVP quarterback, 2-time MVP quarterback now in Lamar Jackson, and then they've got a bruising running back that can wear out defenses throughout the game and throughout the season. I mean, Baltimore is looking like probably the top challenger to Kansas City in the AFC as we speak right now.
Looking at the chat where you guys are at, I see Milwaukee, Houston, San Antonio, Minneapolis.
Joseph Miller, Minnesota. What's up, man? Let's go.
Let's see. We got H-Town, Beaumont, Milwaukee. Let's see. Who else? We got Vikings, Atlanta, San Antonio, Evansville, home of the Purple Aces. Got the Bahamas, Compton, straight out of Compton.
Oh, straight out of Compton.
Atlanta, Dallas, Fresno, South Dakota, Baja.
Hey, Damien's from Fort Worth. Can come visit the office, Damien.
Or not.
Or not.
Cincinnati, Houston, New Orleans, Houston.
Hey, Dre 2 times, Pittsburgh. Shout out, man. Go Steelers. Let's go.
Maui, Hawaii. I wish I was there right now.
Oh,
Virginia,
me too, man.
Palm Desert, North Carolina, San Diego, Rochester, William, no. Rhode Island, South Carolina, Illinois. Let's see. Where are y'all at? We're at the Chat Sports Studios in beautiful downtown Dallas, Texas here on this Tuesday afternoon. No.
Don't give away the address, says producer Jack.
Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I got Rhode Island, Alabama, Minnesota, Denver, and more. Glad to have all of you here with us here on this Tuesday. We're out of the gates, fired up, ready to go. Let's catch up to speed on some of the signings since we last saw you yesterday here on the channel. We'll go through some of them. Jordan Hicks, 2-year deal, $8 million. Tommy Townsend, the Chiefs punter, going to the Texans, 2 years, $6 million. Chase Edmonds going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So let's start there for a moment, Jack. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, this team had a sneaky good finish to 2023. They bring back Baker, Mike Evans, Winfield. Now you bring in a guy like Chase Edmonds. I like what the Bucs are doing here, and that division with Cousins coming over to Atlanta looks a whole lot more competitive.
Oh, yeah, no question about it, man. This is a team that, was kind of up and down throughout last season, but they're hoping that they can take the old squad from last year and continue that upward trajectory that they had in Baker Mayfield's first year. Chase Edmonds, a good third down back, somebody that you can trust in the backfield as an NFL pro. I like the signing.
Malik Harrison to the Ravens, Jalen Reagor to the Patriots. How about the Bengals situation? Zach Moss coming in to Cincinnati on a 2-year, $8 million deal. And then they trade Joe Mixon, not released, contrary to reports earlier. This route of what the Bengals are doing here, some dramatic changes for this team over the last 24 hours here.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Cincinnati is a team that is going to be looking to potentially trade T. Higgins coming up here. They're going to be probably losing Tyler Boyd. They've already lost, how do you say it, producer Sam? Chidobe Awuzie? Chidobe, man. I always get his name wrong.
Cheeto. Just call him Cheeto.
Yeah, Chidobe Awuzie going to the Titans. They're losing a lot of players, man. And, Cincinnati, I know they got Joe Burrow. I know they got Jamar Chase. And now they have Zach Moss. But and I think they signed a tight end today, didn't they? I think it was Irv Smith, right?
Yes.
So, I don't know, man. I think that team might be on the decline, whereas, like, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the upward trend.
Washington here. Cleveland Farrell, Marcus Mariota, both signed. New head coach there, obviously, and Dan Quinn. They've made some big moves here. The Commanders are very interesting. I know you cover them too, Sperry, with what they got going on here, taking some nice steps the right direction. Still ways to go, though.
Oh, yeah. They've made the most moves so far. I think they have 8 people that they have signed both before and during free agency so far. They added 2 more this morning, Cleveland Ferrell, who I think is going to be a rotational edge rusher for them, and then they have Marcus Mariota, which comes into question now. Is Sam Howell on the trade block? Because you don't pay Marcus Mariota $6 million, $10 million max to come to be your backup quarterback if you don't think that Sam Howell could be on his way out.
The other big move today, Darnell Mooney headed to Atlanta. Kirk Cousins obviously there as well. And then you factor into the equation of what they already have with Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Bijan Robinson. That Atlanta team, I think the expectation, they should compete in the NFC next year.
Absolutely, especially in that division. I know Tampa Bay is, like we talked about, is on the upward trajectory with Baker Mayfield, but now you're bringing in Kirk Cousins to the Atlanta Falcons. They have a good offensive line there, and now you add Darnell Mooney to a wide receiver core that already includes Drake London, and you have Kyle Pitts on the inside there at tight end. Got some good backs, and I really like their new offensive coordinator, Zach Robinson. He comes from that Sean McVay tree, and it's pretty much the same exact offense Kirk ran in Minnesota. So it's going to be super easy for a transition here for Kirk Cousins. And, I think the big question for Atlanta is going to be their defense next year. I think their offense is going to be pretty darn good.
I think so. Let's go to our first Super Chat of the day. Noah, 72, with a $2 Super Chat. We haven't got to the menu yet. We'll get to that momentarily. Writes, are the Broncos the only spot for Fields now? Jack, where I look at this with the Broncos, Sean Payton already took on a project in Russell Wilson. That failed. I can't imagine he wants to take on another veteran project. I would think that the next quarterback that Sean Payton has is probably going to be a young rookie.
I would agree, and I actually think that J.J. McCarthy and Bo Nix do play football the way that Sean Payton likes. Good pre-snap, accurate passers, can operate within the structure of the offense. I think that's the way they're going to go. Plus, they like Jarrett Stidham for some reason, so they're probably going to roll with him as their veteran bridge option. Justin Fields is the exact opposite of what Sean Payton likes. Payton likes a Drew Brees type of tactician, a field general. Justin Fields doesn't see the field very well. He's not somebody that's a very good pre-snap or post-snap processor. The thing that Justin Fields thrives in is running with the football and then making plays out of structure outside of the pocket. So, can he develop? Maybe, but I really don't think he is Sean Payton's cup of tea. He just had a playmaking type quarterback in Russell Wilson there, and they're paying him over $37 million this year for him to go away. So I don't think Justin Fields is a fit. For me, I think Justin Fields could be going to the New York Giants or maybe even your Seattle Seahawks teacher as a backup quarterback. Daniel Jones, we have no idea if he's even going to be able to be ready to play week 1 this year. I think, Brian Daboll saved the career of Josh Allen. He came in there. Josh Allen, his first 2 years, was not a very good quarterback, especially in the mental processing department. Brian Daboll comes to Buffalo, and all of a sudden, he is a superstar quarterback. So if I'm Justin Fields, I want to go to New York.
One quick thought on Fields before we move on. Obviously, there's been this big debate about Fields or Caleb Williams. And if they end up trading Fields to a team to be the backup, doesn't that, if you're Chicago, make the decision feel a lot easier about what you're doing if the rest of the league views Fields as a backup to go ahead and go forward with Caleb Williams?
I mean, absolutely. But, even if teams were interested in him as a starter, which it kind of sounds like they don't at this point, I'd still go with Caleb Williams because he is such a special prospect, and you get to reset that quarterback clock, that rookie quarterback clock that allows you to build an excellent roster around him. And right now, I mean, it's not like the Bears are a bad football team. Justin Fields actually came on a little bit towards the end of the season. They've added some nice pieces on defense. Kevin Byard, they just added DeAndre Swift yesterday. And, of course, they got DJ Moore, and they got 2 top 10 picks this year. So I think the expectation in Chicago with Caleb Williams is actually a playoff berth. And I think that's where Chicago fans are at.
Damian with a $2 super chat writes in, Commanders, current cap space after all these signings.
It's over
what
80,
is that number, Sperry?
It's just over $81 million. So they've already signed the most people in NFL free agency, and they still have the most cap space of any team. So look for them to still be active today, potentially going out and getting like a Danielle Hunter, the top edge rusher, still on the board here in free agency.
Richard with a $2 super chat. Where does Danielle Hunter go? I say Rams. Sparrow, you're thinking Commanders.
I mean, the Commanders have the most cap space. They are in desperate need of a number one edge rusher. They signed Dorrance Armstrong yesterday, but he's more of a number two option, in my opinion. It looks like Danielle Hunter, the reason why he hasn't been signed is because he wants Brian Burns-type money. Brian Burns just signed a massive contract with the Giants yesterday for $30 million per year. I don't think Danielle Hunter, as old as he is going to get that. I'd say expect around 27, 28 a year.
Don't sleep on the Chicago Bears either.
Exactly. Yes, the
market.
Bears will be in the mix
money
too.
To spend. That would be a team to watch too. Hotbox Gang with a $2 super chat. Watch Commanders get Patrick Queen today. Patrick Queen, the best inside linebacker on the market at this point. Probably not headed back to Baltimore. The Commanders. That could be an interesting fit.
Well, I mean, they just signed Frankie Luvu yesterday. They have Jamin Davis in-house. So I don't think Patrick Queen is going to be their guy. Frankie Luvu, top 10 graded inside linebacker in football last year, according to Pro Football Focus. Really good blitzer, which is what the new DC, Joe Witt Jr., and head coach Dan Quinn are going to want to do there in Washington. So Patrick Queen, don't think he's going to be on the list today. I mean, I've been surprised before, Teacher, but They got their inside linebacker yesterday.
Let's go over the Super Chat menu for today. The only way you can get on screen for today's show is by sending in a Super Chat, $sign next to the chat box if you would like to contribute. $2 Super Chat will give you a little beer cheers. I got my University of Kansas Yeti today, full of cold beer. $5 Super Chat will talk about your team, whether it's the Commanders, the Broncos, maybe it's the Arlington Renegades. We'll talk about your team. $10 Super Chat will give you a hot take for 2024. $20 Super Chat will do a wheel spin, and a $50 Super Chat will get out a beer bong or a beer shotgun as well. So $sign next to the chat box if you want to contribute. Every dollar counts. Every dollar matters, and we certainly would appreciate it if you guys help us out there. News coming within this last hour. Derrick Henry off to Baltimore on a 2-year, $16 million deal. $9 million guaranteed. Let's go ahead and break it down here on this live edition of NFL Daily. We'll also be talking about this on our Ravens Rundown channel as well. We'll have a full recap and analysis there, so be looking for that. If you're a Ravens fan, you can check me out there on that channel. Subscribe now. We're getting close to 16,000 subs there on a Ravens Rundown. So stay tuned for that.
I'll tell you this, Teacher. All right, as you know, we have a little bit of a rivalry, between our teams here. I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. You are a Baltimore Ravens fan, and I can say this right now. After this Derrick Henry signing, they might go 15-2, and they will still get swept by the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right, so I just wanted to say that for all my Steelers fans out there. The Ravens can be as good as they want. The Steelers will still take their lunch money in 2024. I'm just saying.
A lot of confidence from a guy who they beat the Ravens JV team by a touchdown.
Yeah, and they also beat Lamar Jackson in Week 5
and they even figured things out as a team.
He had his worst performance of the year.
That was well before.
Kenny Pickett beat you guys. Kenny Pickett beat you guys.
He hadn't even figured out the offense yet.
Well, I mean, we'll see.
That team changed a lot from what they were Week 5.
Well,
a little ridiculous to be holding on to those two games.
It seems like Lamar Jackson hasn't figured out Mike Tomlin his entire career because he has a completion percentage less than 55%. So, maybe I want to see Lamar beat
Let's see
beat
you
Mike
win
Tomlin.
A playoff game first. How many playoff games have the Steelers won in the last 5 years? That's what I thought.
Have they had a top 15?
All right, let's go. Let's talk Derrick Henry now. 2 years, $16 million, up to $20 million potentially, with $9 million guaranteed. We'll break it down here on this edition of NFL Daily. Our live coverage continues right now. Thanks for joining us here on today's show as we have breaking news. Derrick Henry is a member of the Baltimore Ravens, signing a 2-year, $16 million deal with up to $20 million in incentives and $9 million guaranteed. Tyler Jones here with you. Thanks for joining us. And I got to tell you, for the Baltimore Ravens, this is a home run. We've heard for weeks that the Baltimore Ravens wanted to sign a blue-chip caliber running back. And there were a number of options out there over the last few days, from the likes of Josh Jacobs to Saquon Barkley, but those guys got paid pretty fast, and that left the Ravens basically with one option. But at the end of the day, it was the guy they had their eyes set on the entire time, Derrick Henry. and they get their guy. And when you look at the Baltimore Ravens offense, of what they want to do, what their identity is a physical run-first football team. Derrick Henry fits that mold. If I were to look at a player and say, what does a Baltimore Raven look like? I would say Derrick Henry. He embodies everything that you think of when you talk about toughness, the will to win, and just the durability, the way that he has fought throughout his career. Derrick Henry just feels like he belongs with what the Baltimore Ravens want to do. And then even taking that a step further, think about what the Baltimore Ravens rushing attack looks like. Gus Edwards is gone. J.K. Dobbins is likely gone. You have Justice Hill and Keaton Mitchell there. Keaton Mitchell will come back from the injury that he suffered there towards the end of this past year. And his yards per carry was 8+ this past season. Brings that speed that's just incredible, what he can do down the field. You get the thunder and lightning combination of sorts. This is a win. This is a win, and I got high hopes for the Ravens. We'll talk more in just a second. How would you grade the signing? A, B, C, D, or F? Anything less than an A, you're a hater. Grade the signing for me in the comment section. Let us know what you think of this move by the Baltimore Ravens here. So the way I look at what the Ravens are going to do now, with adding Derrick Henry into the mix with this rushing attack, this is going to take the pressure off the run game of Lamar Jackson. What we saw from Lamar towards the end of 2023, after the injury to Keaton Mitchell, J.K. Dobbins, of course, went down week 1, and guys were getting banged up left and right. Lamar kind of went back to his older self of taking on an increased load in the rushing attack and ended up leading the team in rushing. Now as Lamar Jackson gets a year older, and we know that Todd Monken wants Lamar Jackson to become more of a pocket quarterback, or at least run a little less, you got a guy in Derrick Henry that you can trust. And I think that's been one of the issues that you've looked at with the Baltimore Ravens over the last few years of why they haven't had that established RB1 of sorts, why Lamar has run so much and led to injuries, is there hasn't been a running back they can trust. And when you look at the numbers at Derrick Henry, yeah, that's a guy that you can trust. And look at, here's some of the key playmakers that the Ravens are going to have here. Lamar Jackson, the 2-time MVP, the future first ballot Hall of Famer, and then another future first ballot Hall of Famer in Derrick Henry. Zay Flowers, who was one of the best rookie receivers in football, who should take another step forward in 2024. Rashad Bateman, who the Ravens feel high on, that he's going to have a nice bounce-back season. He's in a contract year as well. He's got something to prove. Oh, and there's another future Hall of Famer as well, and Mark Andrews as your starting tight end. And I didn't even mention Isaiah Likely as well, who looked really good when Mark Andrews went down. So this offense should be explosive. Year 2 of what Todd Monken is establishing, we saw tremendous growth from Lamar Jackson in the second half of 2023 with what he was becoming and fitting into the role of what Todd Monken was molding him in. And they're not done. I would think that there's more moves to go with this Ravens offense, but the expectation now, if you're the Baltimore Ravens, you came up a game short of getting to the Super Bowl last year. You had the best record in the AFC, right? You had the number 1 seed, home field advantage, all of that. But the Kansas City Chiefs stood in your way. In this type of move, this is a direct shot at the Kansas City Chiefs that says, we're coming for you. This is a shot that says, we are lining all our ducks in a row to put ourselves in the best position to go compete and win the AFC title. Look, faces change, but expectations don't. And the expectation next year for the Baltimore Ravens is to get right back to where they were a season ago and Derrick Henry be the difference maker. Now, Todd Monken, John Harbaugh, run the damn football, please, in a playoff game. You got Derrick Henry. No excuses now. No excuses. Folks, we're talking about the Baltimore Ravens each and every day on Ravens Rundown by Chat Sports. We are your free agency headquarters. We're closing in on 16,000 subscribers on the channel, less than 300 subs away. If you are a diehard Baltimore Ravens fan, this is the channel for you. And anytime they make a move throughout free agency or throughout this offseason, we're going to have you covered here on the channel. Subscribe now for free, youtube.com/RavensTV. Turn on notifications so you never miss a moment, so you're the first to know what goes on with the Baltimore Ravens. All right, so Now, with this move, what is next for the Baltimore Ravens at this point? Their cap space, they're a little over the cap with this move at the moment. And what we're going to see is some changes, right? Geno Stone's gone. He's with the Cincinnati Bengals. OBJ's not expected to be back. Gus Edwards is now with the Chargers here. Patrick Queen's not expected to be back. I think what you're hoping for if you're the Baltimore Ravens at this point, a move adding a guy like Derrick Henry and potentially another offensive weapon, the Ravens are going to lose a lot on their defense. No secret about it. When you have 20-plus free agents, not a ton of cap space, that's going to happen. So I think the goal for the Baltimore Ravens over the next few weeks is what can they do with the offense to make up for what they lose defensively. The Ravens had the best defense in all of football last season, right? If the defense steps back a bit, and let's say they go from first to fifth, okay, you can live with that if the offense takes their next step up to make up for the defense. And here's the deal. When you look at today's National Football League, this is an offense-first league. It's not defense that wins championships anymore. Hate to break it to you. It's an offensive league. Do the Ravens have the offensive horsepower to go toe-to-toe with the Kansas City Chiefs? That's what they're doing with this type of move to bring in Derrick Henry. And we've seen the running back injuries that have occurred over the last few seasons. The Ravens have had some of the worst luck when it comes to injuries at the running back position. From Gus to J.K. to Justice Hill, you name it, everybody's been banged up over the last couple of years. Now, with Derrick Henry coming in, if he goes down, Keaton Mitchell's not a bad option. Justice Hill's not a bad option. You've given yourself some breathing room of sorts. Now, let's see this Ravens team put it all together, and hopefully they got a chance to compete when January rolls around, that everybody's ready to go and that they compete for a high level. Who do you want the Ravens to sign next? Can't imagine they're done quite yet, that there's probably some more moves still to be made. Way in the comment section, let me know. Who would you like to see in Baltimore in 2024? Way in the comment section, let us know what you think. 2 years, $16 million, $9 million guaranteed, up to $20 million in potential incentives for Derrick Henry. And here's the thing. Derrick Henry probably could have gotten more money elsewhere, right? You look at the running back market, and the running back market kind of came back this year with guys like DeAndre Swift and Josh Jacobs and Saquon Barkley getting paid and getting multi-year deals. But Derrick Henry has made it known that his number one priority is to pursue a championship, to be a lead back on a championship caliber team. And bottom line is this. There was not a better team out there that gives Derrick Henry the opportunity that he's looking for than the Baltimore Ravens, bar none. This is the team that fit the mold of what exactly Derrick Henry was looking for. This was a match made in heaven. The Ravens needed a star physical running back to take them up to that next stop. Derrick Henry wanted to compete for championships and find an offense that fits him. This is a good marriage, and I have very high hopes. Shout out Panic at the Disco, that this is going to work for the Baltimore Ravens, bring in Derrick Henry, and this is going to work well for Derrick Henry. Thanks for joining us here on this edition of Ravens Rundown. For the latest happenings on your favorite team all offseason long, especially throughout free agency, subscribe now. Help us reach that next milestone, 16,000 subscribers. Derrick Henry's a Raven. I'm fired up. You better be fired up. Subscribe to the channel. We'll see you next time. All right. There we go. That's our cut. That's going to be on our Ravens Rundown channel in just a bit. Grade the signing, A, B, C, D, or F. Oh, thank you. Thank you. High Hopes, great song. I can't remember the last great song from Panic at the Disco besides High Hopes, but it's been a minute. Grade the signing, A, B, C, D, or F. Sparrow will be back in just a bit. I do have producers Sam and Jack here with me as well. And guys, when I look at this move, like what I love about this is not only did you get one of the best running backs in the market, but a reasonable deal. Like we've seen guys, I don't know who's got their mics, who wants to chime in here, but we're seeing these guys get paid. And 2 years, $16 million, like you can easily live with that. To me, that makes a ton of sense. Looking at the grade, Sports Highlight says A-, Cosmic Enemy says C, Nicholas says B. Mythic says A minus. John Edwards says F. Why? Football Rock says A. Like Jack, that's to me, it's not that just you got Derrick Henry, but looking at the market, that's relatively reasonable.
No, you're paying $8 million a year, give or take, 9 guaranteed, so the math, to basically you get an automatic first down on like third and short every time. I mean, and you have a bruiser.
Right.
I mean, he's a bruiser. He will wear defenses down, especially in an AFC North that is built on hard-nosed football. I mean, this is as hard-nosed as it gets with Derrick Henry, and like the running back market we've seen. I mean, this is kind of really good, honestly.
Well, think about this too. In today's NFL, I know that we've seen the league change a whole lot, but one thing that hasn't changed is you still have to run the football well. Even if you're a passing first team, you still have to have the ability to run the football at a high level. And when you talk about cold weather games in December and January, a guy like Derrick Henry, that's going to be a difference maker for you to win those late games in those cold weather environments where you got to run the football.
Well, look at the defending Super Bowl champs, the Chiefs. I mean, their identity was throwing the ball forever with Patrick Mahomes, but this year they had to run the ball.
Right.
They got Isaiah Pacheco, who is also a hard-nosed runner, and even the best teams, the teams that are winning Super Bowls, you got to run the football, and I think the Ravens got one of the best.
Absolutely. Great signing for the Baltimore Ravens. Graded for me A, B, C, D, or F of the move by the Baltimore Ravens to bring in Derrick Henry. We're live here on NFL Daily. Free agency day number 2, live coverage. Want to make sure you subscribe to Chat Sports. We gained over 2,000 subs yesterday, but we're not done yet, believe me. We're at 366,325. Spin the wheel of subs. Make this number go up, 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 and away. We want to see how many subs we can get before the end of the day. If you love the National Football League, this is the channel for you. We're live here for free agency. We, of course, do our NFL Daily Live show twice a week. We also talk NBA, college football, and more for all 3 days for every single pick. So make sure and join us. Subscribe now. Lock us in for the latest happenings across the National Football League. We are your NFL offseason headquarters. Spin the wheel of subs. Join the family. Let us know in the chat when you subscribe as well. And we'll show you some love here on NFL Daily. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. Another super chat coming in. Hot piss. Oh, yikes. Says, Bungles are in shambles. Go Steelers. So the Bungles, it's been interesting for them. We'll call them Bengals to be respectful. Let's see. What else we got here? Like a Boss says. Oh, we'll go back. We'll go to Like a Boss here in just a second. Hot piss. Yeah, we'll go back to piss. We're back to the shitter here. The Bengals are an interesting situation because they've lost a lot, and they are banking on a healthy Joe Burrow. Like, it reminds me, Jack, to an extent of the when you looked at the Chiefs the last couple of years, they lost Tyreek Hill, and they said, all right, we still have Patrick Mahomes, and everything's going to be fine. The Bengals are in that transition phase of sorts where they're losing guys because they've paid Joe Burrow, and now they're going to need Joe Burrow to be like, look, we're going to need you to carry the weight for what we're about to lose.
They are in a very similar position if you think about it, because it was Mahomes and Kelsey, and that was who it was. Now it's going to be Burrow and Jamar, and Tyler Boyd comes back.
Right.
T. Higgins is still there, but they're probably going to trade him. Like, it's a very different situation. Do you trust Joe Burrow like you trust Patrick Mahomes? I like Joe Burrow. I'm a Joe Burrow truther, but he's not Patrick Mahomes. So we'll see, but it is a very interesting situation.
Well, and we've seen, too, where just because you have the franchise quarterback, you can't cover all the holes, Bonk. I mean, like the Green Bay Packers with Aaron Rodgers for years. He didn't have the skill positions. They could never get over the hump after that first Super Bowl. Thanks for the super chat there. Hotbox King with a $5 super chat. Jim and Davis moving to edge. Now Dan Quinn said it. Commanders are interesting. They've made a lot of moves, spent some good money here. I think there's still work to be done, though, for the commies there. Yeah, still a lot of cap space for them. Well, they're not done yet. Like a Boss chiming in. Please talk about the Buffalo Bills. No one circles the wagon like the Buffalo Bills. Bills, I hate to bring it to you like a boss. No one may circle the wagon like them, but I think the Bills are taking a significant step back this year. The Bills have already lost a lot, and I don't think Diggs is going to be coming back to Buffalo next year. I think the Bills have a lot of problems, quite frankly. When you look at this team, they haven't been able to get over the hump when it comes to the divisional round over the last couple of years. I think a lot of their problem is Sean McDermott, quite frankly. If I were in charge of the Buffalo Bills, I know that this wasn't a hot take super chat. I would have fired Sean McDermott, quite frankly. They can do better than Sean McDermott. I think Sean McDermott's one of the big problems there with the Buffalo Bills, and I can't see them getting past the divisional round and playing to their potential until they move on from Sean McDermott. Next super chat coming in, $5 super chat. Think the Browns go after DJ Reader? Potentially. I want to roll it out, the possibility. The Browns are interesting because that's a team that had a nice finish to last year. The defense was really good. They made some nice moves here the last couple days. I like the Jerry Jeudy trade for them as their number 2 receiver. We'll see. Another super chat coming in. Dinesh says, did a little emoji there with his $5 super chat. Yeah, thanks for that that one there. Dinesh, next time you send in a super chat, you can write a message. We'll throw it on the screen. The King with a $2 super chat says, F the Raven, F the Brown, Steeler Nation, here we go. All right, the King. I guess here we go it is. Thanks for that, the King. Damian writes in, think the Commanders target today a corner or safety, and who? Jack Sperry rejoins me right now. You can see him on Commanders Report. What do you think, Jack? Do they go after one of those two positions there?
Yeah, so I do think they need both strong safety and corner. They believe in Emmanuel Forbes. They think that Dan Quinn and his aggressive style of defense is going to fit with Emmanuel, who was a ball hawk at Mississippi State in college. Of course, they drafted him 16th overall last year. But they need somebody on the other side. They let Kendall Fuller and Cameron Curl walk in free agency. So I would say this. Okay, I think that there's a lot of good safeties on the free agency market right now. Like there's 16 guys that I think are starter-capable guys still available at strong safety. And then corner, I think that Stephon Gilmore is a really good fit. Good mentor for Emmanuel Forbes, has played in this defense before, can be really good mentor for that really young corner. And he's still a really good player. I mean, he shut down A.J. Brown in Week 14 last year, just straight up one-on-one and man coverage. It was actually an unbelievable performance. He's 33 years old, so he's getting up there, but a one-year contract, I like it for the Washington Commanders.
Next super chat. Michael Byard writes in, been waiting, but is there anything else the Steelers can even do this free agency period? Jack,
oh, yes.
What are the Steelers going to do?
Absolutely, man. This is one of the benefits of getting Russell Wilson at the contract that you did, a vet minimum $1.21 million contract. Right now, the Pittsburgh Steelers have $25 million in cap space at their disposal, plus they have guys like Minkah Fitzpatrick and Alex Highsmith that they can restructure this offseason, so they have room to make moves and fill this roster out quite a bit. They need probably a couple of corners. They need a nickel corner. They need a strong safety. They need an inside linebacker. They need a center, and they could use another wide receiver. So I do think GM Omar Khan, last year, day 2 of NFL free agency was the day that he was really getting busy. I think day 2 this year as well. I think we can expect to see some Steelers news today.
All right, Michael, thanks for that. Aiden with a $10 super chat says, yo, Ty Jones, hurry up here and start Seahawks Live, Chat Sports Go Hawks. We get Patrick, Queen, and Fields. I'm not planning to go live, barring any big moves. We will be live tomorrow over on Seahawks Today, but stay tuned for that. Aiden, we do have a video up on the channel right now about the idea of bringing in Patrick Queen and Justin Fields.
The Seahawks tomorrow.
Seahawks tomorrow, yes. But as far as Patrick Queen and Justin Fields goes, as the trade market for Fields dwindles, I think the Seahawks' chances of making a move goes up a bit, potentially as a backup for Geno Smith. It sounds like they're all in on starting Geno next year. As far as Patrick Queen goes, Sperry, it's pretty interesting. The Seahawks could have brought back Jordan Brooks. He got a reasonable deal with the Dolphins.
Yeah, he did.
10 a year, but they decided to move on, let him go. They declined to match. It kind of tells me Mike McDonald didn't really like Jordan Brooks.
Sure.
The reports have been that Bobby Wagner is probably gone, but that could change.
He's a Pittsburgh Steeler. He's going to join forces with his buddy Russ.
Last offseason, initially, he was out of the picture for the Seahawks and came back in a couple weeks later. So I'm not completely ruling that out.
Sure.
But with both those in mind, it tells me that Mike McDonald's first choice is to try to go get Patrick Queen. If they don't get Patrick Queen, I think it's safe to say the Seahawks should be in panic mode at the linebacker spot.
I mean, there's still some pretty darn good linebackers still available, so I do agree with you that Patrick Queen is probably their number one guy, and they're really trying to make sure they get him, right? And he's probably going to be the highest paid linebacker in this entire group this year, so he's probably wanting close to what Roquan Smith made, $20 million per season,
right.
And I'm not sure if Seattle is willing to go quite that far, maybe more like 18 and a half, and they're kind of quibbling over that right now, but obviously he's a fit. In this defense. He's played in it before. He can be a mentor to other people trying to learn this new defense here in Seattle. And I think it's a great fit. I actually think it gets done eventually. I think he's going to be a Seattle Seahawk when it's all said and done.
And then Aiden with another $5 super chat. Also, in the Cowboys chat sports, they're saying F. Tyler Jones because I said you were a better host than Tom Downey. You know what? F. Tom. Spam F. Tom in the chat. Get the F-Toms going. F-Tom Downey, that fraud. Get the F-Toms going.
He killed Harambe, right?
He did kill Harambe. Yes. Can't confirm. I will not say anything further. Joey with a $1 super chat. Joey, thanks for that $1 super chat.
Appreciate you, Joey.
Super chat menu, $2 super chat beer cheers, $5 super chat talk about your team, $10 super chat hot take for 2024. We got to pay off that hot take for Aiden. We'll do that here in just a second. $20 super chat, a wheel spin, $50 super chat, beer bong, or shotgun. Jack, I'll start with you. Give me a hot take for 2024. Oh, 3.
I owe 3 hot takes.
You start, I'll go, then back to you.
First hot take. Is it a hot take to say the Cleveland Browns will be last in the AFC North next year?
I think it is.
Relatively?
Relatively. It's good enough.
Because plain and simply, guys, I don't think Deshaun Watson is a good quarterback anymore. I mean, I know we talk about it, and a lot of people talk about him like he's still a good quarterback. And, everyone keeps talking. I know it reminds me a lot of RG3, right? After he had that big injury his rookie season, everybody kept talking about RG3 as if when he eventually gets back to the level of play that he was at his rookie season. And it never happened, all right? We haven't seen Deshaun Watson play good football since 2020. He took a year off, and then in the 2 seasons he's been with the Browns, Jacoby Brissett and Joe Flacco have been more effective in that offense than he has. He had similar numbers to Kenny frickin' Pickett last year, and it's just not good. It's not a good situation. I think they have a great defense. I think they have a good run game, especially when Chubb comes back. Granted that he's still the same Nick Chubb, but in my opinion, and this might be my Steelers bias in me here, but I don't think the Cleveland Browns are a good football team because they don't have a good quarterback. All right, so that's where I'm at with the Cleveland Browns. I think they'll be last next year.
Well, you don't have a good quarterback either. The next hot take, I'll continue on my
Get it?
Bills.
Well, he had a higher passer rating than your quarterback, Patrick Mahomes. Last year. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
That's off the air.
Go ahead.
Off the air.
No rebuttal, by the way. Go ahead.
We'll go with my anti-Bills tirade. I'll continue this up. I don't think the Bills make the playoffs next year. I think the Bills are frauds. Sean McDermott is overrated.
He will get fired if they do not make the playoffs.
And he will get fired.
He will get fired if they do not make the playoffs. Absolutely right.
And then one more hot take, Sperry. Go ahead.
I think Sam Darnold is going to be better than people think in Minnesota. How about that one? I'm not saying they're going to win the Super Bowl, okay? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they won't be a disaster at quarterback with Sam Darnold next year. He was actually pretty darn good down the stretch with Carolina in 2022. He led the league in big-time throw percentage that year, which is actually crazy. He lowered his turnover-worthy play percentage that year, so he's getting a little bit better in terms of the interceptions, which were always the big thing with him, seeing ghosts and all this different stuff. He's played in a similar West Coast offense there with Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco. I think Sam Darnold's going to be better than people think. I don't know. That's my final hot take.
Cairo Soul with a $5 super chat. Thoughts on Detroit? I like Detroit Lions a lot. Dan Campbell's doing a really good job. They had a really good offseason last year. I think they're going to continue to build on that. I think the Lions are going to be right there in the thick of things to contend in the NFC again.
Yeah, absolutely. They had the Niners on the ropes in the NFC Championship game, and they just added Carlton Davis, a good corner, yesterday. I think their defense should get better, but with Aaron Glenn, who I consider one of the worst DCs in football, you never know because that defense is always bad with Aaron Glenn leading the way. But I like Jared Goff. I like the offense. Ben Johnson's coming back. All the great things there in Detroit. I have no problem with Detroit. I think they're going to be a contender.
Let's talk Calvin Ridley now. ESPN's Adam Schefter tweeting out today. New England is pushing to sign free agent wide receiver Calvin Ridley, but sources believe that he currently prefers to return to Jacksonville, and he has been discussing a deal with the Jags. I can't blame Calvin Ridley at all for wanting to be in Jacksonville over New England. New England's a hot mess.
Yes, it is.
Jags, pretty decent start to the offseason for them. They have a Super Bowl winning head coach. They got a franchise quarterback in Trevor Lawrence here.
At least we think.
Calvin Ridley, I see where he's coming from. There's no reason for him to leave Jacksonville unless the money's just not there.
And, he was a disappointment last year. Let's be honest about Calvin Ridley. I mean, people were posting his clips in training camp like he was going to be the next Julio Jones and all this stuff. And it's like, no, he wasn't, all right? And he came out and he had a decent season. And listen, he's still a big receiver that, can win in contested catch situations, and he's a decent route runner. I completely agree with you, Teach. He should want to go back to Jacksonville
especially over New England.
New England is terrible right now. He'd be the bona fide number one receiver there right away, but he'd be the same thing in Jacksonville. So, go to the better team, go to the better quarterback, go to the situation where you know who your quarterback's going to be. I definitely think Calvin Ridley to Jacksonville is something that we could see get done today.
All right. We need a 50% like rate. We are currently at 224 likes. We need to get to over 1,000. So if you're having a great time with us, you get to hang out with Jones and Sperry. No place I'd rather be than right here with y'all. Then go ahead and like the video.
Everybody type me in the chat if you have liked the video. All right, we got 2,000 people in the chat. I want to see who the real ones are right now. Type me in the chat if you have clicked that thumbs up icon.
Well, shout out everybody that spams me. Jack, give some shout outs there for everybody that's like
Sure. Shout out to Brody, Jalen, Johnny, Danny, Brian, Vincent, Kobe, Jover. I love that name. Jason, Liberty, Pierce, Lamangelo. I hope I'm saying that right. Rise. Johnny, Melania, Kaylee, shout out to Joshua, Getty, Morgan Murphy, Chris Fowler, Justin H. Chris Fowler's in the chat, man. We got Steez. We've got Yellow Kid. We got Geo Marvel, Tyree Harris. Come on now. We're only at 355. Keep it coming. Let's get to 1,000. Type me if you've done it. Come on. Type me if you've clicked that thumbs up icon.
Type me. Keep on liking the video. Let's get it up. We got to get to 1,000. Still 700 more to go.
Come on.
Keep going.
We got Ava. We got K-Man. We got Kyle. We got Jake. We got Vincent. We got Diggity. Come on. We got Sports Guy. We got Junior Estradas. Come on. We're almost at 400, folks. Let's go. We got Desi. We got Junior. We got Gavin. We got Noli. We got Brex. We got Sports, we got Vincent, we got Deshaun, we got Sports Highlights, we got MF Gary, got Diggity again, we got Lucky, we got Andy V, Gary Coker, Keith, we got Tim, we got Joey, we got Uptown Dre, we got Hutchinson, we got Retro Bowl, we got Realtor, we got Tim, we got Sports Guy, Uptown Noah, and then we got Big Al. What's up, Big Al? Let's go, man. Click that thumbs up icon so we can get things going. $5 super chat here. It says Pittsburgh is letting every team spend like usual. Bobby Wagner, Tyler Boyd, Xavier and Howard coming. I could see that happening, man. Absolutely. Xavier and Howard definitely had a down year in Miami last year. His Pro Football Focus grade went down a lot. But Bobby Wagner, Russell Wilson, one of his best friends is Bobby Wagner. You're telling me that Russell Wilson isn't on the horn right now saying, let's go win another one, Bobby Wagner. Let's go get it done. And just imagine Bobby Wagner on like a Thursday night football game. He got the all-black color rush jerseys on. He's got the dark visor. Oh, my gosh, man. That would be absolutely disgusting. And by the way, Bobby Wagner, he's getting up there. Still 10-time All-Pro, 10 straight All-Pro seasons for Bobby Wagner. He's still got him. And Tyler Boyd, the Pittsburgh native, bring him to the black and gold, baby. Perfect fit for Arthur Smith's offense. I could totally see Tyler Boyd being added to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Okay, now we got $2 super chat here from Drip, and he says, what y'all think of Fields to Seattle? I'll go to Teacher here in just a second on his thoughts of Fields to Seattle, but for me personally, I think that this is probably one of the top destinations for Fields at this point, because right now the rumor is teams view Justin Fields as a backup, and we know Mike McDonald, the new head coach there in Seattle, is used to having a quarterback in Lamar Jackson who is a dynamic rushing threat. Maybe Justin Fields, he wants to bring a guy like Lamar Jackson in that vein to the Seattle Seahawks to potentially replace Geno Smith. Geno's going to be the starter this year. He has earned that. The team has told him that he's going to be back. He's going to be making a lot of money. So Justin will be going in there to develop behind Geno, in my opinion. But, if Seattle can get him for a fourth-round pick, I think that's something that my friend Tyler Jones would like for the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, I think you talk about the asking price continuing to drop. The Seahawks know, and I think everybody knows, Geno Smith isn't their long-term solution. You bring in Justin Fields, you see what he's got. I think that you're not going to find a better quarterback in the third or fourth round than Justin Fields anyway. And he'd be an upgrade over Drew Lock. We all know Drew Lock's a career backup. He's not a starter anyway. So I would be tempted, as the asking price goes down, to give Justin Fields a look with the Seahawks.
And he's cheap for this year. He's making less than $3 million against the cap if you trade for him, so he's an affordable option.
Right.
You might have to pick up his fifth-year option, which it kicks in a little bit more, but...
And think about this, too. We've seen Geno Smith get banged up a bit. In all likelihood, Justin Fields would get at least one start or two, probably.
Yeah.
So you do have a chance to see if he's your guy or not.
Sure, absolutely. I like that move for Seattle, but my favorite is still the New York Giants. $5 super chat here from Bryce Pope. He says, how about them Jags? Odds on them retaining Ridley gonna be sneaky trio. If we can make it happen, can we check out Jags cap, please? I don't know what the Jags cap is at currently. I can look that up real quick, Tej, while you give your answer on this.
Yeah, the Jags, I think that they are going to retain Calvin Ridley, even if it means him taking less money there as opposed to what New England could potentially offer. But you look at this Jags team, this is a team that has something to prove. Coming off a disappointing season in 2023, Trevor Lawrence is back. They brought in Gabe Davis, of course, too. That division, I still don't think is that great. I'm not buying into the Colts. I thought last year was a little fluky. I don't think the Titans are going to be that great. It's a two-team race between them and Houston here. There's no reason why the Jags shouldn't be a playoff team next year.
Yeah, this has got to be the year for Trevor Lawrence, right? Because it seems like we've been waiting for that real big, explosive breakout season from him. And, he's dealt with injuries and all these different things. He has won a playoff game, so shout out to Trevor Lawrence. But this guy was being heralded as a generational quarterback to get at number one overall. And he definitely hasn't lived up to the expectations to this point, but he's massively talented. He's been in this offense now. This is going to be his third year in Doug Peterson's system. And if he has enough weapons and protection around him, there's really no excuse for Trevor Lawrence not to really ascend and challenge the Texans for that AFC South Division crown.
Aiden with a $5 super chat. Wrong form of your there, Aiden. A traitor, Ty Jones. I rebuke every nice thing I said. You a fake Seahawk fan, you've been exposed. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I love the Seahawks. What are you talking about, Aiden?
I think he's figured out that you also cover the Ravens.
Yeah, but, we don't have enough people to cover every team around here, folks.
Yeah, exactly.
The Seahawks are my number one team. The Ravens are my stepkid. Just like with you, the commies are your stepkid. Yeah, that you visit on the weekends sometimes.
Absolutely.
Yes, that's how it works.
that's how it works.
Richard with a $2 super check. Realistic expectations of the LA Rams. I like what the Rams have done. I think the Rams are looking like a playoff team once again.
Yeah, they signed Darius Williams today. I like that fit because he had his best year of his career with the Los Angeles Rams in that system where they run a Fangio-style defense. I love Matthew Stafford. He was my pick for comeback player of the year because a lot of people were writing him off before the start of last season. I mean, let's just go back to the start of the 2023 season. People were saying the Rams were going to be one of, if not the worst team in the National Football League. And then, boom, they have the season that they have, really competitive with a bunch of young players. Matthew Stafford balling out. He still has the same arm talent. It seems like the elbow stuff is starting to get cleaned up. Now, I mean, they still got a ways to go in terms of the roster development. I mean, they were kind of in cap hell. They're kind of still in cap hell. And they got to figure that stuff out. But they got two really good receivers and Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, who look special. And then you have Matthew Stafford, who's still playing at a top 10 level in the National Football League right now. So I like the Rams. I love the coaching. I love the structure. I love Matthew Stafford. I love Puka Nacua. I love Cooper Kupp. But they have to kind of fill out the rest of the roster here, and that's going to be the big question heading into next year.
Another one, Hulk Smash. Whoa. Done with cheap steaks in Dallas, all in my ass. There's a lot.
Yeah,
lot going on right there. Dallas doesn't spend free agency. This isn't anything new.
They do not. Jerry Jones likes to draft and develop. Last year was a little bit different because they traded for Brandon Cooks. They made a couple other splash moves that they usually don't make. And then Jerry Jones says famously now or infamously, they're going quote-unquote all in on this season. Well, I mean, somebody wake Jerry Jones up, man, because they haven't made a single move so far. I mean, goodness gracious, man. If you're going all in, you're restructuring guys. What do you say, Jack?
Did they sign a long snapper?
They signed a long snapper. I'm sorry, Producer Jack. I'm sorry, Producer Jack. They signed a long snapper. They did make a move. They're really going all in here, Teach, getting the top long snapper on the free agency market.
Oh, yes.
Goodness gracious.
Trip right in. With Seattle losing Lewis, what's the plan at the O-line? Damian Lewis gone. He was just too expensive. They weren't going to pay him that money that Carolina ended up giving him. I think that more than likely you're going to see Seattle prioritize the draft, maybe a trade or two. What we've seen, Jack, with the offensive guard market, the interior of the offensive line, is so expensive right now. I think it went way up from what we all anticipated. It took teams like Seattle kind of out of the market.
Well, what the hell was Carolina thinking, man? I mean, $100 million for Robert Hunt. I like Robert Hunt, but $20 million a season for that guy at that position? I just don't get it. I think that's a terribly run organization to respect to all of the Carolina Panther fans out there. I mean, I think you guys know David Tepper is one of the most toxic leaders at the ownership chair out of any team in the National Football League. He hired a bunch of his buddies from the old regime to run the organization now. I don't think it's working out, man. I feel so bad for Bryce Young because it seems like that stuff and everything going around over there is just crumbling to the ground.
Austin wants to know, Sperry, what's the word on Pittsburgh?
So right now, I mean, there's rumors about Patrick Peterson maybe coming back. There's rumors about Willie Gay. There's rumors about Bobby Wagner. There's rumors that they might be trying to trade for L'Jarius Sneed. There's a bunch of stuff that they could do. And what I'll say, Austin, and you're a real one at Steelers Talk, what I would say is that I think Omar Khan is going to make some moves today. Last year on day 2, the Steelers made a bulk of their big moves on day 2. They only made one on day 1 last year. That was the Patrick Peterson deal. I think they signed maybe 2 or 3, maybe even 4 players by the day is done, or at least I hope. Somebody wake up Omar Khan, all right? We need some players.
We have a signing. DJ Dallas, former Seahawk, headed to the Arizona Cardinals. Details to be announced. He's got the best headshot in all of football. DJ Dallas, interesting. This is a guy that's a typical third down back, a receiving back, also a special teams guy. Seattle, when they drafted Kenny McIntosh in the 7th round, he was expected to kind of be DJ Dallas's replacement, kind of phase out DJ Dallas here. Carolina, adding another running back to their backfield. Arizona rather. This Arizona team was a lot better in the second half of the year compared to what they were in the first half. They've made a couple moves here and there. Arizona's going to be an interesting team to watch.
They were competitive last year, all right? I think we all knew that the win-loss column was going to be pretty ugly for the Cardinals heading into the year because they just didn't have any talent, and Kyler Murray was going to be out for at least half this season. All right, but they were competitive all throughout the year, no matter who was at quarterback. They played hard for their head coach, Jonathan Gannon, who did a better job than I expected. I expected it to be a complete dumpster fire, and I thought they'd be picking first in the draft. They worked their way up to the 3rd pick, which I guess is a win for Arizona, but now is the time for them to get going. DJ Dallas, he's going to be, special teamer, running back depth. Not a huge signing here, but the Cardinals have been pretty busy to start NFL free agency so far.
The Detroit Lions are going with Amik Robertson, 2-year, $9.25 million deal. Lions have been pretty active, it seems.
Yeah, and this is another corner. They went out and get Carlton Davis in a trade with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Yesterday, they re-signed Emmanuel Mosley before the tampering period started, and now they add Robertson, who's got some versatility. He can play on the – what's up?
Steelers news.
What is it?
Patrick Queen headed to Pittsburgh.
Oh, my God. Patrick Queen? Oh, my gosh, we poached you guys. We stole
3
it
years,
from Seattle.
$41 million, according to Marcus Spears.
My goodness. I mean, we can. Yeah, I mean, we could probably do that. Yeah, if you guys can get together script. Okay, cool. So Trace Gerard is going to come in here to talk NFL free agency with me.
Instant reaction. Thoughts?
I mean, it's a lot of money. I didn't think they would spend that much on linebacker. I thought they would maybe try to get Bobby Wagner. But Patrick Queen's a damn good player. He's a great blitzer. I think he's a great fit. I'm excited to see him play the Baltimore Ravens twice a year and take your lunch money there, Tyler Jones. I can't wait, baby. Finally, Omar Khan woke up. Let's go.
I have some skepticism about Patrick Queen because we did not see him really turn it on until Roquan Smith showed up. And to have him be your green dot, your lead inside linebacker, I don't know if he can take on that role. I don't know who Patrick Queen is without Roquan Smith.
I'm not sure if he'd be the green dot. Last year, Landon Roberts played really good football for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He was their green dot. So maybe if Mike Tomlin feels like Roberts is still good in that role, they won't give the green dot to Patrick because he hasn't really done that before, right? He hasn't really been that. So I'm looking at this situation right now. I probably would have had Bobby Wagner because I think he's less expensive, short-term deal. You're trying to win now, but it seems like the Steelers are trying to get younger on the defensive side of the ball right now, and they're putting a really, really good inside linebacker duo together here in Patrick Queen and Landon Roberts. It's quite a bit of dough. I'm trying to do the quick math here. 41 divided by 3. Just under $14 million. I'm going to take that for Patrick Queen. I mean, Pro Football Focus said that this guy was going to be worth $18.5 million in their projected contract. I mean, that's a steal for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And what I'm thinking right now with the Seattle Seahawks, you weren't willing to pony up that dough for him? I mean, seriously? I mean, I don't know. Maybe Patrick Queen wanted to play Baltimore twice a year. Maybe that was his inspiration.
Maybe.
I mean, goodness gracious. All right, we got Trace Gerard. I'm gonna go on Steelers right now. So if you're a Steelers fan, make sure you go check out this breaking news action. Let's get it going. Here we go, Steelers. Patrick Queen, a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Patrick Queen going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. 3 years, $41 million there with Pittsburgh. Goes from the arch rival Baltimore Ravens to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Grade the signing. A, B, C, D, or F. Weigh in the chat. Let us know what you think. I like the price tag. That's reasonable. That makes a ton of sense for Pittsburgh. But I just don't know what Patrick Queen's going to be without Roquan Smith. That was when his football career really started to elevate, was when he had Roquan Smith coming in and leading that Ravens defense, and that allowed him to accelerate. I don't know if he can be the guy leading a defense. That's where I have some skepticism here. A, B, C, D, or F. What do we got in the chat here? Franklin says A. Isaiah says C-. Freddie says A+. Evan says B+. AW Top Guy says F. Taco Frog says A. Freddie says A+. Nodak says A. Sam Darnold in the chat saying B. Get B+. B-. Gaming says B+. I got Jamian says D. I got conditionally accepted says C. Taco Frog says B. Tim says C. Tyree says F. Cosmic says A. Brian Perry says A. Cody says A. Jim says B. KC says A. Tyree says F. Kaylee says B. Gaming says B+. Some of the grades there coming in as Patrick Queen joins the Pittsburgh Steelers on a 3-year, $41 million deal. We are live here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. Our free agency coverage continues. Day number 2, a busy afternoon already, and we want to make sure you subscribe so you never miss a moment of the latest happenings throughout the entire NFL offseason. We are trying to get to our next milestone, 367,000 subscribers. Spin the wheel of subs. Make this number go up, 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 and away. And join the family for the latest happenings across the National Football League. We're going to be live for the draft as well here in just a few weeks from now, so make sure and join us then. We're also talking NBA, college football as well. Subscribe now, youtube.com/chatsportstv. Let us know when you subscribe in the chat as well. We'll show you some love here as our award-winning subscribers make this all possible. Can't do this without you. Thanks for being a part of what we're doing here on NFL Daily. We continue. In case you're just joining us, Patrick Queen off to Pittsburgh, leaving the Baltimore Ravens on a 3-year, $41 million deal. Grade the signing A, B, C, D, or F. Checking in, seeing the chat here. Zach says D+. Lucas says B. Steve says A-. Pop says A+. John says A. Jaguar says A. Let's see. Marcelo says A. Cosmic says A. Kyle says A. Hot Billy just subbed. Caden subbed. Brody subbed. Jesse says A. Cosmic says A. Brody says A. Let's go ahead and catch up to speed on the top free agents now available with Patrick Queen off the market. Danielle Hunter is available, the edge rusher from the Minnesota Vikings. Wide receiver Calvin Ridley from the Jags, still looking for a home. Sounds like he's likely to head back to the Jags, though. Justin Simmons, free safety from Denver. Tyron Smith, offensive tackle from Dallas. Chase Young, edge rusher from the San Francisco 49ers. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, safety from Detroit. Josh Reynolds, wide receiver from Detroit as well. Jeremy Chin, safety from Carolina. Jadeveon Clowney, edge rusher from Baltimore. DJ Reader, edge rusher from Cincinnati. OBJ, or no BJ, wide receiver from the Baltimore Ravens. DJ Wanum, defensive end from the Minnesota Vikings. Kevin Zeitler, offensive guard from the Baltimore Ravens. Isaiah Wynn, offensive tackle from the Miami Dolphins. And Ashawn Robinson, defensive tackle from the LA Rams. That is your top 15 players still available in the free agent market. We've seen a lot of movement in the last 24 hours, and there's still plenty more to come. Let's ask you about Danielle Hunter now. Where will he play next season? Probably not the Minnesota Vikings, but what's his next destination? Weigh in the chat and let us know what you think of where Danielle Hunter will ultimately go. I got Ray saying the Texans. What else we got here? KC says the Titans. Baker saying Hunter to Miami. I got Patriots, Colts, Seahawks, Washington, Houston, Seahawks. Jenna just subbed. Pats, Seahawks, Lions, Texans, Falcons, Detroit, Broncos, Dolphins, Seahawks, Bengals, Falcons, just to name a few there. Trace Gerard is set to join us here in just a moment when he gets ready. We'll bring him in. But while we wait on Trace, give him another minute to get set, want to make sure you guys are following me on the social media platforms. It's all the same. Facebook, X, Instagram, at Tyler Jones Live. You can follow me there. And I'll say this. I'm going to offer this right now, folks. The first 10 people that follow me on X right now, right here, right now, I am going to follow you back on X as well, at Tyler Jones Live. You can follow me there. Let's see who are the first 10 people going to be over this next minute. Go to X right now, at Tyler Jones Live. Give me a follow there, and I will follow you back and shout you out there in the comment section. Help me get to 8,000 followers, less than 400 away from reaching that next milestone. I see JR followed me. Let's see. We got Michael, Tay, Brody, Zane, Woody, Young. I got Cortland, Trilly. Who else here? We got Andrea. I got followed by Elon Musk. How about that? Let's see. We got, who else? Doug followed me. Who's going to be the first 10? It's coming down to the finish here. Ron, Vanit, Blue, Kane. Keep on going. I'm feeling generous. We'll do another 10. We'll keep it going. Another 10 people follow me. I'll follow back. Let's keep this going here. LaRon, Be Great, Clifford, Packer fan, David Jesse, Theodore, Evan, Colin, Gone, Joshua, Zach. Good stuff, guys. Keep the follows up. Help me get to that next mark. Let's get to 8,000 followers on the old X, formerly known as Twitter, by the end of the day. All right, now, shout out your favorite team. Let us know who your favorite team is, and we will shout you out as we continue here on our live coverage here of day number 2 of NFL free agency. Brody, Falcons, Liam, Dolphins, Brody, Falcons, Joey, Vikings, Tony, Chiefs, Bill, Steelers. We got Brian, the Cowboys fan, Kyle, the Steelers fan, Tyree, the Broncos fan. Let's see, we got Tacos, his Texans. Joining me now, the one and only Trace Gerard is here.
What is happening,
Trace, good
NFL
to see you,
fans?
my guy.
Good to see you, brother. It's
always
back.
a pleasure.
It's fun to be back. I didn't get to chop it up with you yesterday, but
We
hey,
did not.
we're going to have some fun today. I'm looking forward to it, man.
Trace, as we kind of jump in to day number 2 here, give me kind of your synopsis, your general thoughts of what we've seen the last 24 hours of free agency so
Man,
far.
I mean, day 1 was hectic. I'll say that right now. Day 1 was a lot of fun, a lot of big-time moves. But in day 2, we've seen a lot of activity, and I'm interested to see where some of these top free agents can still go. I mean, Danielle Hunter is still out there. You have DJ Reader. You have a lot of really intriguing options. Ryan Tannehill, Marquise Brown, a lot of guys that can fill in some holes for a lot of different teams. So I'm excited to see how the rest of day 2 pans out and getting ready for day 3 on the NFL landscape. It's been a lot of fun. Keep shouting out your favorite team for us. I'm going to give some shout-outs. Mr. Sports is a Packers fan. Gaming with Tito is a Pats fan. Mark Gabbard, a Browns and a Panthers fan. Real Bengals fan. Wonder what he's a fan of. We got the Texans from I'm a Shark. Alex is a Packers fan. We got the Falcons from Brody Brown. Tony Fuentes is a Chiefs fan. And Wednesday is a Bears fan. I love to see it, guys. Love to see it.
Got a couple more signings coming in. Here, let's check out. What do we got going? The Super Chat? All right. Let's check up on some Super Chats. Danielle Hunter to the Ravens.
That would be awesome.
They don't really have the money for it, but that'd be electric.
That really would be. I mean, you lost Patrick Queen. He's headed out to Pittsburgh, staying in the division. So it'll be interesting to see what they're going to do to fill that void that Patrick Queen is going to be leaving. I don't know if Danielle Hunter, like you said, is the guy to pay, but hey, he's a really, really good player, and he's very, very productive.
Super Chat menu. I know Trizzy's always down for a good time. $2 Super Chat, do a beer cheers. $5 talking about your team. $10 hot take for 2024. $20 to do a wheel spin. I don't think we've done a wheel spin yet. Let's see if we can change that here soon. $50 Super Chat will do a beer bong or a beer shotgun. Go. Yes, Sam.
$20.
2 for 1.
Yeah, 2 wheel spins for $20. That's a pretty good deal. I'll say this. Yesterday, we did some wheel spins. Rumor has it that the producers, they hijacked it so it'd be a bunch of beer bongs so that we were over here stumbling and bumbling over our words. So, hey, this is your chance to maybe get a 2 for 1, 2 beer bongs for 2 hosts. That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that could be fascinating. We'll see if we can get some wheel spins going. Next $20 Super Chat, 2 for 1 special here. Let's catch up on some signings here. Akeem Adeniji, former Kansas Jayhawk, headed to the Cleveland Browns, staying within the division from the Cincinnati Bengals. And the Seattle Seahawks will have a new backup quarterback next year, as Drew Lock is off to the New York Football Giants on a 1-year, $5 million deal, fully guaranteed. Trace, I'm going to say this right now. I think Drew Lock's a better quarterback than Daniel Jones.
I don't disagree with you on that one. I also don't hate the 1-year, $5 million for a backup quarterback. I mean, you got to have a backup. Like every team needs a QB2, and I think that getting one at $5 million is a really good move. But I don't disagree with you, TJ. I think that that Daniel Jones, he might be the smartest man alive or have the best agent in the world because they swindled the Giants out of a bunch of money.
This has got to take the Giants out of the Justin Fields sweepstakes, too.
Absolutely. I think it does.
How about Shelby Harris re-signing with the Cleveland Browns. Trace, that Browns defense was stingy last year.
Yep.
You bring back Shelby Harris, no reason to think the Browns won't have a great defense again.
No doubt about it. I mean, Kevin Stefanski had that defensive side of the ball firing on all cylinders. And at the end of the day, that was what lifeblood, and that kept them alive. And I think that because of the defense being so talented, that allowed Joe Flacco to go out with confidence and know that he could go out, sling the rock, and his defense could have his back on the opposite side of the ball.
Deion Bush going to stay with the Kansas City Chiefs, re-signing on a one-year deal. Chiefs going for that three-peat, and so far what we've seen out of Kansas City, no sign that team's going to take any step back.
No. I mean, I don't blame him for wanting to go the continuity route and keeping these guys around. It worked once. It's worked twice. Heck, why not run it back and make it work 3 times in a row? Deion Bush sticking around in Kansas City. You got to love to see that.
We continue here on title bar for Trace. We continue here on our live coverage of NFL free agency day number 2. I'm Tyler Jones. Contrary to popular belief, that's not Jack Sperry. That's Trace Gerard.
A lot taller than Jack Sperry. A lot taller, a lot skinnier than Jack Sperry, you know.
Trace Gerard is his name, Trissy Trace. We're talking Derrick Henry now, signing with the Ravens 2 years, $16 million, up to $20 million potentially in incentives with $9 million guaranteed. Big deal for the Ravens to get the blue chip running back they wanted, but not just any running back, but a running back that feels like a Raven, that goes in line with what the Ravens want to do in the run game.
No doubt. He's the king for a reason. The guy can put points on the board. He can extend drives. And I'll say this, my dad is a Titans fan. He grew up in Houston as an Oilers fan, followed the Titans whenever they moved followed the Oilers to Tennessee as a fan whenever they moved out there back in the 90s. And I do think that King Henry headed to Baltimore is a really good move. Sorry, Dad. Unfortunately, you didn't get to keep your guy, but at the end of the day, 2 years, $16 million is pretty hard to turn down.
Speaking of the Ravens, Patrick Queen is going from Baltimore to Pittsburgh, the arch rival. 3-year, $41 million deal. Big signing for Pittsburgh. They've had a nice couple days.
Absolutely. Bringing in Russell Wilson, bringing in a punter. They've had they haven't been extremely active, but they've been bringing in some really productive and really big-time names. Patrick Queen, I like Russell Wilson on a $1.2 million vet minimum deal. Have the Broncos paying him upwards of almost $40 million this year. It's kind of funny if you ask me. I like what the Steelers are doing in free agency, and I want to see them continue to be aggressive throughout this process.
And the Steelers have had a good defense the last couple of seasons.
No doubt.
Now you add Patrick Queen to the mix. That might be one of the best defenses in all of football.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Mike Tomlin, he's going to have that team ready to go every single week. And bringing in a guy like Patrick Queen to shore up the defensive side of the ball, playing alongside Minkah Fitzpatrick, TJ Watt, and a plethora of other talented players. Steelers have a scary defense. I'm going to just go ahead and say it. I'm kind of terrified if I was in the NFC North, or AFC North, excuse me.
Yeah, no kidding. How about this? Shout out your favorite team, and we'll talk about the first one we see. Trace, I'll close my eyes and count to 3 and see which team we stumble
Get them
upon
going
first.
fast. If you want your team to be in there, you need to type it a bunch of times. Spam the chat with your favorite football team.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Boom.
The Patriots.
Ooh.
All right.
I like this. Let's talk about it.
Patriots, Trace, this team, I think going into the offseason, had the worst roster in football.
Mm-hmm.
Mac Jones is gone. Jacoby Brissett's coming in. Probably going to draft either Jaden Daniels or Drake May with that number 3 pick, depending on which quarterback falls to them. But then there's a whole lot more work to be done. This is at least a 2-year rebuild in New England.
No doubt. And I really like the addition of bringing in Jacoby Brissett to be that QB2 for whoever they do end up drafting. Because I agree with you, Tyler. I think that they will draft one of those top 3 quarterbacks, whichever one falls to that 3rd overall selection. And on top of that, you're going to need to get that quarterback a new pass catcher. And Adam Schefter adding this post earlier today that New England is in pursuit of wide receiver Calvin Ridley. He spent some time with the Falcons, spent some time with the Jags, and spent some time in the suspension. However, I think that this is a good move for New England to get them a proven pass catcher for whoever that rookie quarterback is going to be.
Yeah, well, the rest of the tweet, Calvin Ridley expected to still return to Jacksonville, but New England's trying to make that push.
Yeah, now might try to make the push. I think that the Patriots should try to make the push, but I could see him wanting to go back to the Jags.
Here is the situation for the Patriots. They do have a ton of cap space, most of the NFL, and close to $79 million. They did lose a couple key pieces, but you did sign Gibson at the running back spot already, of course, with Ramondre Stevenson there. You know, I look at the Patriots team. You signed Gibson, but, I mean, it's kind of similar to what you did with Zeke last year. It's nice, but you still need offensive linemen. You still got to have pass plays. You still got to have guys to block.
Absolutely. I mean, how can you expect if you could have the number one running back in the league. You could have a Christian McCaffrey, but if he doesn't have the holes and the lanes to run through in front of the offensive line, you're not going to really do much. If you got to give the time to the quarterback to throw the ball, you have to give protection for the running back so that way they can make plays. So I totally agree with you, Tyler. They need to add some offensive linemen.
All right, let's do it again. This time, Trace will close his eyes and count to 3. Shout out your favorite teams. Spam the chat.
I'm going to let it kind of pile in. All right. Whoever types it the most, I promise you, your team is going to be the one that I discuss. So let's rapid fire. Get them in there. Get the chat absolutely running, bumbling, stumbling all throughout the day. And right now, I'm going to count down from 10 so that I can pick a name. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lions.
Ooh.
I saw the Lions.
Lions are a fun team.
They have been a fun team in free agency.
That's a team, Trace, that has only gotten better the last couple of days with the moves that they've made, adding Marcus Davenport, who you know well, former Saint and everything. They did lose their guard, Jackson. But, I like just a one-year deal on Davenport in addition to the other guys like, Craig Reynolds and others here, Carlton Davis. There's no reason why the Lions shouldn't be right back towards the top competing in the AFC again next year.
Absolutely. And this addition of Graham Glasgow at the center spot, I don't think it's a bad move. Frank Ragnow with the Detroit Lions, former Arkansas Razorback legend. He is a player that is really, really talented, but he's starting to kind of pile up on some injuries and whatnot. So I think bringing in Glasgow to shore up the offensive line is a really good move. Marcus Davenport can be productive, but he has health issues in the past. But let's talk about Amik Robertson. 2-year, $9.25 million deal.
Pretty cheap.
Yeah, that's pretty cheap for a player that I think could be productive on that side of the ball for the Lions. I think Dan Campbell's wanting to build the culture, and bringing in Amik Robertson can allow that culture to continue to be built in Detroit.
Yeah, $33 million in cap space. They still have some more money to spend before free agency wraps up here at this point. So
absolutely.
There you have it. Let's catch up to speed with some of the latest signings that have happened so far today, as it's been a very busy Tuesday to this point. We'll go over the full list here in just a matter of moments here, and catch up to speed in case you're just joining us. Live coverage of NFL free agency day number 2. The Jets, let's start with them, pretty active early. They have a backup quarterback, which they didn't have last year behind Aaron Rodgers.
They had multiple backup quarterbacks, so you have 0 backup quarterbacks.
All right. Tyrod Taylor and Kinlaw. I like the Kinlaw signing. Tyrod, what's different about him compared to what they did with Zach Wilson and all that, if Aaron Rodgers gets hurt again, Tyrod Taylor has proven he can win you a football game. They can get through if something happens to Aaron Rodgers for a couple games now.
Yeah, nonetheless, he can also do it at MetLife Stadium in New York in the big media, in the cold. I think that Tyrod Taylor going to the Jets is actually a really good move to be that backup quarterback. In terms of backup quarterbacks as well, Sam Darnold to the Vikings. That's another intriguing option. He's, started his career in the Jets, went to the Panthers, spent some time with the Niners as the backup this past year, and now he is going to be in another backup role. And at the end of the day, I don't hate him being a backup. I think that he can be a solid QB2 in this league.
How about Aaron Jones goes from the Green Bay Packers after getting cut yesterday to the Minnesota Vikings on a 1-year, $7 million deal. This Vikings team is pretty intriguing because they've lost some big names, most notably their quarterback, Kirk Cousins. But they're not necessarily trying to tank either, trying to salvage what they have.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is a good move. Shout out to producer Patrick Seatman, our Vikings channel host and manager. He said that he wanted Aaron Jones, and they went and got him. And he said, in my free agency plan, Aaron Jones is the guy that you need to go and sign after he was released. Productive player at times. I think that he can be an effective player on the Vikings because obviously they've been trying to fill that void ever since Dalvin Cook and Alexander Mattison they haven't been able to hold it down in the backfield. But Cleveland Ferrell, another guy who signed today, he's headed to Washington. And Marcus Mariota, he is headed to the nation's capital. What do you think about that move, Tyler?
So it sounds like Sam Howell's probably gone then. Mariota's not a bad backup by any stretch. Cleveland Ferrell there. The Commanders, they have some problems, clearly. They got to rebuild that team. But the moves they've made with all that cap space, I like the foundation with Dan Quinn of what they're setting there with that Commanders team going forward.
Without a doubt. Dan Quinn is definitely trying to establish a new identity in Washington. I mean, they have the new GM in Adam Peters. They have a whole new look that they're trying to get away from the past. They're trying to move forward and become a new football team, and I like that they're trying to build. The backup quarterback is an important role. And speaking of another backup quarterback, got to pour one out for not the most interesting man in the world. That's the Dos Equis guy. Most interesting man in the NFL, Jameis Winston. 1 year, $8.7 million.
Yes, so Jameis going to go be the backup behind Deshaun Watson there. And you look at Jameis, he's always been a solid backup over the years. I know that the ending at New Orleans was pretty interesting. I think we all knew after what happened there, he wasn't going to be coming back in that situation. But Cleveland, if something happens to Deshaun, or if Deshaun even struggles and gets benched, Jameis, I still think, can play in this league if given the right opportunity. If things are set up, Jameis, for every time he's been a starter, whether it was Tampa Bay or New Orleans, he's never really been given a great chance to succeed. If he gets a chance to play here, this would be the best opportunity he's been in.
No doubt. I mean, they have weapons on the offensive side of the ball, and Nick Chubb, Amari Cooper, David Njoku, and Deshaun Watson, for those of you who didn't know, in the last 3 years, he's only played in 12 games. So Jameis Winston does have the opportunity to possibly go and be a starter at some point for the Browns. Shaq Barrett, another name that's headed to a new team. He's headed down to South Beach. Naheem Hines, is also headed to Cleveland. Darnell Mooney to the Falcons with Kirk Cousins. What do you think about that move, Tyler?
Man, I look at that Falcons team. You add Cousins, Mooney, to what you already have on that roster with Kyle Pitts, Drake London,
Bijan, all those guys.
Bijan. I mean, that offense is going to be explosive, and that defense was already good as is. We talked about the changes the Falcons made, just getting a top 10 quarterback like Cousins. That should make you the favorite to the division. I think we got to start taking a step further and start mentioning the Falcons as one of the best teams in the NFC now.
I mean, at this point, it's kind of hard to disagree with that. And as a Saints fan, it's tough for me to say that out loud, but the Falcons are building something. I like what new head coach Raheem Morris is doing, bringing in Zach Robinson to be the offensive coordinator as well. Darnell Mooney, he had 1 year with 1,000 yards, Justin Fields being his quarterback. I think Kirk Cousins is a much better overall quarterback. I think Justin Fields has the very dynamic talent, but Darnell Mooney is going to join a very intriguing offense that has a plethora of weapons.
Definitely so. How about Derrick Henry? 2 years, $16 million to the Baltimore Ravens. The Ravens get the running back that they were hoping for, and they get him at a pretty friendly deal here. $8 million for Derrick Henry a year, up to $20 million potentially in incentives here. We saw the Ravens rely so much on Lamar Jackson in the run game. We've said for a long time, Trace, as Lamar gets older here, he can't run as much. Bringing in a guy like Derrick Henry takes a lot of pressure off Lamar Jackson.
Absolutely, and that can allow Lamar Jackson to be more effective when he runs because he isn't having to do it as often. Michael Burton, Irv Smith also inking in some new deals, but Malcolm Roach, a UDFA out of the University of Texas, spent a lot of time in New Orleans. He's been a big part of the rotation on that defensive line. He's joining Sean Payton once again in Denver. I have to say I saw this one coming, but I was surprised Jameis Winston didn't go to Denver, to be honest.
Yeah. I think it's a good move for Denver there.
Absolutely. Great run stopper.
Patrick Queen off to Pittsburgh, 3 years, $41 million for Patrick Queen there. I got to say, Patrick Queen going to a division rival like this, I'm a bit surprised, and I thought he was going to get more money than that. There was a market value of around $18 million. He ends up going for $14 here. The Steelers already had a very good defense here. Watch out, Patrick Quinn in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting team. I'm excited. I know our host, Jack Sperry, is elated about this move. So Again, I said it earlier. I think the Steelers defense is going to be very scary for the NFC North or AFC North. I keep doing that. Goodness gracious.
Drew Lock to the New York Football Giants. If Daniel Jones struggles, which I think we all think he will, the leash will not be long. I think there's a great chance for Drew Lock to go compete.
Absolutely. I think Drew Lock also has shown a little bit of swagger, a little bit of fun. I remember that one clip of him on the sideline rapping Jeezy at a Broncos game. It was pretty fun to see that. To be honest, I feel like that's his best career highlight. However, in New York, maybe a change of scenery, maybe you get the opportunity to start a little bit more. If I remember correctly, not a terrible option for Geno Smith as the QB too, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
So,
Shelby Harris to the Browns, 2 years, $9 million. That Browns defense, bringing back a guy that was there last year on a very successful defense, one of the best defenses in the NFL here. This just made total sense just to bring back a face to kind of run it back, keep it going of sorts.
Absolutely. Guys, want to give you a quick reminder. If you haven't already, hit that sub button. We picked up over 2,000 subscribers yesterday. So let's try and get it more than that today. I want to get 3,000 at least on today's live show.
Ooh.
That's interesting. So news coming in
That's
from
spicy.
Our producers. Patrick Queen tweeting out the Joker meme of "Here we go." That's pretty interesting.
That's some spicy stuff there.
Absolutely.
From Patrick Queen. How about this, Trace? We want to make sure we get people to subscribe. We're trying to get to our next milestone of 367,000 subscribers. What would be your 30-second elevator pitch of why folks need to subscribe to Chat Sports, Trace?
Well, the Chat Sports family here is one of the best across the internet. Not only do we provide you guys free coverage around the NFL, college sports, and the NBA, but we also go live for these big events. Our NBA draft coverage is awesome. It is second to none. Our NFL draft coverage is incredible. Our free agency coverage has been a blast, and I'm so glad to have been a part of it. And hey, if you love free content and you want to be a smarter fan, this is the place to be. It's informative, it's entertaining, and it's all free. And it's all for the fans because, hey, at the end of the day, we're all football fans, ain't we?
We are. That we are. Sub now. Join the family. We're going to be live for the NFL Draft as well. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV to subscribe for free today. Let us know in the chat when you subscribe as well, and we'll shout you out, show you some love here on today's show. Okay. Okay. Give me a moment to pull up some info on Shaq Barrett here. I'll do that. Trace, we're about to talk Shaq Barrett here with the Dolphins. I like this move for the Dolphins here.
I do too. I think this is going to be a fun move for Mike McDaniel. The Dolphins, they just got to get over that hump to get past, the Bills, the Chiefs, the Bengals, the Ravens. This is a move that could possibly help them make that happen, and we're going to break it all down here for you in just a second.
Yes, we'll talk about that. A two-time Super Bowl champion, two-time Pro Bowler, most recently with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now headed to the Miami Dolphins, a dynamic football player, might I add.
Absolutely.
As well. Has had a very good career. We'll discuss that. And if you are a Dolphins fan, go ahead and subscribe to Dolphins Today. Dolphins fans! We'll have that full analysis for you. We'll bring that to you in just a moment. With Shaq Barrett headed to the Miami Dolphins. 1 year, $9 million deal. We'll double. Okay. Cool. All right. Without further ado, let's get started here on NFL Daily. Talk Shaq Barrett to the Miami Dolphins. Dolphins fans! Tyler Jones, Trace Gerard here with you with reaction to Shaq Barrett headed to the Miami Dolphins on a 1 year, $9 million deal. He's a Super Bowl champion. He's a Pro Bowler. And now the Dolphins get a guy that not only plays at a high level, but a pretty reasonable deal here, Trace.
Absolutely. Shaq Barrett is a phenomenal football player, and lining up alongside Bradley Chubb, Nick Needham, Javon Holland, Jalen Ramsey.
Jordan Brooks now,
Jordan
too?
Brooks especially. Yeah, you're going to have a really interesting defensive unit in South Beach. You can see the production on your screen right now. He's a dynamic player, but also I want to point out one thing from PFF. A pass rush grade of 84.5 and total pressures, he had 49. So if you can turn some of those pressures into sacks, you can see that 4.5 number climb a little bit higher. I like this move for Miami. I think it's going to be a very interesting addition for Mike McDaniel's team.
Yeah, you look at the resume for Shaq Barrett. Started with the Denver Broncos. He's come a long way from being an undrafted player out of Colorado State to go to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Was part of that Tom Brady Super Bowl team. Won a Super Bowl with Denver as well, Super Bowl 50. Second team All-Pro as recently as 2019. Shaq Barrett's been a very good football player. The Miami Dolphins, we know all about the offense, right? You talk about Tyreek Hill and Tua and Waddle and all those guys. But now investing in that defense, taking that next step, the one-word reaction I have is now. Is now the time? Are the Dolphins going to take that next step up? Is guys like Shaq Barrett going to be the difference to get this team over the hump?
Absolutely. My one-word reaction would have to be compete, because I think that the Dolphins are trying to compete and get over that hump of getting past the Chiefs, the Bills, the Ravens, some of these top-tier teams in the AFC. And this is a move that can allow them to have a more effective defense and stop some of these very high-profile offenses that are led by Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, and a lot of other really good teams in the AFC. So last 4 years, Tyler, this guy has been doing it for quite a while. 4.5 sacks this past year, 3 sacks in 2022, 10 sacks back in 2021. I mean, this feels like a really awesome move for Miami.
Well, and think about this. We talk all the time about durability and being available. When you look at Shaq Barrett's career, he's played the majority of games every season except 2022. He only played 8 games, was out due to injury there a bit in 2022. But, I mean, you look at his game charts over the years, 16, 16, 16, 13, 16, 15. He is going to be a guy that you can count on for the most part. And even as he's gotten older a bit, this guy still had 4.5 sacks last year. Are you getting the Shaq Barrett that you got with the Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers a couple years ago? Probably not, if we're going to be honest with you. But he's still a very good football player. He still has something left to offer here.
Yeah, and I think that bringing him in with Jalen Phillips is a really awesome move. Obviously, Jalen Phillips left the season early last year due to an injury, and I think that this gives them a little bit of extra insurance in case there are more injuries in the future. And like you said, he is a really talented player out of Colorado State. He's been able to get it done, won a Super Bowl with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and quite honestly, sticking around in Florida is not a bad gig. I would love to hang out in Florida.
No state income tax.
Absolutely. It feels good. The weather's nice pretty much all year. No income tax. That's got to be pretty good deal for a player like Shaq Barrett. And at the end of the day, this is why you subscribe. Because we're going to be bringing you guys Dolphins news, rumors, and updates every single time that there's something to talk about. We're trying to get to 56,000 subscribers. Tyler, why should they subscribe?
Well, we have the best Dolphins coverage on YouTube.
No
We're
doubt.
bringing you the news you need to know on your Baltimore Ravens. We got the rumors. We're covering everything on free agency, the draft, all the trade speculation and more. We are your Dolphins headquarters. Subscribe now. Join the family. Help us get to 56K subs. You ain't a Dolphins fan if you ain't subscribed to the channel. Join the family now. You'll be glad you did. So the Dolphins, we've seen over the last couple of seasons, they've been very active. They've been big spenders when it comes to free agency. They're not afraid to be aggressive and make trades. And so far, I know it wasn't fun losing Christian Wilkins, and it wasn't fun losing Hunt and some of these guys here, but that hasn't stopped the Miami Dolphins from still trying to find their footing of sorts and spend the guys to make a difference of sorts on this team. Like, even with the guys they've lost, Christian Wilkins, granted, is a big deal, and that frustrated a lot of Dolphins fans, rightfully so. Mm-hmm. This team's not going away quietly. No, not at all. And I think that with that round 2 pick at number 55 overall, you can still bring in some talent in the second round. You can get a lot of high-profile players
in the first 60 picks of the draft. And I think that the Dolphins should try and still add to that roster. Maybe go get to another weapon, because why not? I'm a sucker for offensive talent, and I love seeing a team have as many weapons as possible. But when you bring in a guy like Shaq Barrett, you're bringing in a leader and you're bringing in a veteran who knows how to play the game of football at a very high level. And at the end of the day, you got to shore up the defense, because if you want to try and beat some of these teams and make a run in the playoffs and try to get over that hump, defense at the end of the day will win you those games. Offense, they clearly have no problem scoring points, but the defense needs to step up.
So more on Shaq Barrett. A couple things. We've gone over the stats, the history of what he's done, the Super Bowls, the Pro Bowls, all that. But this guy set some records too. Mm-hmm. He's got 2 NFL records on hand. Most sacks through the first 3 weeks of a single season. 2019, he had 8 sacks in 3 weeks. Then he set another record the following week. Had the most sacks through the first 4 weeks of a season with 9 there in 2019. He holds 3 Bucs franchise records. The most sacks in a single season, 19 and a half he had in 2019. If you're a Dolphins fan, you would take half of that next year, as far as I'm concerned. Most sacks in a game, he had 4 in 2019 against the Giants. Most forced fumbles in a game, 2 against the Giants as well. Just has been an incredible pass rusher over the years. I think he's going to thrive in Miami. Grade the signing, A, B, C, D, or F. What do you think of this move to bring Shaq Barrett to Miami? Trace, I'm going to go with an A. Now, I know he's not the same player that he once was, but it was a reasonable contract. It's a 1-year deal. I like it. I give it an A. What'd your grade be?
I mean, that's a bare minimum. I'm going to give it a B+, but to be honest, I think it's an A signing as well. We've talked about it. The history, the production, the records that this guy has set. He is undoubtedly a good football player that's going to make a positive impact in Miami. But let's just see how much of an impact he makes, and let's see if the Dolphins can get over the hump. And this is a player who can possibly make it happen.
Shaq Barrett headed to Miami. We'll make sure you join our family next. Be our next free agent signing here on Dolphins Today. Help us get to 56,000 subs. If the Dolphins make another move, we're going to be all over it right here on Dolphins Today. He's Trace Gerard. I'm Tyler Jones. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
And that's some content right there.
That's how it's done, my friends. Shaq Barrett off to Miami. If you want a shout-out from Trizzy Trace, spam me in the chat right now. I want to see as many me's in the chat and just wear out Trace with as many shout-outs as he's about to
Let me lather the pipes real quick, and I'm rapid-firing these.
Yeah. So I'm going to count you guys down from 10. Give Trace a minute to warm up the vocal cords, and we'll go from there. Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Casey Khalif, Ramprods, Mr. Tubby, Out the Park, Denzel, Gio Marvel, Vincent, Alex, Jaguars, Gramcast, who was a legend yesterday, Alan, John, Taco Frog, John Alonzo, Josh, Desi, Fast Break, Pop Prison, Darian, Ernest, Mr. Barney, Junior Estrada, Fried Rice, Pop, Mr. Barney, Joshua, Reeve, Mr. Fried, Larone, Denver Broncos fan, Vincent, Gaming Wizard, Lewis, Hutch, Reeve, Arthur, Cowboys Fantasy. I think you should just change your name to Cowboys Super Bowl. Larone, Lewis, Josh, Johnny, Denver, Mr. Barney, Arthur, Ramprod, Johnny, Jay Sean, Richard Holt, Rubba Chicken, Vincent Sorletti, Josh Neely, Broncos fan, Rubba Chicken, Mr. Barney, Johnny, Fast Break, Steven. We got so many me's coming in, it's hard to keep track. Franklin, Football Rocks. I agree. BCG Penguin, Hammock Man, Broncos, Edward Pulls, Fast Break, Josh Alonzo, Football Rocks, Noah Ortega, Gio Marvel, Steven, Marcus, One Nation Underground, Fast Break, Caden Cole, Nathan, Dakota, Tristan, Callie, Hammock, Broncos, Arthur, Caden, Marcus, Ramprod, Khalif. Man, the comment section's rolling. But you know what? I have one little problem here. We have 1,600 people watching, only 634 likes. Can we get that number up? I'll make a deal with you. When we get to 800 likes, I'm going to have one of the guys in the office go grab me a brew, and I'm going to get this thing rolling and have a couple of suds, catch a buzz, if you will. So let's keep it going. Like the video if you're having a good time and you're enjoying our free agency coverage. But shout out to One Nation Under God, Jover, Akiva, Shock Universe. Booyah. Love to see it. We do have some buzz around a free agent pass rusher in Chase Young. He's expected to visit. We got it popped up. Booyah. Jack Lauderay, producer extraordinaire, one of the best in the biz, if not the best in the biz. Free agent pass rusher Chase Young is expected to visit with the Panthers and Saints this week per source. A handful of teams have expressed interest in Chase Young, in the 2020 Defensive Rookie of the Year, who's still only 24 years old. So, booyah. Love to see it. That's a good addition, I think, for either the Saints or the Panthers. I don't have a ton of Panthers information, but I do cover the Saints here. So I know that the sack production for New Orleans hasn't been great. I also know that they need a little bit of help in terms of getting to the quarterback. Cameron Jordan not getting any younger. Carl Granderson playing at a high level, but not high enough. So this could be a good move for either of those two teams. Let's check in on some of those super chats, baby. Blake saying, do you think Sam Darnold will thrive with Jay Jetta? So I think that the Vikings will still go draft a quarterback. I could see them getting a guy like a J.J. McCarthy, but I also think that it could be a good move. Justin Jefferson's going to make any quarterback look good. His catch radius is insane. He could catch, let me put it this way, if he was on the sun, he could catch a cold. That is how good Justin Jefferson is. So I think that with Sam Darnold, I think that he'll make him look a little bit better than he did in New York and Carolina. And obviously San Francisco, he played decently well, but only in a very, very limited sample size. Ramcast, our legend yesterday. If we get to 1,000 likes, I'll donate $20 for a wheel spin. You heard the man. What more do you want me to do? You have people in the chat saying they want a wheel spin and they're going to make it happen. If you like the video, you don't have to do anything except for hit that thumbs up. It's 100% free and it's an easy way to support our movement. And also for you, it helps you find our content late in the future. That way you can find more NFL news, rumors, updates, NBA content, college football coverage, and all sorts of awesome stuff. We're at 696. I love to see it, but let's pump those numbers up. 703. We're here to pump you up. So let's just keep going. We're going to keep it moving. If you guys want a wheel spin, can you just type the word wheel in the chat? Because we can get to 1,000. My man, Ramcast, is going to make us do a wheel spin. I got 2 brews ready to go. I told you, 850 likes. I'm cracking this one open. We're less than 150 away. Can we get there in the next 60 seconds? I think we can. I got some faith in you guys. I think we can make that thing happen. 717. Keep it going, baby. Shout out to Desi, who wants to see the wheel. Football Rocks, Franklin, KC, Lewis, Caleb, they all want to see the wheel. Snake Eyes wants to see the wheel. Elijah Duncan, Desi, Mr. 127, they all want to see the wheel spin here on NFL Daily. Ramcast got a $2 super chat. Have the Rams done anything yet? Well, they made a couple moves yesterday. Nothing too crazy, but in terms of some newer moves or some fresh moves that they have made, let me double check, make sure I have the correct information for you. We're going to pull it up on the show for you, give you some graphics so you can see it. The Rams, they signed Demarcus Robinson, the wide receiver, 1 year, $5 million deal. Kevin Dotson, the offensive guard, sticking around, 3 years, $48 million. Jonah Jackson, a player from the Motor City, moving out west to the LA Rams. He's a good offensive guard. Colby Parkinson, the tight end, 3 years, $22.5 million. And on top of that, Darius Williams, a 3-year deal. Full details to be announced. But Ramcast, that is your moves for the Los Angeles Rams. YK Matt, he says, I would love Chase Young for the Saints. Who dat? I think that would be a good move for New Orleans. I do have some concerns because of, some lack of effort in the Super Bowl and late in the playoffs. Like, it's one of those things that I'm not crazy about, but I will say this. I think that he could be a beneficial addition in New Orleans. Jeremy Fowler also bringing in some news, but let's hit to the super chat menu before we get to that. $2. I'm going to give you a Beers Cheers. We're also 100 likes away from a free Beers Cheers. $5. We'll talk about your team. $10. We'll give you a hot take for the 2024 season. $20, we'll give you that wheel spin that Ramcast is going to bring in for you at 1,000 likes. And for $50, we can hit a beer bong or a shuck. And I'll tell you what, the beer bong will be less than 4 seconds, too, for me. I can make it happen in 4 seconds or less. My girlfriend doesn't quite like that, but here we are.
I'll keep my beer bong away from the light. Real ones know.
Absolutely.
Yes, there's the Super Chat menu. The only way you can get on screen today, by the way, is by sending a Super Chat. $ next to the chat box if you would like to contribute there. All right, let's catch up to speed now. Some more free agency activity. Gerald Everett is signing with the Chicago Bears. Trizzy, we knew the Bears had a lot of money to spend. This one, nice find there for Chicago.
Absolutely. A good day two pickup in free agency. Gerald Everett with the Los Angeles Chargers. He was a guy who, at the end, I'm looking up his stats right now, and I'm not going to sit here and say he was a massively impactful player, but at, last year, 2023, he had 51 catches, 411 yards, 3 touchdowns. He's a good red zone threat for possibly Caleb Williams, if that's who they end up drafting, which I don't see a world where they don't go with Caleb. But I think Gerald Everett could be a good safety blanket for their rookie QB.
Here's a look at the Bears free agency signings so far. A couple highlights here. Jalen Johnson, they keep in town, 4 years, $76 million. Trace, this guy at the trade deadline was requesting a trade. Now he's locked in for the next 4 years. What a turn of events for Chicago to keep one of the best corners in the league in town.
No doubt about it. Jalen Johnson was extremely effective last year, and the fact that they were able to retain him and not let him walk in free agency, not let him leave, they kept him around. They're paying the man every penny he deserves. 4 years, $76 million, not a bad value for a player that's extremely impactful.
Meanwhile, Kevin Byard, 2-year, $15 million deal. Some nice help in the secondary there for the Bears.
Absolutely, and DeAndre Swift, a nice dual-threat running back that's going to be effective. 3 years, $24 million deal. He was good with the Lions. He was good with the Eagles. I think that he could be pretty good with the Bears as well. Got to figure out their quarterback situation. Got to have some better protection for their quarterback, but I like this move.
One thing I'll say about the Bears, Trace, what I find fascinating is you're going to start a rookie quarterback, but there's a ton of pressure on Eberflus. You have a new OC and Shane Waldron coming in. This is a team that, despite having a rookie next year, they're going all in. Like, they know their jobs are on the line, and they pretty much need to be a playoff team next year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things. Matt Eberflus, got to make it happen this year. The Bears feels like Bears fans are starving for a successful season. It's been so long since we've seen them do anything really of substance. Best team they've had recently was Jay Cutler leading it. It's just pretty unfortunate when that's the case. It's been a long time.
The Bears free agency so far, A, B, C, D, or F. I thought it was a lot of money for DeAndre Swift. I thought they overpaid there. They do have the money to do it, though.
Yeah.
I'm going to go solid B+.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a B+ is a very fair grade. They're bringing in some talent, maybe paying a little bit much, but they have a lot of money to spend. So, if you got the money, why not blow it? It's the NFL. I'm trying to win some football games. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. The biggest story of the day so far, Derrick Henry headed to the Baltimore Ravens, 2 years, $16 million, potentially up to $20 million in incentives, with $9 million guaranteed. The Ravens, it's an interesting predicament because you sign Derrick Henry, you lose Patrick Queen. The hope is, if you're the Baltimore Ravens, all right, our defense is going to take a step back, but hopefully the offense can make up for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Patrick Queen in the past few years has been a wrecking ball for Baltimore. He's teaming up with T.J. Watt and Patrick Queen. That is an extremely intriguing duo. But in terms of some free agents that are still available, Danielle Hunter has yet to ink a deal. Calvin Ridley could head back to the Jags. Maybe he goes to the Patriots. They're interested in trying to pursue him. Justin Simmons, I'm surprised that player hasn't been signed as well. Tyron Smith, a little bit of an older offensive tackle, but that doesn't mean he's not a good player. Chase Young, a hot topic, a hot name. He could find a new team. There's talk about him visiting with the Panthers and the Saints, and then I've even seen a little bit of Twitter buzz about him maybe going to the Titans. Tom Pelissero adding this just a few moments ago, about 30 minutes ago. Free agent pass rusher Chase Young is expected to visit Carolina and New Orleans. A handful of teams have expressed interest in Young, the 2020 Defensive Rookie of the Year. He's only 24 years old.
And former number 2 overall pick, we've seen that he has talent, he has potential. He's dealt with a number of injuries throughout his career. Visiting the Panthers, the Saints. I think I read somewhere too that he's visiting the Steelers as well. Chase Young's going to have plenty of options here of teams that need a pass rusher. He did get benched at one point by the Niners in the playoffs last year, so it'll be intriguing. What version is Chase Young going to be this go round?
Yeah, and I also think that his contract is going to be interesting. I'm eager to see if a team is going to give him a couple years of a deal or if they're going to give him a 1-year prove-it type deal to sign with his new team. But in terms of some other free agents that are available, C.D. Deuce, the former Saint, the former Eagle, former Lion, he is available. Josh Reynolds, Jeremy Chin, Jadeveon Clowney, and DJ Reader are all also available, as well as OBJ, DJ Wonham, Kevin Zeitler, Isaiah Wynn, and Ashawn Robinson. These are all players that could make a good impact on whatever team that they sign to. However, I'm very interested to see where OBJ lands. Does he run it back with Baltimore? Does he try to go back to New Orleans? Does he try to go to another Super Bowl contending team? Who knows? Only time will tell.
Best signing so far is, let us know in the chat, and we'll shout you out. Start with Trace, though. Trace, what's your favorite signing we've seen so far the last 2 days?
Man, the one that I think, it might not be my favorite signing. Okay. Never mind. I just saw some Twitter stuff. Anyway, yeah, I saw that. I was like, oh, yep. Rap's got to do better about his tweets. I think that
breaking news on it.
Yeah, no kidding. I think a fun signing. I kind of like Saquon to the Eagles. I don't think it's the best signing by any means, but I do think that's one that's really going to shake some things up. And I think that he's going to be much better in Philadelphia. And on top of that, he's staying within the division. So any of the other teams that didn't like playing against him, you're still going to have to. Giants, hope you guys eat your Wheaties that week.
The answer for me, this might be the obvious, but I got to go with Kirk Cousins to Atlanta.
It's a good move. It's a good move.
You got so much better overnight.
Absolutely.
When you look at these free agent signings, you have to think about it. All right, what are we doing to get better today? Are we a better team than we are yesterday? You went from having one of the worst starting quarterbacks in football, whether it was
Desmond Ridder or Taylor Heineke,
whoever, both one of the worst, to now having a top 10 quarterback. I know we love to, say stuff about Cousins and everything here, but the actual reality is he's a top 10 QB in this league. And with the weapons there and then adding Darnell Mooney here, the Falcons became a contender overnight.
Absolutely. They brought in a really good offensive unit. Raheem Morris is going to have a lot of toys to play with on that side of the ball. Zach Robinson, I think, is going to have a field day with that offense. I mean, like we said, we have Drake London, Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts, Darnell Mooney, Kirk Cousins. That is a much different team than they were last year under Arthur Smith. We'll give a couple of shout-outs here to those of you who think it's the best signing. Derrick Henry to the Ravens from Yotan. Barkley to the Eagles from Franklin. We got Lions signing Hunter.
Burns
we got
to the Giants from Nick's.
Yep.
From Nick.
Brian Burns from Let's Go Giants. I like that move, too. I like that
Taco
trade.
Frog says Joe Mixon to the Texans. What else, guys? Christopher says Patrick Queen to Pittsburgh.
The Mixon trade from Garrett. It's a good move. So here was that tweet that we were talking about. We were like, whoa, Ethan, what's going on? Source, 49ers pass rusher Chase Young has added a Titans visit to his schedule. Tom Pelissero reported he'll visit the Panthers and Saints first.
So
with the picture.
A little context here. The picture itself that Rapp tweeted along with this said breaking news.
So we're all like, oh, he signed. Thanks, Rapp. Nope, he's just visiting. Nope, he's just visiting.
Not
Appreciate
quite.
you. Appreciate you, Rapp. We are at 769 likes. Very nice. How much? However, I think that we need to get to 850 so that way I can crack open a beer, and so that way we can get to 1,000 likes so we can spin the wheel for Ramcast. Let's see. Let's keep liking the video. 770 likes. I want to see
spin that wheel.
I do too. Ramcast said he'd send $20 in if we got to 1,000 likes, so we could spin the wheel. So all you have to do at home is like the video.
If everybody watching liked the video right now, we would easily get over 1,000 likes.
Without a doubt. No doubt about it.
If you don't like the video, I've been told you eat corn the long way.
That's what people are saying. People are talking, if you don't know what eating the corn the long way is, I encourage you to go check out the Raiders report.
Yeah, you don't want to know. You might as well just like the video. You don't want to be eating one of those people.
No, not at all. Not at all. 790 likes. We're at 806. I love to see it. We're 44
Keep
away.
going.
Come on. Let's
Keep
get to
going.
850.
Run up the score.
Let's go. If you want your team to make the playoffs, you need to like the video. It's that simple. It's just
be like
that
Jameis. Don't
simple.
kneel down. Go to the end zone.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's such a good one. That is awesome.
We are a very pro Jameis show around here.
Oh, absolutely. It's hard not to love Jameis Winston. He's just a funny guy. He's a football dude. How could you not love Jameis? Seven away.
Now that Gronk's been retired for a couple of years, if I could party with any player in football, it'd be Jameis.
It has to be Jameis Winston. He's the most interesting man in football. Josh Benham, talk about the Washington Commanders moves and if Danielle Hunter is the piece needed for the defensive line.
Commanders are interesting. You say the piece. There's a lot of pieces they needed. I don't know if Danielle Hunter moves the needle enough. It certainly help, but they're going to need a lot more than that.
Got to 850, by the way.
Oh, let me crack up with one, too. Miller Lite. No Bud Light here.
Miller Latte, baby. Light beer from Miller.
We're not drinking Bud Light. We're not eating Doritos around here.
Not at all. So I see a question from Josh Alonso saying, would you rather sign Chase Young or Justin Simmons? See, for me, I would rather go with Justin Simmons. He's a player that can be very effective in the backfield. Chase Young, he has been productive. However, he hasn't been incredible his whole or this past couple seasons. There's the effort issues. He got benched by the 49ers in the playoffs. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I'm not saying he's a bad player, but in terms of filling a need, I think that Justin Simmons could be a lot more effective than Chase Young. That doesn't mean that Young can't be great. By the way, could I go film a quick short? Cool. It'll take me 60 seconds.
Okay. I'll hold things down. We'll be good.
Word.
Ramcast with a $2 super chat writes in, Joe Mixon got traded. That he did to the Houston Texans as the Browns or Bengals go a different direction at the running back position. They bring in Zach Moss to be that guy. So now Joe Mixon goes to Houston, and the Texans already have a good running game. You add Joe Mixon to the fold there. We'll see how that works out for Houston there. They got a nice young core that Houston Texans team does. Whatever you do, I think producer Sam would agree with this. Keep Joe Mixon away from Picklemans. Next super chat coming in. Hotbox King. Do you forget about the 2017 Bears? So that's a reference to earlier when Trace was talking about how they haven't been great since the Jay Cutler days. The 2017 Bears, though, I'll say this, Hotbox King, they didn't go as far as Jay Cutler did. Remember, Jay Cutler took the Bears to an NFC championship game. The 2017 Bears, they went to the wild card or divisional round, something like that. So, no, they haven't been as good since Jay Cutler has been there, Hotbox King. Got an X. Do we call these X's now, or are they tweets, whatever they are? From Shefty. Tweets on X writes the following. Bengals franchise wide receiver T. Higgins has requested a trade. Per sources, Higgins loves Cincinnati, and he had hoped to be with the team long term, but it's disappointed the team has not had any talks about a long-term contract extension since March 2023. He's ready to move on to a new home. Jamar Chase said, LOL, if you know, I know you're lying, bro. That was last night. And then he said, this will be a crazy story to tell. So Jamar Chase seems to think that there's some leveraging going on here of sorts. Here's the deal when it comes to the Cincinnati Bengals. They do not have the money to pay T. Higgins. Their hope was to tag T. Higgins, play out this year, and then let him go in free agency and get a third-round pick. That was kind of their best case scenario, the third-round comp pick for letting him go. Now Higgins is kind of trying to get this new long-term deal to stick around and sorts. I don't know how this is going to play out. Where do you guys think T. Higgins is going to play next season? If I were to guess, I do think he's likely going to get traded. I think he's gone. Got to think about NFC teams that need receiver help, potentially Washington, Carolina, Chicago, some of those teams that have money to spend, because it's not just an NFC team that needs receiver help, but also has to have the money to pay T. Higgins. Nick says the New York Giants. What do you guys think? Get your predictions in the chat. We'll chat you out right now. Grant says he's begging them not to trade him to Carolina. Dre says the Patriots. I'd be surprised if he stays in conference. Junior says Patriots. Garrett says Texas. I don't think he's going to the Texas Longhorns. I'd be very surprised. Maybe the Texans. Got the Jets, Panthers. Tim says he's playing in Cincinnati. Coley says the Bears. Dylan says the Bears. Mike says the Packers. Real Bengals fan says they'll trade him to move up in the draft. Phantom Big Boss says Falcons. David says Indy. Desi says Carolina. Stefan says Kansas City. The Chiefs would love to have T. Higgins. I don't think the Bengals want the Chiefs to have T. Higgins. I'd be surprised. Let's see. We got Jets. Josh says would love him on the Saints, but that's unrealistic. Yeah, they're kind of in salary cap hell. Max says Tennessee. Big Smokey says the Jets. Flam says the Saints. Vincent says the Steelers. Casey says the Titans. I don't know says the Titans. Zap says the Niners. Pop says Dallas or KC. David says the Lions. So those are some of the teams that everybody's thinking right now. We are on track to reach 367,000 subscribers today, but we need your help to get there. If you love the National Football League, if you want more daily news and rumors, want to be a part of our live shows twice a week, including our live coverage of the NFL Draft next month, this is the channel for you. Subscribe now for free. Spin the wheel of subs. Let's keep on getting this number up. Let's get to 367,500. I need three more. I need three more of you. You don't even have to invite the entire cookout to get us to this next milestone. Just make sure all your friends subscribe. Let's get to that next milestone. Two more. One more. We're not moving this graphic until we get our next subscriber. I can wait all day. There it is. Good work, everybody. Nice work. Run up the score a bit. Keep on running it up. Let's get to some super chats now. Christopher writes, Steelers need offensive tackle, center, safety, corner. If we get Cam Curl, Poyer, Gilmore, Trey White, Mims in the first, and Zach Frazier in the second, we are true Super Bowl contenders. Thoughts? All right, that's a lot to digest there. Super Bowl contenders, I don't know if I would say Super Bowl contenders, because you're still in the same conference as the Kansas City Chiefs and the Cincinnati Bengals and the Baltimore Ravens and the Miami Dolphins. I haven't even talked about the NFC and who could be on the other side. Pittsburgh, it's still Kansas City's to lose as far as I'm concerned, Christopher, but I do think they'd be much improved. Start with trying to win a playoff game first, and then we'll go from there. Christopher, thanks for the $5 super chat, my guy. Let's see. What are we going to next? Let's catch up to speed on the old tracker of what's happened here in free agency so far. Jameis Winston, 1 year, $8.7 million deal with the Cleveland Browns to be their backup quarterback behind Deshaun Watson there. Mike Gesicki going to the Bengals, 1 year deal up to $3.25 million. Joe Mixon, not released, contrary to reporting that came out yesterday. He's traded to the Houston Texans. Full details, TBD on that. Shaq Barrett going to the Miami Dolphins on a 1 year, $9 million deal for the two-time Pro Bowler and two-time Super Bowl champion. Darnell Mooney going to the Atlanta Falcons. 3 years, $39 million, $26 million guaranteed. Obviously, they brought in Cousins as well, and that Falcons team is going to be a force to be reckoned with in 2024. Derrick Henry, Off to the Baltimore Ravens. 2 years, $16 million, up to $20 million in incentives, $9 million guaranteed. The Ravens wanted a blue chip running back of sorts, and they got their guy with Derrick Henry. Irv Smith going to the Kansas City Chiefs on a 1-year deal. Another tight end to play along with Travis Kelce there. Malcolm Roach to the Broncos. 2 years, $8 million. Michael Dunn going to the Browns. 1-year deal. Full details to be announced there. Robertson going to the Lions. Pretty friendly deal. 2 years, $9.25 million, helping out that defense with $4.25 million guaranteed. Patrick Queen, he is playing the Joker role, going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. 3 years, $41 million, leaves the Baltimore Ravens to go to the arch rival there and beef up that Steelers defense. Drew Lock going to the Giants, 1 year, $5 million. Could we have a quarterback competition in New York between Lock and Daniel Jones? Shelby Harris remains in Cleveland, 2 years, $9 million. Gerald Everett going to Chicago as the Bears continue to spend a decent amount of money. 2 years, $12 million there with $6.1 guaranteed. Got a $2 super chat coming in from Mike. Mike wants to know, thoughts on the Packers free agency? Who's their next target? I love what the Packers have done. They've been one of the biggest winners in free agency so far. And this is not your grandma's Green Bay Packers, folks. 4 years, $48 million for Josh Jacobs. A nice upgrade at that position. I thought that was a big deal for them to get out the cheddar for Josh Jacobs, pun intended. And Xavier McKinney as well. Xavier McKinney, I think, is one of the more underrated safeties in the National Football League. You get him on a 4-year, $68 million deal. The Packers are in great shape. I don't know, honestly, if the Packers are going to make any more moves at this point, but that's a team that surprised people, winning a playoff game, beating the Dallas Cowboys in the wild card round last year. Obviously, it's a tough division with the Detroit Lions there, but you better believe the Packers are going to be a playoff team once again. Maybe they go receiver, try to find some receiver help for Jordan Love as their next potential move there for Green Bay. Thanks for that $2 super chat there on the Green Bay Packers. We certainly appreciate it there. We continue as we are in the beginning of a brand new hour of NFL free agency coverage. Tyler Jones, Trish Gerard here with you as it is just past 3 o'clock on the East Coast, noon out west. If you want a shout out, spam me in the chat. We will shout you out as we continue here on NFL Daily. And it has already been a busy day to this point with the moves that have occurred here in free agency. Let's shout out everybody that's spamming me right now. I got Nick, Mike, Junior, Vincent, Derp. I got Kaylee, Connor, Felix, Kaylee, Jesse, Twist, Isaac, John. Let's break the record. Spam me as fast as you can. Our record's 489. We want to go even faster than that. If this is the last thing you do in life is spam me in the chat, make it worthwhile right now. Caleb, Dylan, Jimmy, John, Felix, Brian, Desi, Stephanie, Dylan, Brian, Rusty, Lewis, Call, Michael, A, Chief, Mike, Christine, Dylan, Lewis, Michael. 30 more seconds. Finish strong. Dylan, Music, Nacho, Michael, Ben, Nemo, Out of the Pocket, Lewis, Nacho, Lewis. 10 more seconds. Here we go. Break the record. Break the record. Faster, faster. Christine, Kyler, Josh, Jimmy, Uno, Callie, Ram, Fly, Chase, Christine, Victor, Chef, Caden, Dylan, Mario, John. Good stuff. Nice work, everybody. Did we break the record? We're waiting on the update here. I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be very, very close to see if we broke the record here. All right. Nicely done. Trace Gerard back here with me now as we continue. We are 2 hours in. Trace, what's kind of your thoughts of what we've seen so far in the day here?
Man, it's been a busy day. I think that we could see a guy like Chase Young. We could see a guy like Danielle Hunter maybe get a deal soon. There's some some really high-profile free agents that still need a home. And I'm excited to see where some of these guys can land. It's going to be a lot of fun if you ask me.
Absolutely. So close. Ooh. That's close.
Brutal.
Brutal. Shout
As
out
some
Big
would
Tex.
say in the chat, brutal.
Let's see how many followers Trace can get right now.
Come on, help a brother out. I'm going to put the link in the chat. I'm going to put the live link in the chat to follow me on Twitter. If you want to see some crazy NFL takes, some really wild Saints coverage, I encourage you to follow Trizzy on Twitter. Been growing my social media platforms. Been trying to at least. So every follow would really help me get there. I'm going to give shout outs to people who do follow me on social media. None yet. No worries. I'm going to put them in the chat. Let's get me to 3,000 followers. I just crossed 2,000. I woke up with 2K, but I want to go to bed with 3K. That would be a historic day here at
That'd be huge.
the office. Let's
Follow
see.
Trace.
Let's see. Any followers yet? Nothing yet. Nothing yet. We're going to have them pile in. We're getting a few.
I follow Trace. You should too.
Yeah, Tyler follows me. And Tyler is a legend. So if Tyler can follow me, so can you.
Trace is very entertaining on social media, folks.
I like to think I am. I like to have fun.
He's fun in real life too, but social media, the show just continues.
See, the thing is, I think social media is a place where you can go and have some fun. You can talk some mess against another fan base, and you don't have to take it all personal. I put out a tweet yesterday that a lot of people are, getting mad and throwing personal insults and stuff. I'm like, dude, don't. It's Twitter. Stop taking it so seriously.
I really liked your Kirk Cousins video.
I thought it was really funny. So shout out to Ragnarok, Howell, Matt, Detroit Lions 23, Isaac Flam, Malcolm Clark, Duck Beam, TJ, David, and GM Muhammad, and Guff, Gwen, and Tremarius. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for giving me a follow. Y'all are legends. And Mike. Shout out to you, Mike. Let's see here. I'm seeing Out the Bark. Yeah, I saw that tweet as well from Dov Kleiman, Aaron Wilson, saying there's some mutual interest. There we go. There's mutual interest between the Texans and Vikings Pro Bowl free agent defensive end Danielle Hunter, per league sources, but nothing imminent. It's a fluid situation. Multiple teams are intrigued by Morton Ranch grad coming off a 16.5 sack year. He has 87.5 career sacks. That's pretty impressive for a single player. That's really, really productive.
Not brutal.
Not brutal. Brutal for the teams that don't get to sign him.
We'll see where he ends up. The Texans and Danielle Hunter. Could that be in the works there? Where will Danielle Hunter sign? Get your predictions in the chat right now. And we'll see what you guys have to say of where you think he is going to end up there. The Texans were already a good team last year. You add Danielle Hunter to the arsenal there, and this team could be part of the conversation to win the AFC next year.
Oh, absolutely. I think that if you can bring in Danielle Hunter, I mean, it definitely makes you feel better about not bringing back Jonathan Grenard. That is a really good – could you imagine Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson? That's a nice little duo.
Ooh.
That's a nice little duo.
Check it in the chat. Some of the predictions I'm seeing: Bears, Titans, Chiefs, Patriots, Titans, Saints, Bears, Titans, Texans, Bears, Titans, Pats, Panthers, Titans, Lions, Falcons, Titans, Packers, Broncos. A lot of Titans in there. I think they're coming from the same guy, KC, though.
Absolutely.
So we'll see where Danielle Hunter is going to go or not. You are watching Chat Sports' live coverage of NFL Free Agency Frenzy, day number 2. And here is how you can get on the show. It is our Super Chat menu, $sign next to the chat box if you want to contribute. $2 gets you a beer cheers. $5 will talk about your team. $10 will give you a hot take for 2024. $20. We'll do a wheel spin. Still waiting on our first wheel spin of the day. And it's a 2-for-1 special. You send in a 20, you get 2 wheel spins on the house. $50 super chat. We will do a beer bong. Trizzy is ready for that beer bong accordingly. Let's get to our next super chat. Miranda writes in, Tyler, I know you're stressing about Seattle's middle linebacker situation. What should they do now? Devin White, Bobby Wagner. What about safety Simmons? Re-sign Diggs. Yeah, it's not feeling good. I can tell you that much, Miranda. Let's start with the middle linebacker equation, then we'll get to the safety part. I would bring back Bobby, even if it's just a 1-year deal. You lost Allen, Patrick Queen. You need some reinforcements. Go call Bobby and apologize or whatever you need to do. Go bring him back. Devin White could be intriguing, too. You need help, though. And I would hate to have to wait till the draft because this is not a great draft for the middle linebacker position. Safety, Simmons is intriguing. I don't hate that idea. Diggs, it has to be for a lot less money than what he was making previously. It had to be a significant pay cut, which I don't know how likely that is since they didn't restructure his last deal. So we'll see. But thanks for that super chat there. Ramcast. Only 104 likes away.
Now we're 95 likes ever since this one came in. So we're 95 likes from Ramcast sending in a 20 so we can spin that wheel.
Big money. Big money.
We want to have some fun. There's ways where you can get some hot takes. We'll do some drinking. We'll do some jumping jacks or something. Who knows what we could do. The wheel is full of fun, and I guarantee you guys want to see it. Yeah, yesterday I did like 15 beer bongs. I'm not going to lie. I couldn't army crawl back to my apartment, so I just log rolled all the way back to my apartment about a half mile because I just was stumbling out of here. It was crazy.
Your liver will thank you later.
Exactly. My liver will just it'll take care of that. As I like to say, that's tomorrow's problem.
Dom
that's
says
future Trace's fault.
Trace Gerard to the Vikings. Confirm or deny?
I did pick off Kyler Murray, and I could see the Vikings needing some DB help. And just putting out there, I picked off a former number 1 overall pick, for those of you who are curious. For those of you who forgot, I missed it on Twitter.
Could you join Cooper DeJean as the second white corner in the NFL?
Maybe. See, I like to think of myself more as a drop back and coverage linebacker, protect the middle.
Okay.
I don't think I could go toe-to-toe with some of these top-tier wide receivers, but have me lurking over the middle, just kind of hanging out, hiding in plain sight. Boom, I'm right there.
Boom.
Boom. Right there.
Tough actin' Tenactin.
Ooh.
2K God 24. You better be good at 2K with that type of name. Hot take with Kurt signing in Atlanta. The Minnesota Vikings trade JJ to Arizona in exchange for the number 4 pick. I can dream as a Cards fan. LOL. Man, wouldn't that be something? The Vikings trade up to number 4 to get McCarthy. I think McCarthy's stock we've seen rise quite a bit. At this point, I'd be surprised he falls out of the top 10.
Yeah, it would be kind of shocking to see that. I will say this. I mean, if they can go and get a good quarterback for Justin Jefferson, why would they want to move on from him? Wouldn't you want to give a rookie quarterback the best wide receiver possible? And what better than the best wide receiver in the NFL? Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, I could see that.
/ Jamar Chase. But still, those are 2 of the top guys.
Another signing coming in, Dante Fowler to the Commanders.
Boom. Pass rusher.
More help on the defense for Dan Quinn there.
Dan Quinn is getting active, I'll tell you what.
10 sacks the past 2 seasons with the Cowboys.
Not too bad. Hey, the Cowboys, so starting to kind of see the trend. It's the Washington Cowboys. It's the New Orleans Raiders. It's the Denver Saints. We're seeing a lot of people get brought in. The Atlanta Bears.
It's go with what you know, what you're familiar with.
Exactly.
Mark with a $5 super chat.
Ooh. What's
Give
up, Chat
Brother
Sports
Tom
Legend?
and Jeremy an aloha from me. No. We are all just F Tom in the chat. There's no allohas for Tom. Just spam F Tom.
Unless it's aloha like goodbye.
Exactly. A bunch of guys are let go, which I did not mind. Have 0 replacements, not enough picks for all the holes. Referring to the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry doesn't like to spend in free agency. They typically are more of the trade and draft pick variety here. I'll say this. I know that this isn't a $10 hot take, but I'll say it anyway. The Cowboys, I feel, Trace, like that's a good roster. I don't think them losing in the wild card round is as indicative of how good that team actually is. I think they're still one of the better teams in the NFC. They're not far off, I think, from winning the NFC. I think that coach holds them back. The roster is actually pretty close.
Yeah. No, I mean, they have a lot of really intriguing pieces. They can get that quarterback spot. I mean, Dak Prescott, he's good. If they can just get him to get just right over that little hump, right over the lip. The defense, it's played well. Jerry Jones, where were you? He said he wanted to go all in this year, but yesterday he was on a yacht. It's kind of hard to make moves for NFL free agency if you're not even in the country, if you're not even on the ground. It's kind of tough to make that happen.
Yeah, easier said
I'm not sure that you can get good cell reception in the Bahamas or in Nassau. I don't know. I've been there once or twice, but
another
tough.
one from Mark. It's not like all these guys have had huge contracts. Many of them are reasonable. Jerry Jones is a fool. He will pat himself on the back like re-signing Coach Tubby. That's another thing. This market, like, it's been so bizarre what we've seen, Trace. Like, offensive guards are getting paid a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Running backs have been getting paid a lot. But then other positions like wide receiver are not getting what we expected either. Like, there is chances to get players at a reasonable price right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, credit to the running backs. Love seeing the boys getting paid. I personally am a fan of running backs. I think that good team should have a good running back, so it's nice to see those guys get paid. But it is definitely kind of interesting seeing that the wide receiver and some of these other prime positions aren't making a ton of money. Interior offensive line is another spot that's getting paid a lot of big bucks in free agency this year. Let's kick it over to Ramcast. $5 super chat. What are your thoughts on the USFL and the XFL combining, and what do you think it will be? And do you think it'll be a disaster or another good football
For
league?
the love of football.
For the love of football. I mean, like, I'll say this: spring football is better than no football. I would rather watch crappy football than watch zero football whatsoever. So I don't hate it. I think it's kind of a interesting idea. I mean, plus you had some guys come out of the NFL or come out of the XFL like a PJ Walker, who's now made himself a career as a backup in the NFL.
Well, I'll say this: you got guys that are starting to become household names, like Case Cookus.
Yes.
Is one. A.J. McCarron. Some
Abram
of these others
Smith.
that people recognize and associate with that league, which is what they need. They need some staying power of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
I like you. I hope it does well. I hope it succeeds with The Rock behind it, Fox, ESPN, and everything. I hope they have a good year. We'll see. We got a tweet from Diana Rossini, who says the Las Vegas Raiders are expected to cut Jimmy Garoppolo tomorrow, per sources. There are a few teams interested. Jimmy G, he's got a 2-game suspension to start the year. Last year was a disaster for him in Las Vegas. Imagine he's going to be a backup at his next location. No surprise, really, to see the Raiders move on from Jimmy G.
Yeah, you had to see this one coming. Do what? Pull one out for Jimmy G.
Pour me.
Pour one out for porn star
Pour
Jimmy.
me another drink.
Because I don't want to hear a thing no more, hell no. I just want to sip it till the pain wears off. Bye, Jimmy.
Pour me.
See you, Jimmy. Cheers to you. Congrats on making all that money. Shout out your favorite team.
Cheers to Morgan.
Yeah, cheers. Shout out your favorite team. We'll talk about the first one we see. We're going to let you guys start rapid fire typing it. We are trying to see how many fans are in the chat and who's the strongest fan base in here. So I'm going to close my eyes, count to 10, and the first one I see, we're going to be talking about. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bang.
Niners. The Niners. The San Francisco 49ers. They did bring back Juwan Jennings, which I think is a good move for him. I honestly would have loved to see him pair up with Clint Kubiak in New Orleans. That's a selfishly biased take. But they brought back Colton McKivitz. Chase Sr., not a huge fan of this move. He was a little underwhelming. Backup quarterback, Arkansas legend Brandon Allen, also coming back to the Bay. But I love this Leonard Floyd signing. I think this was a really, really good move to pair him opposite of Nick Bosa in San Francisco.
Yeah, I love the move to bring in Leonard Floyd, and relatively reasonable, too. 2 years, $20 million, $12 million guaranteed. The thing with the Niners is that they always find a way to stay relevant and compete and use their money to their advantage. I think John Lynch has done a really good job. It hasn't been perfect. Of course, everybody brings up what happened with Trey Lance and all that. But free agency, these trades, these are their bread and butter. And you better believe the Niners are not going to get worse. They're only going to get better.
Yeah.
There's no reason to think they're still one of the best teams in the NFC again.
Absolutely. I mean, they have a very complete roster. They have a offense that is multiple, that can find ways to be successful in a lot of different forms of fashion. This George Odom signing as well, or the extension, excuse me, that is a solid move, trying to keep some continuity there for San Francisco. But Mark, our chat sports legend and Cowboys fan, sending another $5 super chat. JJ does not like signing free agents. Yes, and where has that gotten us? Hey, I don't like prostate exams, but you got to do what you got to do. Clown. That's pretty funny. Yeah, you
so I assume his prostate exams have gone well.
I guess so. Mark, I hope your prostate's doing well, buddy. I hope that's not weird. I really hope that's not a weird thing to say.
Get that checked out.
Yeah. Hey, you got to take care of yourself.
Yeah.
If you don't take care of yourself, no one will. I'm just going to say that.
Ask your doctor.
Chili 5-0.
Chili 5-0.
I'll let you take this one.
I'll
let you take this one. Seattle question.
What's the deal with Seattle? You would think Mike McDonald would be aggressive in free agency, but not. Any ideas why? Also, what's their top free agents? Well, first off, it's not ultimately Mike McDonald's decision. That's up to John Schneider. Bottom line, they don't have a ton of money now. They're down to $21 million. They had to take care of Leonard Williams and Noah Fant first. I think you got to look at the linebacker position now and see what you can do since you missed out on Patrick Queen. I'd call Bobby back. I'd be like, hey, we need some reinforcements when it comes to the linebacker room. That'd be the first thing I'd do is figure things out from there. Also need some safety help. You missed out on Geno Stone. Let's see what they can do potentially there. That's what I'm looking at. Linebacker and safety for what's next for Seattle there. Chili 5-0, thanks for that. $5 super chat. J-Lane 1, chances of Justin Simmons to the Steel City. Trace, it's interesting. The Steelers, kind of like the Cowboys, traditionally speaking, are usually not big spenders in free agency. They are a team that loves to build through the draft, but they're being aggressive here.
No doubt.
Justin Simmons, that could be an intriguing prospect.
No doubt. I mean, this is a guy who, he's pretty good. He's a good safety. He's a good defensive back. 3 interceptions last year. He only allowed 23 catches, and this is a guy who also allowed a passer rating of 85.9 in 2023. I was surprised to see the Broncos move on from Justin Simmons. I figured they would at least try and trade him if you wanted to move on, but, it's a business, and at the end of the day, you can't always make what you want happen. So Justin Simmons signing with a team, I think, is going to be a very underrated move for whoever he ends up with.
Well, and you look at that Steeler team. That's a team, Trace, that last year won 10 games, made the playoffs, lost the wild card round. They're trying to take that next step up to get to where they want to be. Mm-hmm. You add in a Justin Simmons, like every little piece helps. Like that could be a huge difference.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And Justin Simmons, he's a really talented player. Tyrann Mathieu, one of the most well-respected safeties in the league, he says that he's one of his favorite players in the NFL and one of his favorite safeties. So, if a guy like that is speaking highly about this kind of player, probably should listen. Tyrann Mathieu is a very well-respected guy across the NFL. We're going to kick it to these stats by Justin Simmons. He had 70 tackles, 2 tackles for a loss, 8 pass breakups, 3 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, and like I said a little bit ago, an 85.9 passer rating allowed. He was really talented. A coverage grade of 63.4 and a overall grade of 67.9. He is also good against the run.
One of the few bright spots from the Denver Broncos last year.
Yeah, absolutely, without a doubt. Ramcast, I think that I was waiting for this super chat. Josh Gordon and Ben DiNucci is the Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce of the XFL.
Wow.
It's pretty funny. It's pretty good.
Ben DiNucci was with the Seattle Sea Dragons last year.
Yep.
So was Josh Gordon,
Yep.
too.
Yep.
I don't think they got very far in the
Ben
XFL playoffs
DiNucci.
last year, but
The
the Italian stallion, Ben DiNucci.
Ben DiNucci walked so Tommy DeVito could go win a few games.
Yeah. Ramscast, who is your XFL team or UFL, whatever it's called?
Yeah, let us know.
I would assume that you got to be a Battlehawks fan there in St. Louis.
Absolutely.
As far as that goes.
that's
Trace,
a good
we
one.
are so close to 1,000.
Come on.
likes.
Come
We need
on.
50 more.
We're spinning the wheel at 50 more likes because Ramcast is going to send in a $20 super chat. So let's get there right this second. We're not moving on to anything
we got
else.
1,700 people watching. If everybody likes the video, we will easily get there right now. Stop whatever you're doing and make sure you hit the like button or you eat corn the long way.
Yeah, we're not going to anything else until we get to that 1,000 mark because, hey, we're trying to
40
make
more.
something happen. We only need 40 more. So 40 of y'all, tickle that little thumbs up icon, like the video for us. That way you can
Get
help
dirty
us.
with it.
Yeah, tell you love it. I don't know, buy it some flowers or something. I don't know. Get weird with that like button. But we're only 20 likes
22.
away. We need 22. Come on, let's get there now.
more.
One more.
One
Who's going
more.
to be 1,000? Who wants to be number 1,000? Come on, who's going to?
Come on.
Booyah! Ramcast. We'll be waiting to spin that
All
wheel
right,
for you, brother.
Ramcast.
Ball's
You're
in
next.
your court, my friend.
1,000 likes. Nicely done, chat.
Love
Nicely
to see
done.
it. Thank you for helping us out. Thank you for helping us keep this thing moving.
More
Mark.
super chats. Mark, prostate's perfect. Well, that's great. Unlike our free agency, referring to the Dallas Cowboys. You going to trust Rico, Sam, and Huff over Armstrong, Pollard?
And Biotish.
Our starters were okay. You think those three are upgrades? I don't know, but the draft will be here soon. Maybe when it's all said and done, it'll all be upgrades. But I can't confidently say that. It is hilarious, isn't it, Trace, that this is the one move they've done as a long snapper?
So normally we have like a 4 or 5 list of 5, 6 plus people that the Cowboys could have signed or that he did sign. I've only made one move. Their line snapper. Good job, Jerry. Way to take care of your priorities, my friend. Way to take care of it. Clap it up
There
for
it
Jerry
is
Jones.
from Ramcast.
Boom! Boom!
Spin
Boom! Boom!
that wheel.
Wheel! Also, it's St. Louis, and I just found out they deleted the Sea Dragons and made the USFL a conference and the XFL a conference, like the AFC and NFC.
Yes, they did.
Yep.
Ramcast, you're a real one for sticking by your word, man.
Hey, Ramcast, he was a legend yesterday, and he's acting as if he's a legend again today, and it's hard to disagree. This
Everybody
man,
spam Ramcast.
get Ramcast in the chat and show him some love.
That's the biggest super chat of the day so far.
Love to see it. Love to see it. We still want to try and get that $50 super chat so we can take down a beer bong for you. But hey, without further ado, producer Jack, when you're ready, let's spin that wheel.
Big money. Big money.
Come on, give me something good. Give me something good. Oh,
That's
nothing.
lame.
The wheel giveth and it taketh away just as easy.
Let's still do two. Let's not count that.
But
Remember what we said. First person to send in 20 gets 2 spins.
boom!
I
So
think we
that's
should
2
still
spins.
do 2 more spins.
That's 2 spins.
Yep.
Tick, 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 tick,
I'm vetoing Jack. We're doing 2 spins.
And beer chug, stay on beer chug. Oh, 5 jumping
5
jacks.
jumping jacks.
All righty.
All right, here we go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom.
There we go. Spin it again. Big money.
Tick, 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 tick.
Shots.
Everybody, shot, 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 shot. Everybody. Woo!
Get it out.
We're taking
Get the
some
liquor
shots.
out.
We're going to go get the liquor. I am the liquor, as Jim Leahy would say. What's up, Mr. Leahy? The real ones know about Mr. Leahy. One
Another
more
super.
super chat to hit real quick.
Malik Willis checking in.
Shout out to the Titans
Am I
backup QB.
stuck in Tennessee? Or do you know any team that needs a solid young quarterback? My agent rang the Cowboys, but it went to voicemail. All right, Malik, first off, you are not a solid young quarterback. I I think
the
you got a
XFL
great
might need
career
a guy.
waiting for you in the UFL.
Yeah, I think the UFL could use some talent.
I don't think there's going to be a market for Malik Willis. Really,
You want red or black?
red.
Okay. See, that's good because on the roulette table, I like black.
I
like
go
black.
red.
I'm always black on the roulette table. You're always red, so this worked out perfect for both of us.
Fireball.
We got the fireball. All righty.
All right, here we go.
Tyler, cheers to you, brother.
Cheers.
Cheers to the NFL fans.
To the NFL fans.
Ooh.
There we go.
That fireball will get you
That
going.
puts some hair on your chest.
Yeah, that'll make you want to text your ex-girlfriend or something.
Oh, God. Mark is back.
Ruh-roh.
We had holes. Whoa.
Whoa.
At linebacker, running back, linebacker, offensive line depth, defensive end, defensive tackle, and now we lose a center, left tackle, and DN. Our starters lost to need to be upgraded, in my opinion. This is not an upgrade. Asshole. 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 Asshole.
Asshole. I love it. Mark, appreciate you. I mean, it is kind of hard to disagree. It's like you have some needs. You're letting those kind of players leave. Like, what's going on with Jerry? What are you scheming up there, Jer Bear? He's on vacation. That's very true. Ramcast, Joe Flacco to the UFL, and also he wants to say hello to producer Jack.
Hi, Ramcast.
Producer Jack, one of the best in the biz, alongside
Why would you want to say
producer
hello to
Sam.
Jack?
We love to see it. Any news on Danielle Hunter? There's some reports about some possible interest with the Texans, but Ari Merov, he did just put out a tweet that adds some context about some teams that haven't really been as active in free agency. The teams that have not made a single outside free agent signing: the Cowboys, Saints, Seahawks, Colts, and Buccaneers.
Can we hold this for a second here? Doesn't Ari look like a generic photo you would make with AI of a guy in a suit?
I'm not kidding. That picture that's in his background, if you Google NFL background, it's like the third picture that shows up. I'm not kidding.
That photo, and then just him. He looks like he's made by AI. Like, let's come up with generic business guy in AI. But I can promise you, Ari is actually a real human being. He does exist. And every once in a while, he'll break news.
Yep.
All right. Now, as far as those teams go, we're waiting.
Yeah, Cowboys got a long snapper. It's the same guy.
Don't get your hopes up, Cowboy fans.
There you go.
Hate to break it to you.
It's just, Jerry, what are you doing?
Saints don't really have money.
No, they're now actually over the cap. They have like $1 million, something to spend. So you got some money.
Seahawks, we'll see, hoping.
Yeah, they did extend Tyrann Mathieu and Demario Davis, both older players, but still playing at a high level. But, at some point, get younger, get cheaper. That's kind of the thought process there. But these two players are very high production players. Seahawks free agency: Tyler Lockett, 2-year, $34 million deal. Noah Fant, 2-year, $21 million. And Leonard Williams. How big of a move was it to keep Leonard Williams?
Oh, it was lethal.
Yeah.
Because you gave up a second and fifth round pick at the deadline. And so if he would have gone elsewhere, it would have been like, well, why did we even take the time to make the trade? What was the point then? Not to mention, he was the best player on their defense in the second half of 2023. So you had no choice to get it done. No, it wasn't cheap, but it was the right decision by Seattle to do so there.
No doubt.
Josh Uche back to the Patriots.
Boom. There you go.
Also, Kenny Moore back to the Colts.
Boom. We got Zaire Franklin, Michael Pittman, Tyquan Lewis, and Grover Stewart all inking some new deals, making some money this free agency period. You also have their punter. He's coming back, Kenny Moore, a really good slot cornerback. It's interesting and a good move for Indianapolis to keep him around.
Do you think Sanchez is the next Pat McAfee?
He could be. He could, and maybe in a few years we have the Rigoberto Sanchez show on ESPN and on
I'd
YouTube.
watch.
I would, no doubt. I mean, if there's anything that the Colts are doing,
Rigoberto Sanchez, if you're anything like your predecessor, there's a job waiting for you at Chat Sports when you retire.
Absolutely. And Kenny Moore, 3-year, $30 million deal re-signing with the Indianapolis Colts. It's a really good move for Indianapolis. And like Tyler just mentioned a few moments ago, Josh Uche, he re-signed with the Patriots. 1-year deal. Details are to be announced.
So with Josh, this is somebody that is a sneaky good football player. I thought he could have hit the open market and gone elsewhere to go to an actual good team. Unlike New England, I'm kind of surprised to see him stay when he can be a valuable player elsewhere. We'll see.
Yeah.
Will the Colts make the playoffs? They were very close last year with a backup quarterback, might I add, Gardner-Johnson.
Had they completed that one pass at the very end of the last game of the season, maybe they make the playoffs. So let's see if they can make it back.
I'm going to vote no.
Richardson.
I think that team overachieved. I think they take a step back. But I still think that they're headed in the right direction.
Absolutely. I really liked Anthony Richardson as a
quarterback.
quarterback.
I like Shane Steichen, their head coach,
I
too.
do as well. I love Shane Steichen being their coach. It's going to be, like you said, I think that there might be a little bit of a regression, but I also could see them being, taking one step back, few steps forward in the future and making, some noise in the regular season and in the postseason in the future. Ramcast, $5 super chat. Now I have up. Ooh. 2K likes, 367,000 subs, and a $50 bomb. Ramcast, he called a shot. So you know what to do. Like the video and subscribe. So that way we can get.
Like and subscribe, and we'll do the $50 beer bong.
It'll be awesome. It'll be electric. Trust us. You want to see that go down. Keep letting us know. Will the Colts make the playoffs? I'm seeing Ben Like Sports say no. Isaac saying no.
No, man. No, man. No, man.
Isaac is saying yes. We also have yes from Vincent and Sam and NW. Those are a bunch of yeses. Hutch prods, but Casey Khalif is saying no. We also got Lucky saying yes. We got Tom saying I. So I think he means I don't know. We got Lennox saying yes. Batala saying yes. Ben Like Sports, peppering in those no's. Dust Pack saying, breaking news, Tom Downey is the Cowboys owner. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. All righty. Mark, another $5 super chat. You know I have to apologize to the Skeletor and his son, Stevie. They are doing a great job. At this pace, we are in the running for a top 5 pick. Hey, you're going to love Shedeur Sanders or Quinn Ewers. I'll tell you what. You're going to love them.
I think Mark's panicking a little bit.
Yeah, maybe just a tad bit.
That prostate exam maybe didn't go so well.
Maybe not. Well, I mean, the Cowboys, they need to make some free agency signing. And
I think the Cowboys need a prostate exam.
Yeah, let's run through these free agents that the Cowboys or any team could possibly go and sign.
Danielle Hunter, Calvin Ridley, Justin Simmons, Tyron Smith, Chase Young. Who do you like of those 5? Who's your favorite?
My favorite has to be Danielle Hunter, but just to be a little bit different, I'm going to go Justin Simmons. He's a quality safety. He's a quality DB in this league. Danielle Hunter, though, is a wrecking ball, and he is really, really good at the game of football. I think that he's going to be extremely talented wherever he goes. But, Tyler, what about this 6 through 10 list? Who do you like on this list?
I like C.J. Gardner-Johnson. In fact, I have a bone to pick with whoever put this list together. How's he 6? He should be in that top 5 list.
Yeah,
I would bump him up.
He's a good player. He has a lot of swagger, a lot of charisma, a lot of energy. He's
a hell of a football player.
Has an attitude that is hard to ignore.
I think every team in the league could use a C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
No doubt. I mean, he's one that
I'm actually surprised he's still available.
I kind of agree as well. But OBJ, do you think that he goes back to the Ravens?
No, I don't think OBJ's back. In fact, I don't think OBJ is that great anymore. I think that OBJ, his best days are behind him. The OBJ you get now, whoever signs him, you're getting a number 3 receiver. You're not getting a 2 or a 1.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's going to be just a veteran guy, makes a few plays, knows how to, keep drives alive and whatnot. But at the end of the day, I don't know if he is the player he once was coming out of LSU. Now, an interesting name I see on here in the top 20, Andrus Peat. That is really hard to see him being a top 20 free agent, but so many people have been signed that he made it into this list. Stephon Gilmore, a quality cornerback, played well with the Cowboys. Laken Tomlinson, Devin White, Coleman Shelton as well to round out that list. Well, we just talked about Odell Beckham Jr.
My favorite weigh-in.
I was going to say, it's your favorite question. Would you sign OBJ? Give us an OBJ for yes or a no BJ for no.
OBJ or no
BJ.
BJ in the chat.
Let us know. New
We'll
live
make it the
poll.
poll question.
We're going to have you guys vote in the live poll, too, so we can get a gauge of what
Honestly,
the percentages are.
I think he's going to be overpriced. I think you're getting number 3 receiver. I'm smashing no BJ in the chat.
I'm going to have to go no BJ as well. I see a lot of people saying Saints OBJ. Nah, man, I'm good on that. The homecoming few years ago, sure. But it feels like that would be like a Jarvis Landry kind of signing where it's like, oh, cool. But you're hurt, and you're not as good as you used to be.
I understand. Every man doesn't feel that way. You don't want to say no BJ.
Of course.
But in this case, no BJ.
Yes.
Take care of your prostate. No BJ.
No doubt. So let's give some shout-outs. We got Yes BJ from Ramcast. Lewis saying OBJ for yes. Phobia, Falcons OBJ. That might be an interesting option. We also got Callie saying OBJ. Casey Khalif saying no BJ. Taxi saying, I got to have the BJ.
Washington's comment's incredible.
Let's see it. Who was it?
Washing machine.
Oh.
I can't read that out loud, but I can laugh.
That is some pure comedy if you've ever seen the Titans OBJ from D&D. I think that could be an interesting move. Pair him with Treylon Burks. Ben likes sports, no BJ. There's a lot of no BJs, a lot of OBJs, so love to see it. Ashawn Robinson. Let's talk about him. 3-year, $22.5 million deal for the Carolina Panthers. Trying to protect Bryce Young, give him at least a chance to show what he can do.
They need help. Bryce Young just needs to survive with that.
Survive in advance.
Yes. Just a pitiful offensive line they had last year and the talent around him. Like, everyone was trying to compare Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud, number 1, number 2 pick and all that. Like, C.J. Stroud was in a much better situation.
Oh, absolutely. And Ashawn Robinson being a defensive lineman that could shore up that side of the field, got to give Bryce Young something to look forward to on the defensive side of the ball. You got to let him rest. Got to let him take a breather, get a sip of water, talk with the coaches about what's going on. Ashawn Robinson joining the Carolina Panthers. He's a veteran who's been in the league for quite some time. I don't hate this move. A 2016 second-round pick out of Alabama. Maybe this is what the Panthers need to try and be competitive in a weak NFC South. Yeah, I said he was defensive. I clarified he was defensive. But yeah, got to give Bryce Young some time to rest and recoup and try and, get his bearings back, talk with the coaches and whatnot. So Ashawn Robinson could be a good addition in Carolina. Keyshawn Nixon, 3 years, $18 million deal. What do you think about that?
All-pro returner.
Yep.
Playmaker. Looks like that deal can go to 19.2 with incentives. One of the priorities for the Packers to take care of that. And you look at what the Packers have done. Xavier McKinney, Josh Jacobs. That's a very good football team going forward.
Absolutely.
I like what they're building there for many years to come.
No doubt. I mean, and on top of that, you got Jair Alexander on that side of the ball as well. That's a really intriguing cornerback prospect for the Packers. Keyshawn Nixon in 2023, he did play all 17 games, 80 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 6 pass breakups, an interception. He is a good player, and quite honestly, you can look at the stats that he put up over the last couple of seasons. In terms of his special teams value, he also is a kick returner. He had over 1,000 yards in 2022, 782 in 2023, but he also averaged over 26 yards per return. That means he's doing better than just kneeing the ball and getting it to the 25. 1 touchdown in 2023 as well, and had a long of 51 yards.
Think about this too, Trace.
Special teams, special players, special plays. As
Today's
Sketch would
NFL, it is so tough for the return game to be relevant with the rules that are in place now with the touchback and all here. Like, if you can get something out of a guy like Nixon to be that difference maker, that's a difference of potentially 2 or 3 first downs or more.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, and if you can get that good field position, not only does it give you the ability to get those extra couple of first downs, but you're starting off in a better situation where you can at least go and get 3 points as opposed to trying to force your way downfield. If you can't get anything moving, Keyshawn Nixon, a very dynamic player. And wee-woo. We got some more news. Devontae Parker, the wide receiver from the Patriots, is headed to the city of brotherly love. 1 year,
Good
less than
value
$5 million.
here.
That's
Devontae
great.
Parker, when he actually has a quarterback to throw to him the ball, has shown flashes of brilliance. We saw him play pretty well in Miami, had his moments in New England. I like Devontae Parker. You put him in that Philadelphia Eagles offense, which is explosive, with Jalen Hurts, of course, running that offense, and you got talent there like A.J. Brown, among others there. Of course, they bring in Saquon Barkley now. I think the Eagles are going to get the version of Devontae Parker we saw in Miami. I expect him to bounce back nicely.
Without a doubt. I mean, when you look back even at 2019, he had over 1,000 yards and 9 touchdowns, and that was his best season for the Dolphins. And then he heads over to New England. It's kind of underwhelming. You saw the production on your screen just a moment ago. But take into consideration who's throwing him the ball. Mac Jones, who was just traded away, and Bailey Zappi, who, Zappy Gilmore was fun. It was definitely a nice change of pace, but let's be real, he's not a starting quarterback in this league.
He'll be released here soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Devontae Parker, a really good value signing for Philadelphia. Howie Roseman just continues to put on a clinic in these off seasons.
Meanwhile, we want to make sure you guys sub. Help us reach our next milestone, 367,000 subscribers. We are less than 500 away from reaching that next milestone. Trace, this isn't the only time we're going to be live. We're going to be live here in a few weeks again for the draft.
Absolutely. The NFL draft coverage is going to be stellar. We're going to have a lot of fun breaking down every single pick that comes through. And on top of that, we're also going to have awesome NBA coverage and NBA draft coverage and NBA, all sorts of stuff. Just NBA has a ton of stuff that happens in this time of the year and all throughout the year. So if you want a one-stop shop that's going to have all of it covered for you, all of it 365 days a year, you should subscribe. And I'll tell you what, if you subscribe right now, you're guaranteeing your team one more win. So watch this. If you don't subscribe, come back to this video in a few months, and we'll go talk about where your team landed in the playoffs, if they even made the playoffs. Because, heck, that one extra sub could make the difference between a 1 seed and maybe a wild card spot, or maybe you're
winning
the
free.
division.
It doesn't cost you a thing.
That's the best part. It's free. Nothing in life is free anymore. And this is. That's how great of an offer we're making you.
And
free.
And you can recommend your friends subscribe. Makes for a great Christmas present.
No
Doesn't
doubt.
cost you a thing.
No doubt.
Christmas, birthday present. Make sure everybody subscribes to the channel. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV to subscribe now.
Also, one more thing. While future superstars like Nikola Jokic are getting drafted during a Taco Bell commercial on ESPN, we will be here breaking down the picks.
Yep.
So, would you rather watch people get
deals on
drafted?
tacos?
Would you rather watch people get drafted during a Doritos commercial, or would you rather have analysts here breaking down every single pick?
Yeah,
That's the Chat Sports
And we
difference.
still think outside the bun.
Yep. That's a good one, Tyler. That's a good one, dude.
I'll be
That's a
here
good
all
one.
week.
That's a good one, man. That's funny. There we go. Let's get to another super chat from Ramcast. How does the UFL draft go? If I remember correctly, they go by position. So each team can go and pick whichever quarterback and skill positions, and then they do
what they did was the teams got to retain players from their previous rosters, and then they filled up the rest. They had a player pool of the teams that were eliminated from the league, and went from there.
Okay, and the draft already happened, correct?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so the UFL draft already happened. We would.
You didn't miss anything.
Maybe we'll cover some UFL. Probably not, but maybe. Yeah, I remember doing the XFL draft.
Oh yeah.
A few years ago. The first year it came back, I think, or second year.
We had a super coming from Ramcast. It did not pull into our system, but what it said was someone asked for Titans news. So let's talk about the Titans a little bit.
Perfect. Sorry that our system couldn't pull that super chat for you, but we'll
Titans
talk
are
about
a dumpster fire.
Rand Carthen's got some work, unfortunately, to do. Lost Derrick Henry. That's a big time
The
loss.
Tony Pollard signing was a bit of a head scratcher for me because And same with Cheeto, too. And Kenneth Murray, for that matter. Because here's the deal, Trace. This is a team that is going to suck. Mm-hmm. They are going to be a bad football team. Why are you spending money and not just embracing the tank?
I mean, I get it. They have a lot of cap money to spend, so you're scratching your head thinking, you couldn't bring back Derrick Henry, so you're going to just bring in Tony Pollard? Like, I like the player in Tajay Spears. I think he's a great guy.
I do too.
Great player coming out of Tulane. But again, like, you lost Azeez Al-Shire, you lost Sean Murphy-Bunting. Like, you have money to spend. Why are you not spending it? Like, I get the idea of embracing the tank, but, like, they're not embracing the tank, and they're not going all in. What the hell are you doing? You're just kind of playing in purgatory, it feels like. I mean, I like what the Titans could do, but they're not doing anything. Just got to make something happen.
They are going to be mediocre, but not bad enough to land the number 1 pick next year.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to be like pick 12 or something, like terrible spot to pick.
Kind of broader subject on the Titans, just in that sense. Like, in the NFL, to be competitive, you got to do one of two things. Either you have to embrace the tank and build up everything to get good, or you got to be good and just keep building on it. We've seen it is not a recipe for success to be a middle-of-the-pack team and try to build up that way. Like, you can't get out of that, typically speaking, and that's what the Titans are going to find themselves in.
Absolutely.
Another super chat from Jarrell Jack. Cleveland breakdown and update, please. Cleveland Browns. Browns are an interesting team. Like, they made the playoffs last year. Defense is really good. And, they've made some solid moves. I don't think they've done enough to put them in the elite upper echelon tier, but they haven't gotten worse.
Yeah. Sorry, I was reading a chat in the comment section. Dear person who's talking mess about people sending in super chats, don't tell people how to spend their money. But in terms of the Cleveland Browns, Jerry Jeudy, that trade, interesting move. I don't necessarily love it. Like, he's a great route runner, but he isn't amazing at catching the ball. Like, he just hasn't been all that great. But Zadarius Smith, keeping him around is good. Maurice Hurst, that's a good one. Jordan Hicks, bringing him in is going to be a big-time move to shore up that linebacker core next to Anthony Walker. And then Jameis Winston, the backup quarterback phenomenon, the most interesting man in the NFL, heads to Cleveland to back up Deshaun Watson, who's missed 12 games, or has only played in 12 games over the last 3 seasons.
I almost feel bad for Jameis. He's going to be very bored in Cincinnati.
Yeah, I feel
New Orleans was the perfect city for him.
Exactly. Like, I feel like he is New Orleans, and New Orleans is Jameis Winston, if that's a way to say it.
Tallahassee, Tampa, New Orleans, like,
those are Jameis Winston cities. Like,
Cleveland's going to be boring.
Yeah, I hope you can get over the cold out there, but they don't have a ton of money to spend, so that's why they're bringing in some of these kind of guys. Still bringing in some quality players.
Do you think
nonetheless.
Jameis is going to get better at Madden between now and when the season starts?
Yes, without a doubt. Without a doubt. I also think that he's going to learn he's going to have a lot more unique workouts. We'll get to see some interesting workout videos from him this offseason. But in Cleveland, maybe it's cold out there.
He's going to have a lot of time to play Madden in Cleveland.
Absolutely.
Derrick Henry, going to the Baltimore Ravens, 2 years, $16 million, up to $20 million in incentives, $9 million guaranteed. Big win for the Baltimore Ravens to get the running back they wanted on a reasonable contract. The run game going to be much improved with him in the fold. Takes pressure off Lamar Jackson here. Derrick Henry still has something left in the tank. I mean, this guy's a future Hall of Famer, and despite the wear and tear he's taken on. Remember, he played a significant amount at Alabama, too, prior to going to the Titans. He still averaged over 4 yards a carry and had 12 touchdowns last year and 1,100 yards. Is he going to run for 2,000 yards again? Absolutely not. But he's still going to run for 10-plus touchdowns and 1,000 yards if he stays healthy next year.
Yeah, I mean, the guy has averaged 4 yards a carry over the past handful of seasons. That's impactful football. If you can guarantee 4 yards every single time he's touching the ball, that's a good running back. Because if you think about it this way, 4 times 2 is 8, 4 times 3 is 12. How many yards is a first down? That's 10. Give him the ball 3 times, you're getting a first down in my book. Patrick Queen headed to these Pittsburgh Steelers, staying in the division. He signed a 3-year, $41 million deal. The Steelers, albeit, haven't made a lot of signings, but for them, it feels like it's quality over quantity. Bringing in Russell Wilson, paying him the vet minimum, and on top of that, Patrick Queen, a dynamic player on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, Patrick Queen, 3 years, $41 million, less than the projected market value. He was looking at his market value going in was about $18 million. So the Steelers get a deal that works for them. They get a dynamic football player at a discount, coming off his best season. The question I have about Patrick Queen, though, is that we saw Patrick Queen at his best playing alongside Roquan Smith.
Yep.
And playing in that Mike McDonald system. Who is Patrick Queen without Roquan Smith and without Mike McDonald? I don't know. I don't know if Patrick Queen can produce what he did in Baltimore or if he's going to go back to who he was before he was with Roquan Smith.
Without a doubt. I mean, you will have him paired up with T.J. Watt, who is a good pass rusher as well. However, like you said, you pair him with Roquan Smith, you get the best out of Patrick Queen. Let's see if the Queen can become a king in Pittsburgh. Aaron Wilson adding this tweet a few hours ago, or an hour ago, excuse me. There's mutual interest between the Texans and the Vikings. Pro Bowl free agent Danielle Hunter, per league sources. Nothing is imminent. It's a fluid situation. And teams are intrigued by the player coming off a 16.5 sack season. He also has 87.5 career sacks. That's a lot of sacks.
I'll say this about Danielle Hunter. I would think that because teams are the money is starting to dwindle a bit now with all the movement we've seen the last couple of days. You got to think if you're Danielle, I probably should sign pretty soon while I can still get the money that I'm worth.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I feel like for him, he's going to be prioritizing the money, but I also could see a player like that wanting to believing I can make a positive impact on whichever team I sign to. I want to go to a Super Bowl contender and get my hardware. I think Danielle Hunter has been doing a really good job over the past few seasons. 14.5 sacks back in 2019, 10 sacks in 2022. You see the trend. If he plays a full season or close to it, he is going to get double-digit sacks. It's a good player. He's a dynamic player, and I think that he has a very, very high upside and can
Trey,
make a
tell
huge
the
impact.
story, too. This is somebody that broke his neck several years ago, came back in 2021 after missing all of 2020, had 6 sacks in 7 games.
Yep.
And now is playing the best football of his career. I mean, most guys would not be able to make it back from what he did. And not only did he make it back, he's looked the best that he's looked his entire career. It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, like when we look back on players that got injuries and couldn't make things work and, they just had to come back from that. Patrick Queen is a great example of a comeback story, unlike Kim Kardashian. Adam Schefter, New England, is pushing to sign free agent Calvin Ridley, but sources believe that he will currently prefer to return to Jacksonville. Has been discussing a deal with the Jags, Dougie P, and Trevor Lawrence. Calvin Ridley stick around? What do you think? Do you think it's in his best interest to stick around?
I think the Jags are a better option than New England anyway.
I could agree.
They might not be able to give him the money that New England can. New England's got a ton of cap space, but Calvin Ridley, I think you look at that Jags team, you bring in Gabe Davis, Trevor Lawrence is back. I mean, they got some real talent there. That team, I think it's kind of now or never for them. They have a Super Bowl winning head coach. They got some good players, but is Trevor Lawrence and company, are they going to take that next step? If they don't take it now, when's it going to happen?
Exactly. I mean, Trevor Lawrence, he has the talent, he has the upside, but Doug Peterson needs to maximize that offense and get them to be a playoff team. I mean, they started off red hot in the season and tailed off big time in the latter portion of the 2023 season. Calvin Ridley is a great player when he's around. He was good in Atlanta. He obviously had that suspension because of the gambling stuff. It's a good player. Averages 13.4 yards per catch last year. 8 touchdowns. The numbers kind of speak for themselves whenever he can play.
Yeah, certainly so. Another tweet, or X, whatever we're calling them, from Shefty. He says, Bengals franchise wide receiver T. Higgins requested a trade. Per sources, Higgins loves Cincinnati and hoped to be with the team long term, but is disappointed the team has not had any talks about a long-term contract extension since March 2023. He's ready to move to a new home. And Jamar Chase, with some laughs about that as well, said this is a crazy story to tell. Not really buying that from his teammate there. I would be surprised if we see T. Higgins in Cincinnati long term. I don't know if they trade him now or if he leaves in free agency next year, but feels like the clock is ticking.
Yeah, I mean, when you come down to it, T. Higgins, I can see why he would want to get out of Cincinnati and be a starting caliber or be a starting wide receiver, be the wide receiver one. He is that kind of talent. He has that ability. He's just been in Jamar Chase's shadow this whole time, and I don't blame Jamar Chase for wanting to maybe keep him around, have his running mate in the locker room still. But I can also see T. Higgins wanting to go get that wide receiver one money, wanting to go and get all of the ability and all the glory of being a wide receiver one. But let us know, will the Bengals trade T. Higgins? Will they keep him around? Just type Y for yes, N for no. We'll give some shout-outs as well. Tyler, you want to give some shout-outs?
Yeah,
to
Y
yes
for
and
yes,
no's?
N for no. Will the Bengals trade T. Higgins? Austin says yes. Geo Marvel says yes. Mind Blitz Challenge says yes. Gamer says yes. Brian says yes. Vincent says yes. Zach says no. Fastback says yes. President says yes. Gaming says yes. Tim says no. Football Gaming says yes. Funny Football says yes. King says yes. Connor says no. Peter says yes. King says yes. Let's see. Who else we got here? King says yes. Pino says yes. Taco says yes. Funny Football says no. Steel City says yes. Taco says yes. Got Alexis saying yeah. Funny saying no. Got Gaming saying yes. Alexis saying yes. Steel City saying yes. So there I have it. The vast majority of you saying the Bengals will trade T. Higgins. $10 super chat coming in from Let's Go Giants. Do you think the Giants target anyone else, and how much cap space do they have? Trace, it's been a bit of a roller coaster for the Giants. They lose out on Saquon Barkley, but they get the Brian Burns trade, 5 years up to $150 million to bring him in. You got Drew Lock today, among others here. The Giants, I don't know if they're going to target anybody else at this point. That's a team that had a disappointing season last year, obviously trying to get back on track and get into the playoff contention again.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. In terms to how much money do they have, over the cap is saying, or their projections right now, they're saying that they have $9,083,933 to spend. So just about $9 million to go and throw around to some other players. And running through the free agency moves that they've made. Brought in the long snapper, Gunnar Olszewski, John Runyon, Devin Singletary, kind of replacing Saquon. I like the Jermaine Illuminor signing. I think that's a good veteran offensive lineman that can protect whoever the quarterback is, whether it's Daniel Jones
and
or
with Illuminor,
whoever.
What's interesting is he is somebody that has totally changed. He's a much different football player than what he was about 4 or 5 years
Absolutely.
ago. He was so raw back when he played for the Baltimore Ravens. The player that the Giants are getting, most recently with the Raiders, has really developed and come along as both a pass and run blocker. I thought that was a sneaky good signing on their part.
Absolutely. I like that move a lot. I also love that trade for Brian Burns. He's a great pass rusher. I think he'll be really good opposite of Kayvon Thibodeau. Tyler, Super Chat menu, brother.
Yes. $2 Super Chat gets you a beer cheers. $5 will talk about your team. $10 Super Chat. A hot take for 2024. We'll give you our honest opinions, which we're going to have a hot take to pay off here with about 2 Super Chats that came in. We'll give a couple hot takes here. We'll spin the wheel of punishment for a $20 Super Chat. Trace wants to get punished. Drink enough of them, yes. $50 Super Chat, beer bong or a beer shotgun, either one. Start off with this, a $10 Super Chat from Finest Celebrity. Do you think the Panthers could land a deal with Moody or Lawrence? Moody's already off the board.
Yeah, Darnell Mooney is headed to. Is that who he
Atlanta.
means? Yeah, does he mean Darnell Mooney? He's headed to Atlanta with Kirk Cousins. So he's not going to come in. Deontay Lawrence, going to be honest, unfamiliar with his game. However, Panthers need all. They need all the help they can get. Bryce Young needs some help. He needs some. Yeah, I don't know. Do you mean Deontay Johnson?
I don't know what he means.
If he means Deontay Johnson, the Steelers wide receiver, they might be looking to trade him away and give him to a new team. But if that's who you mean, Deontay Johnson might not be the player he once was, but I think that he could be an effective player nonetheless.
All right, so hot take. Trace, we'll start with you on this one.
All right, red hot take. I think that the Cincinnati Bengals will win the AFC this year.
Ooh.
That's my hot take. Joe Burrow, healthy season. He's going to come back. He's going to make some noise.
Okay. My hot take, I'm going to go, we'll go towards New England. I think that they will be the worst team in the league. That's step one. But I think it's going to be such a dumpster fire, such a bad year. Gerard Mayo gets fired after year one, which would be a wild change after 20-plus years of Belichick.
That's a red hot take.
I think it's going to be.
I don't hate it. That's a red hot take.
Get your popcorn ready. I think it's going to be something to laugh about with the New England Patriots. Here we go. Bills signing Nicholas Morrow to a one-year deal, the former Philadelphia Eagle.
Yeah, he was okay with Philadelphia. Buffalo trying to replace Leonard Floyd, who is now with the San Francisco 49ers. The end of the day, I think that this is a move that Buffalo needs to make. They got rid of a lot of players. They got rid of a lot of talent, cutting guys, trying to get some cap space and maneuver the money or move the money around, if you will. But this might be a good move. We'll get you guys the details once that information is in, but we'll see what happens there. We'll see what happens. Nicholas Morrow headed to Buffalo. Hope you like some blue cheese with your wings, buddy, instead of cheesesteaks.
Blue cheese, I'll say this. Here's the take for you. Non-sports hot take. Blue cheese, I don't think it's that bad, but I like ranch better.
I totally agree. Two things can be true. Blue cheese can be good, but ranch can be better.
Right. People act like blue cheese is just disgusting. Like, no. It's okay.
Yeah.
Ranch is just better.
Yeah, no doubt. And I know that everyone sitting up north is they're just shaking in their boots. Their stomachs are turning with the idea of trying ranch. But let me tell you what. You come down south and you get some homemade ranch, it's hard to beat that.
Like, everybody loves to shit on coleslaw. No, don't eat coleslaw at Raising Cane's. Have some real coleslaw.
Yeah, exactly. Have real homemade coleslaw. That's some good stuff. I personally like coleslaw. If homemade, like my mom makes a great coleslaw, but I'm not eating it at Cane's.
Like, if you have only had coleslaw at Raising Cane's, that's on you. That's a you problem.
Yeah,
why you think coleslaw sucks.
That shame on you for not going double toast and going with the
Gotta go Bob style.
Yes, Bob style too. Butter on both sides. Boom. I also, one of my favorite insults that I used to throw around was, you look like somebody who does double slaw, no toast at Cane's. I love that insult. That is a body.
That is a great bomb.
You want to make somebody mad, tell them they look like somebody who eats double slaw, no toast at Cane's. You will not recover.
No recovery.
Sub. Let's get the sub ticker going. Come on.
If you don't sub, then you eat double slaw at Cane's.
Yes, you eat double coleslaw, no toast if you aren't subscribed. So if you like double toast, no slaw, you need to hit that sub button right this second. Because it's just so simple. And on top of that, you get daily NFL, NBA, and college sports coverage. You got to subscribe. This is your one-stop shop to get all of your sports news, rumors, and coverage, no matter what. The comment section is hilarious. I love it. It's so funny.
Somebody tried saying Raising Cane's is mid. No, it isn't. Raising Cane's is delicious.
I like Cane's. It used to be better. I'll say that. It used to be better. It's still good, but
they've gone too mainstream.
Yes, I think it used to be better.
They got taken over by the mainstream media, and it went downhill from there. But really, all fast food has gone downhill.
Honestly, yes. Fast food is just. Yeah, the golden era is done. When they stop putting real toys in Happy Meals, that's when the
And they
fast
want to
food
charge
went
you
down.
more, too.
Yes. Catastrophe. That is asinine, if you ask me. I'm a guy who I like fast food, but,
Yeah, me too.
Hey, who doesn't like eating quick and eating efficient food? I love it.
Fast food has gone so downhill. I have a Taco Bell across the street from my apartment. I just don't go anymore.
Yeah.
It's
I
used to love this.
The only time I find myself at a fast food restaurant is if I'm, DoorDashing it at the end of the night after a fun out with the boys, or if I'm on a road trip and I'm like, I just have literally nothing else I
Taco
can
Bell, more like Taco Hell. All right. If that doesn't make you subscribe, I don't know what will.
Yeah, this is the reason you guys subscribe. We give
All
you
right,
guys
Jack,
coverage
tell us
and all
what's
sorts of
next.
stuff. Tracker?
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Sweet.
Beautiful. All right. Without further ado.
Did Calvin Ridley sign yet? Not yet. We're still waiting for him to ink a deal. We'll see what happens, but there's chatter he could be headed back to Jacksonville.
Well, we'll throw that super up before we start the tracker cut.
Michael
Beard. Is your beard like Maurice Hurst there? Actual Steeler fan, but trying to give you guys someone else to talk about. What we feel about Chargers with Jim and upcoming draft and offseason.
Well, fortunately, we have young Harbaugh in the studio, so maybe we can try and see what he has to say.
Chargers are in salary cap hell.
Yep. Somehow they're in a worse salary cap position than the Saints.
They got a good quarterback, got a good head coach, but it's going to be hard to put talent around them.
Yeah, I mean, if they can keep Keenan Allen, if they can find a way to run it back with Mike Williams or bring in another wide receiver, I think they'd love that. Quentin Johnston.
Young Harbaugh, your thoughts on your Chargers?
Well, I haven't done a lot of research, but from what I've seen, I mean, I like Justin Herbert. I've always liked Justin Herbert. I think he should thrive with Harbaugh. Look, at the end of the day, Harbaugh is team first. He's culture first. I love the culture that Harbaugh brought to Michigan. I think bringing in Jesse Minter, while I would have loved for Minter to stay at Michigan, he's going to be a great defensive coordinator. It's a tough division, so We'll see. I don't know, but,
I will say this. You're in a better position than the Raiders. When your division is Jim Harbaugh, Andy Reid, Sean Payton, and then Antonio Pierce. No Antonio Pierce slander. I'm just saying, one of these things is not like the other. The other ones have won championships, Super Bowls, national championships. The other one hasn't
done shit.
Hasn't made the playoffs. Calling a spade a spade.
Jack Lotteray, he loves Michigan and the Chargers, and really has just distanced himself from the Patriots and Arizona State.
Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit.
He has denounced his degree from Arizona State.
Well, okay, that's not true. But,
Brandon Ayuk.
ASU's not that good at football, so,
You're about to be in Big 12 country now.
Hey,
You're about to upgrade conferences here.
Arizona State did have the Heisman winner, though.
Look, all I'm going to say, one of the greatest things that's ever happened to me in the professional world is becoming the producer of the Michigan Football Report, because I'm all in on Michigan now.
There you go.
So
he's big blue. He's big blue.
Go
till
blue,
he dies.
baby.
He's big. He bleeds big blue. Love to see it. We're going to get into the tracker on what we got going on across the league in NFL free agency day 2. Tyler is going to take the lead. I'm going to be helping him out and supporting him throughout this. And Tyler, you ready to talk some ball, man?
We might as well.
Let's get to it, brother.
Let's get after it. Here we go. Tracker update starts right now. You're watching NFL Daily, powered by Chat Sports. Tyler Jones here with you. That's Trace Gerard. It is day number 2 of free agency frenzy. We are here to catch you up to speed with everything you need to know of all the signings that have happened so far to this point. Trace, day 1 was exciting. But day 2 has certainly delivered.
Absolutely. I mean, there's still some big-time free agents that could go inside, but there have been some big-time dollars spent today. And this is why you subscribe, because we're trying to get to 367,000 subscribers. So if you want to be a smarter fan around the NFL, the NBA, college sports, whatever, we're your one-stop shop that's going to make it all happen. So I encourage you to join our family. It's 100% free. And hey, who doesn't like talking ball 365 days a year? Tyler, let's break down this free agency tracker, brother.
There we go. Let's start off with the New York Jets. Kinlaw Taylor headed to New York. Good ad with Kinlaw. And then with Tyrod Taylor, whatever you want to call him. The Jets did not have a backup quarterback last year. Aaron Rodgers, more than likely, not going to play all 17 games this year, if we're going to be honest. That's a good security blanket for New York now.
Yeah, I mean, Tyrod Taylor, I like that. Like you said, a good security blanket. This is a dude who's played in the Big Apple before. He's played at MetLife a handful of times, so he has familiarity up there, so I don't think it's going to be much of an adjustment like you see some of these guys moving from, somewhere down south where it's really nice and humid to somewhere up north where you might have to deal with a little bit of snow and a little bit of cold weather. But Sam Darnold, he's another backup quarterback that got a new deal, 1 year, $10 million with the Minnesota Vikings. I still expect them to go and draft a quarterback, but it's a good backup option nonetheless. What do you think about Aaron Jones to the Vikings?
Aaron Jones staying within the division, found out he was unemployed yesterday, getting cut by the Packers, goes to Minnesota. And with Sam Darnold there, it's interesting. You look at Minnesota, this is a team that is not tanking. They're trying to salvage what they have here. I don't think they're going to be that great of a football team. I think they're going to be lucky to kind of make the postseason. Aaron Jones isn't a bad signing, but this is a team that I don't think is going to be that great. I think the Cousins loss is a big deal.
Absolutely, and they're going to be in a division that, Jordan Love, he was impressive last year. He was a good player, and I don't know if I trust a rookie quarterback to go and win the division right off the bat, but if you have Justin Jefferson, hey, anything is possible on the offensive side of the ball. Cleveland Ferrell and Marcus Mariota headed to the nation's capital. Wow. That's a good move for Dan Quinn, if you ask me. What do you think?
Commanders have a lot of work to do.
Yep.
But with the most salary cap of any team in football, it's a step in the right direction. And Farrell's shown some flashes of brilliance. We'll see what he can do there. And then Marcus Mariota, I have to imagine that means that Sam Howell is probably done in Washington there. Meanwhile, Jameis Winston.
J-Bo! What's up, man?
He's off to Cleveland to go back up to Deshaun Watson. I like this situation for Jameis Winston because Deshaun has something left to prove, obviously. He hasn't looked great his first 2 seasons there. Jameis has never been in a good situation in Tampa or in New Orleans here. Mm-hmm. If he gets the chance, this would be his best chance to showcase his ability.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jameis Winston going into this offseason, he's been very vocal about how he wants to be a starting quarterback and wants to win a Super Bowl. And Deshaun Watson, he's only played in 12 games over the last 3 seasons. And I know that the numbers might be a little underwhelming with Jameis Winston, and that touchdown to interception ratio is nothing to run home about. However, he is a player that's fun, that's entertaining, that's great for the locker room. And honestly, if you can trust Jameis Winston to be your backup quarterback, I don't think they're bringing back Joe Flacco, but I think that he can still find success with weapons like a Nick Chubb if they bring him, or if he can be healthy and he can play at a high level, like an Amari Cooper and like a David Njoku. Mike Gesicki, a tight end that's headed to, or from the New England Patriots to the Cincinnati Bengals, and Joe Mixon got traded. What are your thoughts there, Tyler?
So this was interesting because we were told last night that Mixon was getting caught, and then we find out this morning that he gets traded. The Houston Texans already have a good run game. You add Joe Mixon to the mix here. We know that Mixon's a very good receiving back as well. Texans, they lost some pieces here in free agency, but this is a good way to kind of salvage things and help out C.J. Stroud here. I like the fit for the Houston Texans.
Yeah, absolutely. Houston needed a running back. I honestly figured that they would go with a guy like Derrick Henry and try and bring in a big-time name, but this Joe Mixon move is really good. The Bengals were expected to actually cut Mixon, but then they ended up making a trade happen with the Houston Texans. Our Texans host here at Chat Sports, Jeremy Chuggs, was a big fan of this move. But we want to ask you this question. Which team has had the best free agency so far? We're only, 2 days into it, Tyler. But there's been a lot of moves. There's been a handful of teams that have been very inactive. Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones, get off your yacht. Which team has had the best free agency? We want you to get down in the comment section. Tyler, Shaq Barrett, Darnell Mooney. What do you think there?
Shaq Barrett, nice help for the Dolphins defense. They certainly could use it. That team trying to take the next step up in their division. Darnell Mooney, I like for the Atlanta Falcons. Here's a Falcons team that brings in Cousins, already has guys like Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts, and company there, and Drake London. Now you get another weapon, and Mooney gets out of that just awful Chicago offensive system. There's a chance for him to step up and perform at a high level. It wasn't too long ago he had 1,000 yards back in 2021. I think the Falcons, with the moves they've made, they got to be considered some of the biggest winners so far. I expect them not only to contend for the South, but also be one of the best teams in the NFC.
No doubt. It's hard to look at the Atlanta Falcons and not consider them a favorite to win the division, which is a weak one with the Panthers, Saints, and Buccaneers. But the big move of the day, Derrick Henry finally put pen to paper with the Baltimore Ravens. He's teaming up with Lamar Jackson, headed out to Baltimore, and the King. I don't think we'll ever see him have a 2,000-yard season. But when you're averaging over 4 yards per carry over the last handful of years and you're getting double-digit touchdowns, it's hard to look at this as a bad move no matter where he went.
Yeah, and the contract situation's team-friendly. You're looking at up to $20 million when you factor in incentives, and he's still playing at a high level. I mean, I know that he's another year older, but he still had over 4 yards a carry last year, and the Ravens with Todd Monken as OC, they want to cut back on Lamar running the football. What better way to do that than to have a back you can trust like Derrick Henry, a future Hall of Famer there on that offense? And with Lamar Jackson and Mark Andrews there, I think you got 3 future Hall of Famers right there in Baltimore leading the way offensively.
No doubt.
Irv Smith going to Kansas City, played alongside Travis Kelce at that tight end spot. Meanwhile, some of the other names included on this list, Malcolm Roach goes to the Denver Broncos, 2 years, up to $8 million, reuniting with Sean Payton.
Yep, he was a really interesting player for the Saints in that defensive line rotation. Obviously, we haven't seen him be a starting player for the Saints. However, he was effective as a run stopper, and New Orleans really liked him, not just on the field, but in the locker room as well. He was a guy who, whenever he was in the locker room, he was carrying a speaker around and trying to keep the energy up, having a lot of fun, and the Saints locker room loved that. So Sean Payton getting a reunion with one of his former players. The New Orleans to Denver pipeline does continue, but Michael Dunn, George Odom as well, bringing in some new money. 1-year deal, details to be announced, and George Odom 2 years, up to $10 million. So, Tyler, I've been enjoying doing this with you.
We've had a great time today.
Absolutely.
And we're not done by any stretch of the imagination. If you've been following our live coverage, spam me in the chat. If you haven't, it's not too late. You can still join us live on Chat Sports for continuing coverage of free agency frenzy. Type me in the chat. Join us, me and Trizzy, along with the rest of the Chat Sports crew on our Chat Sports main channel for continuing live coverage of free agency frenzy. We got you covered. Meanwhile, Patrick Queen with a total heel move as he goes from the Baltimore Ravens to the Pittsburgh Steelers on a 3-year, $41 million deal. Coming off the best season of his career, 133 tackles, 9 tackles for loss, 3.5 sacks. But the big question becomes, well, the deal is pretty reasonable for a guy that was valued at about $18 million to settle for about $14. What player is Patrick Queen now? His best years were alongside Roquan Smith, and Roquan Smith leading the way and being the guy. Now you bring him into Pittsburgh, away from Roquan Smith, away from the Mike McDonald defense. Can Patrick Queen be the same player that he was in Baltimore? I don't know if I'm going to be honest with you, Trace.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to get back to that level of production for Patrick Queen. However, he is a good player, and he can make a positive impact in Pittsburgh. I like him teaming up with the likes of Mika Fitzpatrick and T.J. Watt. I think that that's a good unit, and Mike Tomlin, I think, is going to be able to have him be prepared. If you give credit where it's due, he always has the Steelers ready to play and ready to win. But also, let's talk about Drew Lock headed to the New York Football Giants. Feels like they're still in the market for, some players, but Daniel Jones getting a backup. Drew Lock is a quality maybe backup. We haven't gotten to see a ton of them, but maybe him lining up in the Big Apple could be productive. What do you think there, Tyler?
He had a big moment last year leading the Seahawks to a Monday night win over Philadelphia. And this is a guy that's a former second-round pick, Lee Summit, Missouri product that has shown flashes of brilliance at times. So we've seen some bad from Drew Lock, too. Personally, though, I like him better than I do Daniel Jones. I think the leash is going to be short on Daniel Jones, and if he struggles, Drew Lock's going to get an opportunity there. Meanwhile, Shelby Harris staying in Cleveland, 2 years, $9 million deal. The Browns had one of the best defenses in football last year, and they're trying to run it back of some sort. It's going to be a team led by their defense once again.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, the Cleveland Browns defense is half the reason they found the success that they did. Of course, Joe Flacco coming in and playing Superman towards the end of the season. That was an awesome story. But let's call a spade here. Joe Flacco was good, but the Browns defense was great, and they are a big reason why they were so successful in the back half of the season, especially, but throughout the whole season. I mean, they were plagued with injuries. Nick Chubb went down very, very early. You had David Njoku get his face burned. I mean, there were so many injuries, so many distractions that could have derailed this team, but the defense stayed, nose on the grindstone and kept the thing moving and made things happen. But let's talk about Kenny Moore, because this is a really awesome deal for the Colts. He was one of the best slot corners in the league. And to be honest, I thought that he was going to have a very high market across the league. Maybe he wanted to stick around in Indianapolis. 3 years, $30 million deal. Do you think that's a good value for Indianapolis?
I think it's a really good move for Indianapolis. This is a team that overachieved in 2023 and now trying to take that next step to compete in the AFC. Very important for them to have a guy like Kenny Moore involved to stay with that Indianapolis team there. I think it's a very good move on their part. A couple more to get to. The New England Patriots, they keep Josh Uche with a 1-year, $3 million deal. This one, I think it's a bit of a shocker. For one, I thought he was worth a whole lot more than $3 million.
Yeah.
And two, to stay in New England here, New England's a mess right now. I thought he could have gone to a much better football team for more money. That one's a bit of a surprise.
No doubt. And Ashawn Robinson, he's going to shore up the defensive line for the Carolina Panthers. He's a veteran that's been around for a while. And at the end of the day, I think it's a good move for Carolina to bring in a veteran. But Keyshawn Nixon sticking around in Green Bay. And Devontae Parker, he's trading in that red, white, and blue for some Kelly green and white. What do you think about that move? $1 year for less than $5 million feels like a great value for the Eagles.
Devontae Parker, this is somebody that played really well a couple of years ago with the Miami Dolphins. Goes to the New England Patriots, didn't really have consistent quarterback play. Now gets to play with, I think, an elite quarterback in Jalen Hurts here. I think Devontae Parker will play a significant role in that Philadelphia Eagles offense. I think you'll see his numbers similar to what he did in 2020 and 2021, as opposed to what we saw of a down year in 2023. Also on the list, Nicholas Morrow with a 1-year deal with the Buffalo Bills there. Nice find there. Jordan Elliott going to the San Francisco 49ers, 2 years, $10 million. John Lynch and company, they are doing whatever they can to not take a step back.
Absolutely.
They do not rebuild. They reload in San Fran.
No doubt. I mean, the 49ers have one of the best rosters in the NFL on both sides of the ball. They're a complete football team, and John Lynch, like you said, alongside Kyle Shanahan, they have a Super Bowl window, and it's still open. As long as Brock Purdy is on that rookie contract, they can spend money elsewhere. So I like this move for San Francisco, bringing in a nice player in Jordan Elliott. 2 years, $10 million. Doesn't feel like it's a massive payday for that kind of player as well. Tyler.
Before we go, I want to make sure you
subscribe.
subscribe to the channel for continuing off-season coverage throughout free agency. We're talking trades. We're also getting you ready for the draft as well. You get more of me and Trizzy and the rest of our Chat Sports gang as well. For the latest happenings across the National Football League, subscribe now for free. We'll see you next time right here on NFL Daily.
If you want to shout out, type me in the comment section. Let's see how many people we can get to type me. Can we get more than 500 me's in the chat in the next 60 seconds? That would be awesome. That would be awesome. There is the Joe Mixon. We have some information on a trade, but we'll get to that here in just a few minutes. I'm going to give some shout-outs to the Mees. John Porter, Tyree Harris, Jalen Walker, Vincent, who was hanging out with us yesterday, Caleb Henderson, Vince G., Terrell Burgess, Geo Marvel, Lamar Price, Elijah Duncan, Fat Bass Outdoors, Brozo Shorts, Jalen Walker, Cypher Sonic. We also got Taco Frog, B Moose Gaming, Daniel M, Cypher Sonic, the Mr. that likes cheese. Domestic Dispute. That's not a good name. YJL, Loyalty, Maddox, Ruben Maynor, BD Hot Snakes, Robbie Red, Maddox, Brozo Shorts, Dustin, La Aussie, Jaguars are goated, RC Skits, AJS, Ty Man the Buckeye, Chat Sports legend. Let's Go Giants, Cody Altoff. Any relation to Bobby Altoff? We got YJL, Junior Estrada, Carly, Curb Stomp, Let's Go Giants, Lucky Tony, and Braden as well, and Coda too. Let's go through the Super Chat menu right now. $2, we'll do a beers cheers. $5, we'll talk about your team. $10, we'll each give you a hot take.
I want to do another wheel spin.
I do too. I want another wheel spin really bad. We need to do a wheel. That was a lot of fun.
The wheel of punishment.
The wheel of punishments. $50, we will do a beer bong or a shotgun. I'll put down a beer bong in 4 seconds or less. You can take that to the bank, ladies and gentlemen.
See for yourself, $50 Super Chat. $ next to the chat box if you'd like to contribute and support the work we're doing of bringing you free live coverage of NFL Free Agency Frenzy Day number 2 here on Chat Sports.
Absolutely. Finest celebrity, $5. Do you think JT will be able to guard Kush Taka this season? I don't know.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
I think finest celebrity is trying to get us got or something.
What else we got here from finest?
He said
celebrity?
another 5. Did you hear the Eagles OT Quincy just proposed to his new fiance Emmy?
Did not. Congrats, I guess, if that's real.
There's no offensive lineman with the last name Quincy with the Eagles.
There's no player on the Philadelphia Eagles roster named Quincy.
Thank you.
Boom.
That's why I said if that's real, congrats, I guess.
Yeah, if anybody else named Quincy got proposed or just proposed to his wife, congratulations. Have fun tonight. New England is pushing to sign free agent wide receiver Calvin Ridley. However, Adam Schefter is being told that the sources are believing that he currently prefers to return to Jacksonville, and he has been discussing a deal with the Jags.
I'd rather live in Jacksonville than Foxborough right now.
I think I would agree with that. I'm not one for the cold. I like the heat. I like to hang out by the pool. God, honestly, it feels like Jacksonville might have a little bit more fun out there, too.
Oh, yeah, they got a pool in their stadium.
Boom. That sounds like a place that I need to be hanging out on a Saturday and during the summer.
I mean, even their biggest Patriots fan is now a Chargers fan.
Yep, that's true. Fascinating situation.
He didn't deny it.
Yeah, Albert Breer adding some context just a few minutes ago. Fascinating situation with Calvin Ridley per terms of the Falcons and Jags trade. Atlanta would get a second-round pick if Ridley re-signs in Jacksonville before Wednesday at 4, and a third if he re-signs thereafter. So the Jags are motivated to wait, and Ridley's camp has that extra time to drive the number up. So there you go. Some interesting news around Calvin Ridley.
That's fascinating.
Those involved believe Ridley wants to stay in his home state with Jacksonville, but the Patriots have been involved and aggressive, if a bit leery of being used to move the bidding. Meanwhile, the Jags have shown a real desire to keep Ridley around. It's a unique situation.
So Trace, let me ask you, for no specific reason, how much would you wager Calvin Ridley stays in Jacksonville?
I think that I just want to know what New England's offering. I think that he does stick around in Jacksonville. I think that it's like a 60-40% chance he sticks around versus leaving. I mean, personally, I don't know why you would want to go somewhere else. You have beautiful weather. You're in your home state. Got a decent good
no
quarterback
state
in
income
Trevor
tax.
Lawrence. And then on top of that, you don't know who your quarterback's going to be next year. Do you want to bank on a rookie helping you make some more money, or do you want to, bank on a young guy who's shown that he's talented?
In Jacksonville, you got 2 Pro Bowl quarterbacks on your roster.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty good.
Not 1, but 2.
That's pretty good. All right, Cameron Wolf adding some more context here. As I noted in my report, if Calvin Ridley re-signs with Jacksonville before the start of the league year at 4 p.m. tomorrow, Jacksonville sends the Falcons' second-round pick via trade. If the Zogod.
Let's go.
I'll finish reading this tweet. If Ridley leaves or re-signs after 4 p.m. tomorrow, Atlanta gets a third. Jacksonville likely to wait 24-plus hours before finalizing any Ridley deal. But let's get to Zoe God or
With
Zogod.
a
$50 super chat.
Bang!
That's the biggest super chat of NFL free agency, ladies and gentlemen. And he's a 5th-time super chatter. Gonna get the beer bong loaded up for you. Is that where Sam went?
I would love to see you try.
I can go do it if you. Okay. Can you do a happy dad by chance? Yeah. Happy dad.
Bang!
Bang! Would love to see you try that. I'll make sure it happens in 4 seconds.
Spam
or less.
Zoe in the chat.
I will make it happen in 4 seconds or less, and there's no doubt about it.
Zoe. Spam Zoe in the chat. That's electric. A $50 super chat.
Boom. That's
Puts
electric.
us at 340 for the day.
That's a good day at the office, ladies and gentlemen. We did over 1,000 yesterday. Can we get close to that today?
That's electric.
Chase signed for $50 in exchange for sobriety. There we go. All right, my favorite drinking apparatus, the Freedom Funnel. What better way to celebrate America?
Bye, Miss American
Pie.
Pie.
Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys are drinking Freedom Funnels and rye, singing, "This'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die." All right, get the chugs in the chat and type Zoe. I'm going to put this down.
In less than 4 seconds.
All right. Are you ready? Are you steady? Are you sturdy? Just kidding. Ready, set, go.
There it is. And it's gone.
That is an empty Freedom Funnel.
That bird did not stand a chance.
That bird had no chance against me, ladies and gentlemen. $50, I do it again.
Give him the bird.
$50, I do it again. We'll give you the bird. We'll flip the bird. You see? Well, flip the bird. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? It's pretty funny, isn't it?
That's good.
$2 beer cheers, $5 we'll talk about your team, $10 will give you a red hot take, $20 we'll spin that wheel, $50 I'll put down another beer bong / Freedom Funnel. It'll get a little bit weird. It'll get a little wet and wild, if you will.
Whoa. Was that not electric, folks?
Oh, excuse me. I did not mean to burp in y'all's ears, but I hope you're listening. Hope you got AirPods in or something, because that must have been beautiful to listen to. The Santa are meeting with Chase Young. The Saints are meeting with Chase Young. That is some things happening. He's also set to meet with the Panthers tomorrow, per Josina Anderson. Will the Jags re-sign Calvin Ridley? Let's get the comment section moving. Let's get it going. Type YPS in for no for a shout-out. Yes.
Yeah.
We
That's
get a
what
second
happens
one?
when Sam leaves.
Wait. Did it happen twice?
What?
Oh, okay. My thing was bugging. I saw two. I was like, wait, did that happen again?
No,
my laptop was bugging out. No worries.
Y for yes, in for no. Will the Jags re-sign Calvin Ridley? I see a lot of no's. Corey saying yes. Cypher saying yes. XD Gamer says yes. Nick says no. Junior says no. Brody says no. XD Gamer saying yes. Bastion Gamer says no. XD Gamer says yes. Junior says no. Cameron says yes. Brody saying no. So we're kind of split 50-50. I guess we'll settle this with the poll question that's up now.
Yep.
Will the Jags re-sign Calvin Ridley? 51% of you saying no so far, 49% saying yes. Yeah.
Like, that is shocking. I think he's sticking around. I think he stays around one more season.
$5 super chat. Life with Cool. Thanks for the 5. Life with Cool. Much appreciated to you. Top Pelissero, the NFL Broadcast Network, state-run media, writes in. Free agent pass rusher Chase Young is expected to visit the Panthers and Saints this week, per source. A handful of teams have expressed interest in Young, the 2020 Defensive Rookie of the Year, who's still only 24 years old. Trace, and more from Rap Sheet, also with the mothership saying, 49ers pass rusher Chase Young has added a Titans visit to his schedule. Tom Pelissero reported he'll visit the Panthers. And then Josie.
What up, Josie?
I'm told Chase Young's visit with the Panthers is scheduled for Wednesday, per source. That's Sam's girl, by the way.
Yes. Fun fact, Sam and Josine Anderson, very long history and long relationship standing.
He held her phone.
He held her phone and held her heart.
Confirm or deny?
Cannot confirm nor deny. All I say is her window with me closed. You know,
Josie.
ran into her again at the Super Bowl in Vegas.
She didn't even say hey.
Definite eye contact. No acknowledgement. Walked past her again in Indianapolis at the NFL Combine. Definite eye contact.
You know who Sam is, Josie.
I have to move on as a person.
Hey.
She missed her chance.
Yep. Window of opportunity.
Her loss.
Celine Dion said it best. My heart will go on.
My mom always tells my dad this thing. Your window of opportunity, closed.
Josie, you had your chance with producer Sam, and you missed.
You missed out big time.
Striked out.
Brutal.
But
Chase
back
Young.
to Chase Young.
Back to Chase Young.
He's got plenty of options.
He does. I think that he is still a player that can play at a high level, but my fear is, are these teams going to be paying for the 2020 Defensive Rookie of the Year, rather than the recent production?
Are they getting the number 2 pick that looks like a generational talent, or are they getting the guy that got benched in the playoffs?
I don't know, man. Like, that's kind of where it's
Is
tough.
he going to stay healthy?
Yeah, maybe him being in a new team, maybe him trying to find a new area could give him a little bit of a kick in the butt, but who knows? He can't. I mean, the facts are he did get benched. The facts are he had effort issues.
Just showed this tweet, too. He's also visiting with the Titans and the Saints over the course of this week. Kind of some old-school free agency, if you will. Taking his time, setting a bunch of visits, making sure. And
remember OBJ's tour?
In all reality, if you think about the course of where his career is at, this could very well be, if he doesn't, play up to the contract or whatever, his last chance to really cash in. And for the number 2 overall pick, and I'm putting up his stats right now, who had such a promising rookie season, his career has really started to tail off right now the last few years.
Yeah, I mean, he started off red hot. That 2020 year, 7.5 sacks coming out of Ohio State. That's some pretty damn good production. But then he only played 3 sacks in 2022. Only 3 games in 2022 with 0 sacks. Only 9 games back in 21. And then whenever he got traded, 7.5 sacks. That's great. But, I mean, that's what he did his rookie year, Like, his tackles were down. The pass breakups down. The tackles for loss down. Like, it's only been a downhill spiral for Chase Young ever since he entered the league. So that's kind of just what our thoughts are. Do you like the player Chase Young? Do you think he heads somewhere else? Just get the comment section active. Let's go to Life with Cool. Lions.
Will they win the NFC North again? Watch Brad Cook. Yes, they will. I think the Packers are going to make things difficult. I think the Bears will be improved, but they'll still win it.
Deebo Samuel's changing his jersey number to number 1. That's sick.
I don't like players wearing 1.
See, if you wear number 1, you better be freaking good. Deebo did not play nearly as well as he has after cashing in on that big check a couple of years ago.
Yeah, he had down here. He wasn't even the best receiver on his team.
Nope, not really. Let's run. These are the Lions free agency moves right here. Glasgow, he's going to be a guy who's going to help protect or fill in for Frank Ragnow.
Marcus Davenport and Dan Campbell reuniting.
Yep, absolutely. Marcus Davenport, fun fact, just 2 seasons ago, he had more games suspended than sacks logged. So there you go. You're getting that kind of player. Amik Robertson also signing with the Detroit Lions, 2 years, $9.25 million deal with 4.25 guaranteed of that contract. I like this move for the Lions. To be honest, that's a team that I think should continue to stay aggressive, go get whatever the hell it takes to win, and make something happen. Well, let's get the comment section going once again. Shout out a free agent, and we'll talk about the first one we see.
And by the way, this doesn't have to be a free agent who's available right now. Could pick a free agent who's already signed, but any free agent during this cycle.
Jeremy Chin, some news there. We'll talk about that here shortly. But
he's going to be a communist.
We want to know your favorite, or a free agent. Shout out a free agent. Let us know. Any free agent, one that's been signed, one that hasn't been signed. Let us know.
I would like to take this moment to shout out Colin Kaepernick, as well as Johnny Manziel.
That dude needs to go to the UFL.
Tim Tebow.
Johnny Manziel. Shout out to Johnny Manziel saying, I want my name off the Heisman stuff until Reggie gets his back. Free Reggie. Free that man. Give him his Heisman back. Johnny Manziel, he's good in my book. Hey, he was, excuse my French, he was a fuck around for a little bit, but hey, he's cleaned it up, and it's never too late to grow up a little bit.
If the Saints need one win to make the playoffs,
Johnny Manziel.
And I give you Johnny, Colin, or Tebow, who you choosing?
Johnny Manziel, 10 out of 10 times. Let's pick a free agent. Tyler, you want to pick this one?
All right. A free agent. All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bazinga. Danielle Hunter.
Ooh, that's
I did see Josh Rosen there. I don't think Josh Rosen's going anywhere. Let's talk to Danielle Hunter.
Dude, what? Hold on. Did you see this from Pelissero?
About RFK Jr.?
Yes. We got some weird stuff to tell you here shortly. Danielle Hunter first.
Danielle Hunter. So, Danielle Hunter, what a story. Let's start there. Broke his neck a couple years ago. Comes back in 2021 to play 7 games and had 6 sacks with a new neck. Then really just sped things up, has continued to play at a high level. 10.5 sacks in 2022, a career year in 2023 with 16.5 sacks. And the Vikings just don't have the money. They can't afford him, plain and simple. So now they're looking for a new home for Danielle Hunter. I think everyone that needs an edge rusher, this guy should be your first phone call. And he's in the prime of his career. Like, I would be looking at about a 3-year deal for Danielle Hunter to maximize on his capabilities right now.
Yeah, he is a player who has been so good since coming out of LSU. I think that he is a really, really impactful guy. To be honest, I want to see him make some big-time money. The fact that the Vikings couldn't bring back Kirk Cousins or Danielle Hunter is so shocking to me. And they're clearly trying to move on because they brought in Jonathan Grenard. They brought in a bunch of defensive players. And to be honest, he is going to be expensive. I'm interested to see the fact that he hasn't signed yet. If you ask me, he was the number 1 free agent. I think Kirk Cousins was number 2 in my eyes. Danielle Hunter, number 1. I want to see him make some money. I'm so eager to see what his contract will be. Is it going to be a long-term deal with a ton of money, or is it going to be a shorter contract, shorter deal, but a lot of money elsewhere? I'm excited to see where that could possibly go. So keep shouting out a free agent, and we'll talk about it. We're going to do this one more time. Let's get the comment section going. Keep on typing it. Keep on moving.
All right, Trace, you pick this time.
All right, I'm going to pick one. Keep typing them, and I'm going to start counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. T. Higgins. I see T. Higgins. He's not a free agent.
Let's talk T.
But we could talk about him.
So T. Higgins, this is an interesting situation because T. Higgins wants to get paid, obviously. The Bengals don't have a ton of money to spend, and they've already lost several players here. When you have to pay Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and all that, I think, if you're the Bengals, it sounded like they were content on the idea of playing out the year with T. Higgins, let him walk next year, get the comp pick out of him. But if he doesn't want to be there, if he doesn't want to play ball like that, you might not have a choice, be forced to trade him here.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that T. Higgins is the player he is and he's playing behind Jamar Chase in his shadow, I think that's a really, really good player. He is a wide receiver one. This social graphic coming in from Jonathan Jones, Carolina now in possession of picks 33 and 39. There had been some talk of packaging those in a trade for a player like T. Higgins. A league source tells me no conversations have taken place between Carolina and Cincy, and a trade is not likely to happen. So that's some interesting stuff. I personally was predicting T. Higgins to the Panthers, but I could see him, dude, could you imagine him in Kansas City with Patrick Mahomes? Oh, my goodness, that would be a crazy move for the Chiefs. I mean, that would be an incredible move. And then go draft like an Xavier Worthy or something?
So,
good God.
I don't see any way in hell T. Higgins gets traded to Kansas City.
Yeah.
But if he hits the open market next year, absolutely he could end up there.
Absolutely.
Jeremy Chin, 1 year, 5.1 with the Commies. This was a guy that was talked about a lot of teams needing safety help. He's also played linebacker as well. He's very versatile. That's a very friendly contract, 1 year, 5.1. I like what the Commanders are doing here with this move and their other moves here this offseason.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Panthers didn't want to bring back Jeremy Chin. He's a good player. And to be honest, I think the Washington, dude, they are so active this year. But let's look at Jeremy Chin and the player that they are getting. Now, the 0 interceptions the past 2 seasons.
Doesn't tell the whole story.
Yeah, it doesn't tell the whole story. But when you look in 2021, 70 tackles, 2022, or over 100 tackles, 2022, 70 tackles. 2023, limited sample size, 30 tackles, 2 tackles for a loss. This is a guy who can be dynamic, and he can be a good player for Washington. Dan Quinn is clearly building something there. I think that they've been aggressive. I like that they've been aggressive. Hot take? Dare I say this? I think Eagles and Commanders, it's between the two of them to win the division. It feels like the Giants, they're making some good moves, but I don't trust Daniel Jones to win a division. Cowboys have only signed a long snapper, so there you go.
I disagree. I think Commanders are still ways away. I think they're heading in the right
True.
direction.
They need a quarterback. No
I'm
doubt.
not giving up on the Cowboys. I think the Eagles and Cowboys are still the teams to beat in that division. We'll see. All right, this is going to be one of the most bizarre tweets you'll see all day, maybe ever. Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network tweets the following. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has recently approached Jets QB Aaron Rodgers and Jesse the Body Ventura about serving as his running mate on an independent presidential ticket, and both have welcomed the overtures, per the New York Times.
So Vice President
We're just going to focus on the football side.
Vice President Aaron Rodgers, he throws a lot of touchdowns. That'd be interesting.
So think about this for a second, folks, all right? If we're just going to be frank of how this could potentially play out, you can't be a vice presidential candidate and play football. That's just not going to work. I can tell you that right now. If Aaron Rodgers does decide to do this, then the Jets all of a sudden are going to be in the quarterback market. Now, I know Pelissero says, that he's welcomed the overture and all that, but I still think this is a long shot. I would be very shocked if we don't see Aaron Rodgers play football this year because he decides to run for vice president of the United States. Not to mention, not to get political, but just in all honesty, RFK Jr.'s chances aren't very high anyway of winning the White House. I'll leave it at that. That would be a shocker to me.
Yeah, I mean, the better of the options, maybe Jesse Ventura because he's not trying to play football during the election season. Why not go get a former professional wrestler and actor? That would be
former governor of Minnesota.
Yeah, former governor of Minnesota. What? The only way we could really describe this tweet is, like he said early, it is the weirdest tweet you might read today and possibly all time. Aaron Rodgers as a vice presidential candidate would be insane. Never would have had that on my bingo card.
Pelissero's a great reporter, does a great job. But I'll believe it when I see it.
Yep. Whenever we see Aaron Rodgers on the ballot, that's when I'll believe what I'm seeing right here.
If you're the Jets, you do get a little nervous, though, because taking another step back, you do have to start to think, okay, even if he doesn't do that,
Mm-hmm.
where are my quarterback's priorities?
That's a really good point. That's a really good point. I mean, if you're paying a guy like Aaron Rodgers all that money and you want him to go and help you win a Super Bowl.
Even if he comes back, you still have to think across the back of your mind.
Do you remember The Office?
What does my quarterback care about?
Do you remember that picture in The Office, that scene? Jim and Dwight, they're sitting in the office. 0 days since our last nonsense. That is Aaron Rodgers. We are back at 0 from our last day of Aaron Rodgers nonsense. So
he always finds a way to be in the news.
Hey, Aaron Rodgers likes to be talked about, man. There's no doubt about it. But he's a good football player. I don't think he's a presidential candidate, though.
Yeah. With that said, let's go to our Super Chat menu. $2 will give you a beer cheers. $5 to talk about your team. $10 hot take for 2024. $20 will spin the wheel of punishment. $50 Super Chat, a beer bong, and a beer shotgun. Let us know. What would you like us to do? This is your chance to get on today's show. Share your opinions, your thoughts, your comments, your concerns. $sign next to the chat box you want to contribute. Curtis with a $10 Super Chat. That means the hot take's coming. Should we buy stock on Fields? Well, it's at an all-time low by giving him an extension around $85 million, $35 guaranteed for 4 years. Absolutely not. No. Whether it's the Bears or whoever Justin Fields plays for next year, which I don't think is the Bears, nobody should be extending Justin Fields. With any trade that happens, you play out the year on the 4th year of his contract. You don't give him the 5th-year option. You play out the year and see what he brings to the table there. My hot take, I'll say this, though, okay? And I'll give you a Justin Fields hot take since we're on it here. I think Justin Fields is a very good quarterback. I think Justin Fields is not much different than Jalen Hurts, if I'm going to be honest with you. I think that if you put Justin Fields in the Philadelphia Eagles offense, the results would be very similar, if not identical. I think that he has been set up to fail in Chicago. You just need to get him a fresh start in a better situation that puts him in a position to succeed. Chicago's not providing him that. Mark with a $5 Super Chat. If Jerry Jones was serious, he would make an earlier splash. He honestly thinks that after 2 or 3 days, some great talent will be there for the taking. Asshole. Mark, along those lines, I would say that in response, you look at the players that have been spent, almost a good majority in day 1 and 2 for agency have been overpays. If Jerry waits, then there's going to be some guys that are going to be much cheaper than spending day 1. That would be my defense of Jerry here. Mark says, I'd rather watch The View than see Jerry Jones kill my team. That's pretty sad. Thank you, Mark, for that $2 Super Chat there. All right. I want to make sure you guys subscribe to NFL Daily by Chat Sports. We are trying to get to 367,000 subscribers on the channel, less than 400 away from reaching that next milestone. Spin the wheel of subs. Make this number go up, and away. More subscribers means more content on the channel. If you've had a great time with us here in free agency the last couple days, we're going to be back for the NFL Draft as well, breaking down every single pick as it happens. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV is where you can subscribe and join the family and never miss a moment here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. It is just past 5 o'clock on the East Coast, 2 out west. Welcome into the beginning of a brand new hour of NFL Free Agency Frenzy here on Chat Sports. Tyler Jones, Trace Gerard here with you. And let's catch up to speed on the top free agents that are still available at this point in time. They include Danielle Hunter, edge rusher from the Minnesota Vikings. Calvin Ridley, the wide receiver from the Jacksonville Jaguars. The report we've heard on Ridley is that he has an offer from the New England Patriots. They're pursuing him very heavily, but he would prefer to stay with the Jags. Justin Simmons is the best safety on the market from the Denver Broncos. Tyron Smith, the offensive tackle from the Dallas Cowboys, at number 4. Chase Young with the San Francisco 49ers, the edge rusher at number 5. And a lot of teams showing interest in Chase Young at this point in time. So that's your top 5 players on the market as we enter hour number 4 of our live free agency coverage here on NFL Frenzy here on Chat Sports. Let's ask you, better player, Brian Burns, he just got paid some big money by the New York Football Giants, or Danielle Hunter, who's waiting to get his bag as well. Which one would you rather have? B for Burns, H for Hunter. I'm just going to go trace based on results. Danielle Hunter, 16.5 sacks. Hard to argue against Danielle Hunter. I'd rather go with Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, Brian Burns in 2023 had less than half of those sacks. He had just 8 as compared to 16.5. His best season with 12.5 sacks back in 2022 for Carolina. I also think Brian Burns is a good prospect. He's a good player, and I like the guy. But I think Danielle Hunter is the better player. I think he's the more effective player. And at the end of the day, that's what makes money in the league. Not whether or not you're a good fit, but if you can produce and be a good contributing member of whatever side of the ball you're on. More free agents to discuss here. We got CJ Gardner-Johnson, CD Deuce. He was a former Saints legend, former Eagles legend, now a Lions legend. Let's see if he can go cash in somewhere. The slot cornerback has a lot of attitude, a lot of swagger, and honestly, I think every team needs a CJ Gardner-Johnson. Jadeveon Clowney continues to look to make that money. He inked a big deal after hitting his sack number last year. DJ Reader, a great run stopper out of Cincinnati, and Odell Beckham Jr., he's an interesting target because he's a formerly a great player. However, in the past handful of seasons, the production has declined. He's been injured, and to the end, he is a player who I could see trying to just go sign a small deal to try and win another Super Bowl.
Here's what I wonder with OBJ, though. Not only is it the inconsistent production, at his age, he's had some major health issues.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, how much, realistically, if I'm going to pay OBJ, there's no way in hell I'm getting 17 games out of OBJ. I'll be lucky to get 10.
Yeah, I was going to say, you need to bank on at the most 10 games. I think that is exactly what I was going to say. So, that's what you have to understand you're paying for. A good player who knows how to, be effective and knows how to get those extra yards, create that separation, but he does have the limited play, which is concerning. Devin White, Stephon Gilmore, DJ Wonham, and Kevin Zeitler, and Isaiah Wynn. These are some other free agents that are available still, as well as Andrus Peat. Marcus May recently cut by the Saints as a cap casualty. Steven Nelson, Laken Tomlinson, Coleman Shelton to round out this top 20 free agents still available. I think Andrus Peat could see a world where the Saints want to bring him back, and as a Saints fan, I think I'm okay with the departure, but that's just me. Steven Nelson, a good cornerback. We could see him sign elsewhere as well, but we want to ask you this question now. Who will be the next player to sign? Will it be a Danielle Hunter? Will it be a Calvin Ridley? Doesn't seem like there's a lot of urgency to get that deal done, but let's give some shout-outs to
I think it's going to be Josey Jewell.
Josey Jewell, that's not a bad one. It's not a bad one. That's my
guess. That's an idea out there.
Not a bad option. Let's see what else other people are saying. OBJ, Reynolds, Calvin Ridley, DJ Reader, Bobby Wagner to the Cowboys. The only problem is it's hard for Jerry to make some phone calls when he's busy in Nassau. And Justin Simmons, Dylan Jones saying Nick Foles. That's hilarious. Nemo wants to see the Saints sign Danielle Hunter. Ben Like Sports says DJ Reader. Brozo says Danielle Hunter. Kevin Zeitler will be a Texan from Taco Frog. Cam Curl from Cody Althoff, the Arkansas legend as well. And hey, Tyler, you called your shot.
Oh, no way.
You called your shot. I don't know how you saw this one coming. Josey Jewell. That was a far
I think
out
Brandon
there.
Powell will be next.
That was a good signing. That is a good call.
That's a really good move for Carolina.
Absolutely. Carolina bringing in a good linebacker in Josey Jewell. Let's look at the production for him this year.
Sam's got to love him.
Yeah, Sam loves him. He's a Broncos fan. Matthew Peterson, our Broncos host here at Chat Sports, has very high regards to give to the player. 108 tackles, 3 sacks, 2.5 sacks in 2022, but 128 tackles. This dude is a tackling machine. The Panthers did lose Frankie Luvu, so that could be a good replacement for Carolina. Brandon Powell.
I called it again.
Tyler.
I'm on fire.
you might need to cool the hell down over there, man. He is on fire, baby. Either he's re-signing with the Vikes, 1-year deal. We don't know the money yet, but we'll let you know.
Insider Jones is just on it today.
They're calling him Tyler Scoops, baby. Calling him
Scoop. There it is.
Scoop. There it is.
Great commercial.
That's so funny. Hey, chocolate. That is a great commercial. Forgot about that one. If you're having a good time, like the damn video. We are currently have over 13 people hanging out with us. Only 1,100 likes. Can we pump that number up? Can we get to 1,200 likes ASAP? We just need 22. 21 now.
Like it up.
Like it up. Like it up. Tyler's on fire. Like it up. Like it up. Like it up. He's on fire. Keep liking the video. Keep hanging out.
Who said we didn't have a good time?
Yeah, that's what we do. We have a good time. We're entertaining. We're informative. And that's why you should like the video. And that's why you should subscribe. Let's give some shout outs to those of you who have liked the video. Let us know by typing the thumbs up emoji in the chat. But Richard Holt, we got a $5 super chat from you, brother. Good to see you. Cheers to you. Who do you think is the big realistic target for the Rams?
Oh, Danielle Hunter.
That's what I was going to say as well. Danielle Hunter might be the big-time move that they made.
I don't have an inside source on that either. I
was going to say, hold on. You've been hot today. You've been red hot today. I honestly could see the Rams going and getting a Danielle Hunter. I also wouldn't hate them see them bringing in like a Justin Simmons to shore up that defense. I mean, I know they have a good defense, but you know, they could also look to maybe go grab a quarterback here in the next few weeks. Why maybe go get a Ryan Tannehill in case Matthew Stafford has some injury issues. Maybe they draft a guy or something. Do what? Stetson Bennett stinks. He was a product of a great Georgia team. Justin Fields to the Saints from YK Matt. No. That will not happen. Derek Carr is your starting quarterback, unfortunately. And I know it would be fun to get Justin Fields. The market is kind of dwindling.
You loved Derek at one point.
I did, and then now I don't own his. I had his jersey. You got the
full Derek Carr experience.
And then I got the Derek Carr experience, and now I don't own that jersey anymore. Justin Fields, the market is pretty slim for him now. I mean, where do you think that he could end up?
Great question. I think it sucks for him. I think he's likely to end up somewhere where he is the established backup.
Dare I say, no, they just got Sam Darnold. Never mind. I was going to say the Vikings, but he's going to Sam Darnold. I just don't know who would trade for him. And honestly, I don't think you're going to get much in return for Justin Fields anymore.
I'd be tempted if I was Chicago to still hang on to him and have a quarterback battle with him and Caleb Williams.
Exactly, because worst case scenario, Caleb Williams, this is absolute worst case scenario. It's not me saying what's going to happen. Absolute worst case scenario, maybe you're just like, hey, Caleb, you're good, but let's just let Justin Fields run it so you can kind of keep figuring things out and developing, and let's run it there. That could be a realistic route that Chicago takes, but let's kick it over to Fluffy Pugs.
What a name.
A great name. Another Detroit signing other than yesterday with the trade with Tampa Bay, biting kneecaps, villain Brad Holmes.
Well.
Let's munch on some kneecaps. Craig Reynolds.
That's some Dan Campbell mentality.
If I've ever seen it. Marcus Davenport added to the defensive side of the ball, 1 year, $10.5 million deal. Credit to him for continuing to get big-time contracts. I'm not in love with the player. I think that he has some upside. He just has issues staying on the field. Carlton Davis, a cornerback that they brought in. Craig Reynolds, we're still waiting on those details. Graham Glasgow, a center that could help bring some insurance in case Frank Ragnow cannot play next year or has injury issues. And then you see the name, Amik Robertson, signing with the Detroit Lions, 2 years, $9.25 million with only $4.25 guaranteed. So other moves that they can make, maybe bring back CJ Gardner-Johnson, maybe, but like he kind of waved by, so I don't know. Like maybe they go try and get a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Wide receiver I could see making sense for them. That's a team that's built so much through the drafts. I think that's going to be their priority. It's not so much in free agency.
Yeah. Some
free agent signings today. Derrick Henry, 2 years, $16 million, up to $20 million in incentives, $9 million guaranteed. Trace, I like this for both sides. Like when we look at free agency, we try to figure out, okay, what's a win for these teams and what's a win for both sides for the player. And with Derrick Henry, this is a match made in heaven. You get the running back that the Ravens were looking for. And Derrick Henry, he said his number one priority, he wanted to go to a team where he could compete for a championship. He got that with Baltimore.
Absolutely. He is the king for a reason. We're not going to see him get 2,000 yards again. That's just something you have to say. But you can still get 4+ yards per carry and double-digit touchdowns from this guy. And I like the pairing with him and Zay Flowers, Mark Andrews, Lamar Jackson, just taking a little bit of pressure off of every one of those players so they can maximize their ability and maximize their usage. Derrick Henry is a good player. Look at the offense that they have. Lamar, Derrick Henry, Zay Flowers. Is that Rashad Bateman and Mark Williams? Or Mark Andrews. I said Williams. Mark Andrews. And
Rashad Bateman would be the weak link of that bunch. They have high hopes that he can have a bounce-back year this year. I could see them trying to get another receiver, whether it be in the draft, somebody like a Xavier Worthy, Adonai Mitchell, Keon Coleman, something like that. But they're not done upgrading that offense. The Ravens' number one priority is trying to keep pace with the Kansas City Chiefs. And this move for Derrick Henry certainly bumps things up a notch for them.
Oh, absolutely. Derrick Henry is a good football player. He will be effective. And I love the deal that he got, 2 years, $16 million. $8 million a year for this kind of guy is pretty impressive or is a pretty good steal for Baltimore. Let's talk about Malcolm Roach here for a second. He is teaming up with his former head coach and Sean Payton. Leaving the New Orleans Saints, he's a great run-stopping defensive tackle, really good in the interior rotation for New Orleans, who does have a good defense. And I think this is a big loss for the Saints. He's a great culture guy. He's going to be fun in the locker room. And Tyler, you and I both like the defensive line. We like seeing that kind of production out of these kind of guys. But let's talk about the bigger name here, Patrick Queen, man. Patrick Queen leaving Baltimore, staying in the division, going to the Steelers.
We've already seen Lamar Jackson saying, "You're dead to me," joking. He's not being serious. It was funny. But you go to this Pittsburgh Steelers team, and the Steelers are close, right? They felt like they were a quarterback away. Now they bring in Russell Wilson. Now you get one of the best inside linebackers in all of football. 133 tackles, 9 tackles for loss, 3.5 sacks this past season, playing alongside Roquan Smith. That is my concern with Patrick Queen. With him, wherever he went, how can he do without Roquan Smith? Getting out of Roquan Smith's shadow, because he did not start to really elevate. His play didn't really come into his own until he had to play alongside the best middle linebacker in all of football. Now he gets a chance to kind of prove himself here in Pittsburgh.
No doubt. Patrick Queen is going to team up with guys like T.J. Watt, Minkah Fitzpatrick, and a really good Steelers unit led by Mike Tomlin. He's going to have them ready to play every single week. Shelby Harris is another interesting signing that I really like for the Cleveland Browns. That defense was incredible last year, Tyler.
Yes, they were. And bringing back a piece that's was solid for them last year, relatively reasonable rate, 2 years, $9 million. I like it for Cleveland there. Also on the list, Kenny Moore, the second, stays with Indy, 3 years, $30 million. Reasonable deal.
Absolutely, especially for one of the best slot cornerbacks in the league. Kenny Moore, he is taking a nice little deal for the Colts. It's very team-friendly, but I also think it's given him some good money. To be honest, if I'm the Colts, he plays another good season or two, extend him and give him a little bit more money there. 93 tackles in 2023. 8 tackles for loss, 6 pass breakups, 3 interceptions, and then he had 4 interceptions in 2021 and in 2020. Kenny Moore is a good player, just like Josh Uche, who is going to be headed to the New England Patriots. Tyler, you had some hot takes about the Patriots. You care to share some of those?
Sure. Patriots.
Sure. Yeah.
Patriots are going to be the worst team in football next year. And
Boom.
1 year, $3 million for Josh Uche. I thought he could have gotten more money elsewhere. I don't know why on earth, why the hell you would want to come back to the New England Patriots when I thought he could make more money and be on a better team But nonetheless, we'll see what happens there. Ashawn Robinson going to the Panthers, 3 years, 22.5. Panthers made some massive changes over the last couple of days. We know they weren't very good last year. Haven't been good in a long time.
Yep.
I don't know if they've done enough to move the needle, though.
Yeah, see, I mean, I like this move. It's a veteran addition. It's a veteran signing, but he is not – I mean, he's a little bit older. He's up there in the age column. That being said, had the Panthers made a move to go and get T. Higgins, I think that would really set some things on fire in Carolina. Bryce Young needs all the help he can get. That team won 2 games last year, and quite honestly, it was pretty ugly. They could have won maybe one more here or there, but the Panthers just – they got to build something here, and they're not really building much. Kind of disappointing in what they've been doing because they did have money to spend this offseason, so we'll see what they can do, especially without a first-round pick. That's something else to consider. They do not have a first-round pick after trading to go and get Bryce Young last year. But one move I love, Devontae Parker, 1 year, less than $5 million. That's a great value for the Eagles. Howie Roseman just continues to be a
Howie's great. And you look at Devontae Parker, this is somebody that has not looked great the last couple of years in New England, but hasn't been in a good spot to succeed with the quarterback play, lack of offensive line and all that. I think the Eagles are going to get the version they saw between 2020 and 2021 there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Josie Jewell headed to Carolina, 3 years, $22.7 million, one of the newest deals that came in, $10 million guaranteed. Very good football player. Carolina is getting, I think, kind of an underrated linebacker here.
Yeah, and then on top of that, you lose Jeremy Chin to the Washington Commanders, 1 year, $5.1 million. I mean, you're paying for a good player for pennies on a dollar. But let's talk about Josie Jewell in Denver. This is a player who is a tackling machine. Our guy, Matthew Peterson, the host of the Broncos Breakdown, was high on this player. 3 sacks, 2.5 in 2022, 3 in 2023. Josie Jewell, he can kind of do a little bit of everything. He can turn over the ball. He can get to the quarterback. He can stop the run. It feels like he's a great all-around player, and it feels like this is a good move for Carolina because they haven't had a bunch of good ones, but I think this one is at least a decent addition for the Panthers.
Yeah. How about Jeremy Chin to Washington, 1 year, up to $5.1 million? Didn't cost them a whole lot. They get a good, versatile player that can play multiple positions.
Yeah. I mean, Jeremy Chin, pennies on a dollar. You're getting him for dirt cheap. Dan Quinn, very, very good moves. Adam Peters being very aggressive in free agency. I like that the Commanders are not being cheap. I like that the Commanders are trying to build a culture because it's fun seeing new teams be good. I don't care what fan base you are from. But let's kick it over to some Super Chats. We're going to talk about some stuff here in just a few more minutes. Ramcast. Irv Smith is a smaller route runner, tight end. Maybe they got him to help Travis Kelce now that he's 36.
I like the pairing.
I do too.
Travis is still great. Don't get me wrong. But he did take a step back this past year. And so he's got, some work to do, essentially.
Yeah.
And Irv Smith is going to make things easier. I wonder if they're going to keep Blake Bell around, if they'll go 3 tight ends that way. That remains to be seen. But I do like the signing of Irv Smith. Ramscast, thanks for the Super Chat. Another Super Chat coming in from Mark.
Mark! JJ is in his infinite wisdom. Didn't think Henry at $8 million a year was good. He paid Tony Pollard $10 million. Wait, this is the same guy that got Deuce Vaughn in a great running back class. Talking about Jerry Jones. Cowboys have been very inactive. Signed a long snapper.
Mark's been very sad today.
Yeah, I apologize, Mark. Pour one out for you, man. I know you and Tom Downey are probably both twisting that hair like crazy.
Yeah.
I'm old Greg.
Old Greg.
I'm old Greg. Remember
How the
that
F
video?
do you think Roquan better than Warner? Yeah, Roquan's the best linebacker in football.
I think Fred Warner's a really good linebacker as well. Let's look at the PFF linebacker rankings for Fred Warner because he is a player that can do it all. Like the San Francisco 49ers have a really good player in Fred Warner, but it's hard to ignore the talent that Roquan Smith has. I like what Roquan Smith was able to do, but PFF had Fred Warner ranked second in the linebacker room, and I'm going to pull up what they have for
They were both first-team All-Pro. So at the end of the day, does it really matter?
No, it doesn't. Like, and this is one of those things where I feel like a fan, you can argue back and forth. It's like, well.
If this is the thing that grinds your gears because I said Roquan Smith is better than Fred Warner, then you need to get a life.
Yeah, I mean, Roquan Smith, great player. Fred Warner, great player. Two things can be true at the same time.
It wasn't an insult at Fred Warner here.
No.
Fred Warner's fantastic.
Two things can be true at the same time. I do really like the player in Fred Warner. I think he is one of the best linebackers in the league. I would say the same thing about Roquan Smith. One of the best in the league, without a doubt.
Mark, $2 super chat. Jerry Jones looks for and expects Versace at Goodwill and Ross. Oh.
Jerry, you cheap son of a gun. Let's get to this.
I'm a TJ Maxx guy.
TJ Maxx is great. I'm not going to lie. I did some good Christmas shopping at TJ Maxx for my mom. So, yeah, they always have some good stuff. Let's kick it to the super chat menu. We did have some.
Let's make a deal.
Let's make a deal. So you see right there, $20 wheel
Shout
spin,
out Wayne Brady.
$50 beer bong. I'm going to tell you right now, 50% off for the beer bong. I got a Freedom Funnel right here ready to go. $25, and you're getting a beer bong. So 50% off. 4-second Freedom Funnel chug. Who wants to see it can happen?
Also, if we get to $500 in Super Chats, we're at $395 right now, so we're $105 away. If we get to $500 total, I've heard rumors that a dolphin may be making his appearance on stream. I'm not going to say anything specific, but a certain producer may come out dressed as a dolphin. We'll see. We'll see.
Has that
we
thing
could
been
have
washed?
a dolphin.
No.
Oh.
Ooh.
It's not great.
Ooh.
Yikes.
Ooh.
$105. $105.
105 away.
Let's
from
make
the
it happen.
coveted dolphin suit coming out.
Let's make it happen. Let's get the dolphin suit here. It will be so cool. Trust me, who doesn't want to see a dancing dolphin behind us while we're talking football?
Dancing Queen.
Green, young and sweet, only 17. Shout out Will Scott.
Having the time of my life.
Jalen
Mills.
Jinx. Signed with the New York Giants, 1-year deal. He's sticking around in the Northeast.
I love that haircut.
It's a great haircut. Great haircut. I love it.
Did you pull that off, Trace?
Maybe if I did it on my beard. I don't know about the hair though. I think the beard I could pull off. It was more if I did some cornrows or dreads on my beard that were green. I think that would look a little bit better. We'll get you guys the full details as soon as we have that information available for you. But we want to ask you a really important question. Who is your favorite NFL player ever of all time? All-time favorite
Trace,
NFL
this is Johnny
player.
Manziel.
Mine, dude, I'll tell you right now, best Darty jersey, if you're a college student or you have a student in college, you want to get them a great jersey they can wear to a Darty, Johnny Manziel is the best one you can get them. Favorite player all time has to be Drew Brees.
I think, if you're going Darty, Johnny Manziel's a great call. I think a big baller brand shirt is a great call.
Oh, that's electric. Too. Let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. Will Clapp, Cam Chancellor, Julio
Ryan
Jones,
Leaf.
Ryan Leaf, Marshawn Lynch, Lawrence Taylor,
Cam Newton, Drew Brees,
Deion
Patrick
Sanders,
Willis, Tim Tebow.
Cam Newton.
Tim Tebow, not a very good Darty jersey.
For the irony, maybe. Maybe. But I also see Will Clapp. I see Lawrence Taylor, Cam Newton, Troy Polamalu. I see Jack Sperry as his favorite NFL player. Terry Holt.
Unfortunate.
Jamarcus Russell. If that's your favorite player of all time, I'm sorry. Taco Frog, I believe. Yeah, Taco Frog. That's hilarious. Paul Krause, not Paul Crew, the Mean Machine quarterback. Reggie Bush. Free Reggie. Give him his Heisman back.
That'd be a good Darty jersey.
That would be a Mean Machine jersey. Would be awesome for a Darty.
Eli Manning.
RG3.
The Boz.
The Boz is a good one.
Devin Hester.
Boz is a good one. Devin Hester, Michael Strahan, C.J. Stroud, Bobby Boucher. There it is. That's the right answer. That's the right answer right there.
Well, the right answer is Hugh Hefner.
Real quick, guys, we want to encourage
RIP.
you to follow both of us on social media. I am at TraceGerard48. He is at Tyler Jones Live. Give both of us a follow if you want more NFL news, rumors, and content.
X and Instagram, both.
Yes, that is mine as well. If you're on IG, feel free to hit me up. If you're on TraceGerard48, if you're at IG or Twitter, feel free to hit up Tyler at Tyler Jones Live.
So I need I need some help, folks, on the IG. I am just over 200 followers away from 2,000.
Get him to 2K. We got to get him to 2,000.
On the IG. And then I need a little over 400 on X to get to 8,000. So follow me at Tyler Jones Live. Follow Trace, and you will not be disappointed. At TraceRoad48. Link is going in the chat right now. And we're shouting out everybody that follows us right now.
Yep, we're shouting everybody out who gives us a follow. I'm going to pull up my phone so I can look at my notifications coming in real time.
I got Mark, Robert, Michael, James.
Matthew Janoff, thanks for the IG follow. Brody Brown, Mark Kearns, David Black, and Ink, and Skull State of Mind. Appreciate it, brother.
I got Uzi, Aiden.
I got
followed me.
Chi-Town Jakari. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the IG follow.
Keep them rolling.
We also got Giovanni Rodriguez. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Sorry for cussing. I love Sketch, man. He's so funny. He's so funny.
I still have not seen this Sketch guy.
Riley,
Smitty was telling me
you
all
got to check him out. Go look him up on like Twitter, on IG Reels or something.
Okay.
Caesar Meha, Rio, Robert Wayne, Brody Brown. I think I already shouted out Brody. But yeah, followers coming in for both of us left and right. Like
Madden
crazy.
Bro, Riley.
Deshaun Watson admirer.
Whoa.
Rutro. He just followed me. I am not one of those, but he just followed me. Shout out to you.
Did we put our IG links in the chat yet? Okay. We'll do that next. X and IG at TraceRoad48 at Tyler Jones Live. You can find us there. And we certainly appreciate all the follows.
Absolutely. We greatly appreciate it. I am going to hop off here pretty shortly, go help out some more chat sports news happening around the company. So I'm going to let Tyler take it over here for a little bit. I'm going to have a really awesome guy join here shortly. I'm going to keep it a surprise. But I'll tell you what. It's going to be a good day. If you're an NFL fan, this is the place to be. You should subscribe, and you should keep on following us on social media.
I got followed by Deshaun Watson admirer as well.
Nice. High five.
Very nice.
Very nice. Yeah, if the deal is still on, I will come back and do my 4-second beer or freedom funnel if we get a $25 super chat. The deal is still on. Just because I'm leaving, I'm just going to be right out the door. I could still hear what's going on, and I can come back in here and do a quick chug.
He won't be
no
far
problem.
away.
Chris, I appreciate you. Thank you for showing some love. And also, shout out to you for raising an awesome son in Jack Lauderay. William Perry, the fridge. The fridge. That's a good one. Percy Harvin, that's another good favorite player of all time. Chris,
Mike Allstott, that's a great answer.
Mike Allstott is an awesome answer. Best
So
fullback
gritty.
of all time. Dude, that guy would bite some kneecaps. That's your kneecap biter right there. All right, I'm hopping out of here. Tyler's going to take it
Everybody
over.
give a round of applause for Trace.
Appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys very soon.
I was the only one that clapped. I'm the only one that appreciates Trace. There we go. Excuses. I'm the only one here that appreciates Trace. All right, folks, you got to subscribe. We are trying to get to 367,000 subscribers. If you do not subscribe to NFL Daily by Chat Sports, then you eat corn the long way. That's what I've been told. And we have a challenge out there, I believe. We got to get to 367,000 subscribers, as well as get to $500 in super chats. And if we do, then I believe there's going to be another free spin coming from our Ram guy. So keep on subbing, spin the wheel of subs, sub it up, join the family, and never miss a moment of NFL Daily by Chat Sports. We'll be live again for the NFL Draft here in just over a month from right now. So stay tuned for that right here on NFL Daily. Got a super chat from T. Lee. Oh, boy. How much to make Chase Sr. get high on stream? That's a great question. We'd probably get some 3G or something, something that's legal, not the illegal products, but we'd probably get some 3G or something. You make an offer and we'll negotiate from there. That's funny. Our special guest is almost ready to go. We can't tell you who it is till they pop on screen. I want to know, folks, right now, before we bring them on, any guesses of who is about to join me on screen? Any guesses? Let's ask the chat. Who is about to join me on the stream? Is it Jay Sr., Harrison Graham, Tom Downey? Is it Jack Sperry? Is it James Yoder? Who is it? Any guesses? Who is the Chat Sports host that's about to join me on screen? Is it Perry? Is it Jake Riepma? Will Scott? Matthew Peterson? Who's your guess? Get your guesses in. I see Harrison Graham, Petey, Tom Downey, Petey, Allie Barefoot, somebody says. Taxi says, Petey, come on, bro. Taco Frog says Downey. Cameron says Chase. Brody says Petey. Who is it going to be? Ashley says Smitty. Oh, God. Let's see. Hal says Tom. Denver says Petey. Sounds like the majority is guessing Petey. Could it be Jace Andrews joining me? We do have one for James Yoder. I saw one. Somebody says, give us Downey. No. Put F. Tom in the chat. All right. The moment of truth. Almost. And then we will reveal who our guest is. I see another for James Yoder in the chat. I've only seen a couple guesses for who this is, actually. This is going to shock some people when we bring them on screen. Let's give you one more chance. 10 more seconds to get your guesses in. The answer is in the chat, but it's not that often. Somebody said Marshall Green. That's another possibility. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's Jack Sperry.
There's me. I am back.
Spam Jack.
I'm back from the dead. Back from 4 hours straight of breaking news coverage for the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Washington Commanders, respectively. Good to be back here on NFL Free Agency Maine here on Chat Sports. Good to see all of you guys. Ready to talk some football with y'all.
Patrick Queen, a Steeler. How the Steeler fans feeling?
They are feeling great. We did a live poll, and we went live on Steelers here. 2-hour live stream. Like 90% of the people that voted in our live poll gave it an A. So Steelers fans are loving it, especially for the price. They got him for less than $14 million a year. I'm surprised Seattle didn't get in the conversation there. But he's going to be playing his old team, the Baltimore Ravens, twice a year. He's a perfect fit for Mike Tomlin's defense. I think it's a great move, and it's probably going to be the highlight of NFL free agency for the black and gold.
Not black and yellow.
Not black and gold. It's the black and gold.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Okay, so they also...
Tell me. I'm all ears.
Oh, okay. So also the Commanders signed 3 players. I'm sure you guys covered it.
Oh, yeah.
Jeremy Chin, who I think is a really good fit for
Good value, only $5 million.
Good value. He's dealt with some injuries the last 2 years, but I think he's a great fit for Dan Quinn, who loves to have a true box safety, like a Cam Chancellor back in the day with the Legion of Boom. Now, Jeremy Chin's not Cam Chancellor, all right? And that's not what I'm saying.
It is the Dan Quinn defense.
But it is the Dan Quinn defense, and Jeremy Chin is 6'3", 220 as a safety. That's like almost a linebacker type size.
And he has played linebacker before.
And he has played a hybrid linebacker safety role there with Carolina. So I think that's a great deal. They also got, what's his name? Dante Fowler Jr., it's starting to get reported that they're going to go with Dorrance Armstrong, Dante Fowler Jr., and Cleveland Farrell as their rotation of edge rushers next year. I can't believe that that's what they're actually doing. I think they're either in the market for Danielle Hunter, which I think would really solidify this group, or they might get a guy relatively early in the NFL draft, like right at the top of round 2, something like that. I don't know exactly what their plan is, but there's 2 things they can't stop doing. One, they can't stop signing players. They have signed the most players of any team in the league so far, by far. And number 2, they can't stop signing former Cowboys. They have 3 of them, and they're talking to 2 more in Jordan Lewis and who's the other one? Jaron Kearse. So we might have 5 former Cowboys playing for Dan Quinn next year, just on the defensive side of the ball.
And they still have money.
And they still have money.
A lot of money.
They still have the most money out of anybody, I think. It's just crazy. It's crazy what Adam Peters is doing.
Lavonte David back in Tampa Bay. 1 year, $10 million deal.
No longer Tampa Bay.
It'll always be Tampa Bay.
Okay.
Unless you want to call it Baker Bay.
Let's just call it Tampa Bay. How about that?
Lavonte David
Is that just
back
too lame?
Or we could call it Tampa Baker.
Tampa Baker. I like that. There we go. We got the name.
Tampa Baker.
Tampa Baker. There.
David back. Evans back. Winfield back. Baker back. Bucks had a nice finish last year.
They're running it back with the old squad. They obviously.
I think they're going to be a good team.
I think they'll be fine. It'll be a big question whether or not Atlanta's defense gets them over the top in the division. I still don't think Baker Mayfield is like a super dynamic talent at the position. And
I think he's fine for 3 years, $100 million.
Oh, I agree. I think he's a good quarterback, and I think that this team will compete for the playoffs. Producer Sam, OU fan, Baker Mayfield, big super fan over here, is looking at me weird. I like Baker Mayfield, Sam, okay?
We are a pro Baker Mayfield show.
I'm just going to continue to bask in the fact that I was absolutely clowned in this office last year, around this time last year, saying Baker Mayfield was the best quarterback in division. I was clowned by people.
I said the same thing.
And he was easily the best
Who are
quarterback
people
in
saying was the best?
Derek Carr? Yeah. And Baker Mayfield was easily better.
I wonder if we could.
Derek Carr came off the better year.
Yeah, okay. I wonder. I would be interested to see the stat comparison between Derek Carr and Baker Mayfield because Baker had a good start and he had a good finish, but I feel like if I'm not mistaken, he kind of had a lull there in the middle of the season.
Sam's going to build that player 2 stat comp.
Please do that. I would love to see. I'd actually really love to see like completion percentage, yards per attempt, touchdown, interception, and quarterback rating. I'd love to see that. No, not record. All right.
Because is wins a QB stat?
In my opinion, it is not. All right, so grade Tampa Bay's free agency so far, folks. A, B, C, D, or F. I mean, I'm going to give it a B. It's not like they're getting a lot better. They're just bringing back the players that they had last year, and they're going to hope that, bringing everybody back, another year of chemistry.
One thing, too, to kind of take things a little further, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, because their salary cap situation has not been good, a lot of these guys they brought back, they still deferred money down the road.
Yeah.
It's still not a good cap situation.
It's not. It seems like they're almost doing
Eventually, they're going to screw themselves over.
Yeah, it seems like they're kind of like pushing all of their chips in the center of the table, like the Rams did when they made their Super Bowl run.
They had a decent dead cap hit on Tom Brady last year.
Yeah, exactly. So it seems like they're pushing their chips in the center of the table to try to win a Super Bowl with Baker Mayfield. And respect to Sam Brown, I think Baker Mayfield's fine. I think Baker Mayfield's fine. But is he a Super Bowl winning guy?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, I guess if you guys say yes, I guess so. But I don't know.
I would take Baker over Russ in a heartbeat.
I don't know. But over what?
Over Russ. I'd take Baker over Russ in a heartbeat.
Who had the higher passer rating last year?
I don't care. Stats are for
Russell
losers.
Wilson.
Scoreboards for winners.
Okay.
Stats are for losers. Scoreboards for winners. Let's do some shout-outs. Grades, A, B, C, D, or F.
Norman Paul gives it an A-. Steel City, number 22, says C. Savage Falcon is giving it a C. Taco Frog gives it a B. Kenneth gives it an F. TB Mike gives it a B. Joe gives it a C. Tyson's giving it a D. Jaguars is saying D. Joe is saying C. TB is giving it a B. It seems like the consensus is that it's okay. Jay Claus gave it an A. Lucas gives it a C-. Bill gives it a D. It seems like the average grade is like a B-, C+ kind of average here. Yeah. Okay. So here are the stats comparisons.
I don't give a shit. One team made the playoffs, the other one didn't.
Derek Carr, with Dennis Allen as his head coach, by the way, who's a complete fraud. Pete Carmichael.
Is Todd Bowles that great either?
What's that?
Is Todd Bowles that great
either? I don't
either?
think he is, but Dave Canales, I think, is a really bright offensive mind there in Tampa Bay. Pete Carmichael got fired. Okay, so you got to keep that in mind too. I think when I look at these numbers, I think Derek Carr was slightly better. They had the same record.
Well, Baker won a playoff
Same
game.
record, and Derek Carr's numbers were better. Derek,
Baker
I think
won a playoff game. That we didn't put the right record up there.
Don't lie. Going into the season, which team were you higher on? Don't lie.
I was
going
higher
into
on the
last season or this year?
Going into the season, going into 2023, which team were you higher on?
The Saints.
Okay.
I was higher on the Bucs.
You were higher on the Bucs?
I picked the
Smart
Bucs to
man,
win the
for
division
starters.
last year.
Smart man. I simply think when you think about how you view these players as quarterbacks, for starters, Baker Mayfield wildly exceeded his expectations in Tampa Bay.
Yes, he did.
I think everyone penciled in the Saints as winning the division and Derek Carr
Yes, they did.
to have
me.
better numbers than he did his last year in Vegas with arguably a better offensive staff.
That's great.
And he was close to Baker Mayfield, and he's getting paid on average more per year than Baker Mayfield is.
Way more. Well, actually,
Yeah, no. So Derek Carr signed.
Derek Carr's
it was
like
at
34.
It was 4 years, 160. I thought it was. I could be wrong. I'll look up contracts.
Yeah,
again.
look up contract numbers. They're making similar
Chat
money now.
overwhelmingly going with Baker.
Let's go.
Let's make that the poll question, too. I'll put up the poll right now.
I mean, like after last season, I think they're neck and neck. Like I consider them in the same tier of quarterback. You know, like they're good quarterbacks, but they're not great quarterbacks.
Real quick, by the way, the chat thinks that the Jags will not re-sign Calvin Ridley. 54%. That's kind of crazy.
I think he's probably going to end up back there, right? Unless he can go to a better
I think
team.
he'll be back there. He wants to be there. The New England seems to be the team that's pushing for him. New England's not very good. I think he ends up back there.
Azian says Chiefs are signing him. Calvin Ridley.
All right. Poll question right now. 84% going Baker over Derek Carr.
Good answer.
This is an annihilation of Jack Sperry. I don't know how he'll ever recover.
How is this an annihilation?
I don't know if he'll ever recover from this.
I don't get how it's an annihilation. Are they not in the same tier of quarterback here? Like, is Baker Mayfield a great NFL quarterback?
How's it not annihilation? The poll results should make it the annihilation.
Well, I don't see it as a competition. I like both of these.
It is a competition. That's what we're asking right now.
It's not a competition. I'm not like pro. I said Derek Carr had the better season last year. And that's just statistically, that's
Spam
true.
F Sperry in the chat.
Statistically, that's true.
Spam F Sperry.
I think the numbers prove me right. I don't care what anybody says. We got a soup. $2 super chat from Trey Roberson. What's up, Trey? He's from Steelers Talk Faithful. Says Steelers CB2. Who will we sign? And it might not be somebody that they signed, Teacher. It might be somebody that they trade for. L'Jarius Sneed is available. Of course, with Chris Jones making the amount of money he's going to be making, they just can't afford L'Jarius Sneed. All right, so they're going to trade him. They need a wide receiver. They were interested in Darnell Mooney. He ends up going to the Falcons. You know who kind of is like Darnell Mooney? Deontay Johnson, a smaller route-running wide receiver.
I can see it being somebody in the draft, quite frankly. I think that
they could go draft, but
Steelers have options. The corner class, you're not going to have a top 10 corner selected, but when you look at picks like 15 through 45, there's a good group there for teams that need a corner.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I think Quinion Mitchell is going to go in the top 10. Especially, I think.
Really? I don't think he goes quite top 10.
I think he goes to the Atlanta Falcons at 8.
Ooh.
They need a corner. They have their quarterback.
I think Cooper DeJean's going to be the first corner off the board.
With that injury, though?
I don't think it matters.
Really? Okay. I mean, maybe not. I like Cooper DeJean a lot. I think he's going to be a great pro. Okay? I think he's a souped-up version of Brian Branch last year. Brian Branch didn't test well at the Combine, and that's why he fell so much to the Detroit Lions. And you can make an argument he should have been Defensive Rookie of the Year. He was phenomenal with the Detroit Lions last year. He was probably their best defensive player except for Aiden O'Connell. Okay, not Aiden O'Connell, Aiden Hutchinson. I mean, he was fantastic, and Cooper DeJean is like him. He's got the versatility. He can play in the slot. He can play outside. He can play safety, and he's a souped-up version of him. If he would have ran at the Combine, it would have been probably a 4.3. He's just an incredible athlete, great change of direction. I can't wait to see him play, but those injuries are going to be something there.
I was going to come in with something completely right back to the Baker Mayfield, Derek Carr argument.
Yeah, we're back on this. Okay.
Brett made a great point. Baker Mayfield 2 playoff wins, Derek Carr 0.
It's fair enough. And by the way, one of those playoff wins was against my Pittsburgh Steelers with the Cleveland Browns. On the road in Acrisure Stadium. Made Big Ben cry on the bench, that famous meme.
Great photo.
Sam's
One
got
more.
something to
Oh,
say
here we go.
Some people are saying Baker Mayfield himself retired Jason Kelce and Fletcher Cox. People are talking.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Baker Mayfield is a good quarterback. That's my take on him.
It took you that long to get to that take?
I've been on that take for the last 30 minutes, Teach. What are you talking about?
I don't know.
I said Derek Carr had a better statistical season. That is a fact. I like both of them. I mean, what are we talking about here?
All right, let's talk about Simone Biles' husband, Jonathan Owens.
Keith Ishmael.
Keith Ishmael going to the Cardinals.
Who cares? Who cares? Next on the list.
Now, Simone Biles' husband.
Ooh, I like this. Owens going to
from
Chicago.
The Packers to the Bears.
Oh, my goodness. Going from division rival to division
Simone Biles
rival.
will much rather enjoy living in Chicago than Green Bay.
Oh, I think so. Absolutely. Jonathan Owens, he likes to think of himself as a celebrity. So, he's going to be in a big city. He's going to be in the big market, and I'm sure he's going to like that a lot. And when he goes to Green Bay,
he's actually a decent football player.
Yeah, he's not bad. I think he's pretty mid in terms of being a starter. But I mean,
he's fine for 2 years, $4.5 million.
I mean, that is a great deal. I mean, that is a freaking steal at what 2.25 per season. Great deal for Jonathan Owens, man. He's a good player. He's a starter in this league.
Simone's probably going to make more in endorsements than he will.
No question. She's
she's got that Subway money.
She's the breadwinner in the family there.
She's got that Subway money.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, man. You better believe it. All right, make sure you click that subscribe button right now. We're going to have you covered with free agency coverage all throughout the week. And then also during the NFL draft, we're going to be live for every single pick, reacting to every single selection. So make sure you click that subscribe button for the best damn NFL coverage here on YouTube. 100% free. All right, so let's try to get this up to 367,000 by the end of the day. That is my goal. That's what I want to do. Let's get it done, Teacher.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Let's get it to
What do you have to lose?
Nothing. We added over 2,000 yesterday on yesterday's stream. We
haven't even the wheel of subs, make that number go up.
We haven't even gotten to 1,000 yet. We got to hit at least 1,000 today. I mean, like, what are we doing?
I meant to ask you.
Sure.
Did you hear the Aaron Rodgers news?
Oh, yes, that he might be our next vice president.
Yeah. That was wild.
That is unbelievable. All right.
In the meantime, we got a first time super chat from Edward. Bang. $5 super chat.
So Edward says, how about a trade for Deontay Johnson to Arizona Cardinals for Buda Baker and draft wideout or get Ridley in free agency? So,
how about no?
I don't think the Cardinals are letting go of Buda, right? He signed that massive contract last offseason.
Buda.
Yeah, I don't think Buda is going to be an option for the Steelers. Could they trade them? Like, what would you say, Tyler? They have 3 third-round picks this year. Would they give up their top third-round pick for Deontay Johnson and pair him up with Marvin Harrison Jr., taking him at number 4 overall?
I don't see that happening.
You don't see it happening? I don't know, man. I think it's a good combo. You have the bigger receiver in Marvin, and then you got the kind of route-running veteran on the other side. I kind of like it.
I think
third-round pick? What third-round pick is going to be more productive than Deontay Johnson next year?
I think the investments from Arizona are going to be young players.
Deontay's not that old, though.
No, I mean, like, through the draft and continue to build that way. I think Arizona is well aware they're not ready to compete next year.
I got you. He's 27. Like, are you going to have no veterans? Like, it'd be nice to have a veteran presence in that wide receiver room, I think. And, you're not going to get are you going to get a better receiver in the third round? I mean, in this year's class, maybe you can. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. All I know is that Arizona has 3 third-round picks. Deontay Johnson's a good veteran. I could see it happening, honestly, man. Good job, Edward. That's
Thank
a
you,
good
Edward.
question.
First-time super chat.
Appreciate you, my friend.
Appreciated there. Danielle Hunter, a big topic today as we await to see where he goes. A lot of teams interested. He's got several visits and such lined up. Not expecting him to sign anywhere today. But you look at it with Danielle Hunter. Here's one thing I was thinking about, Sperry, is that as teams spend money, there becomes less money available.
Yep.
Danielle Hunter is going to be a top dollar guy. Eventually, if you're Danielle Hunter, don't you have to pull the trigger and sign somewhere sooner rather than later to get the money you want before it runs out?
Yeah, I mean, the reports coming out is that he wants something close to what Brian Burns got yesterday. And Brian Burns is 24 years old. Danielle Hunter, is he 30? He's getting close. Like, I don't know what his age is, but he's getting close to 30. I get that he just had a great season last year. 29. Okay, I knew he was close. 16.5 sacks is a great number, and you can make the argument that right now Danielle Hunter is the better edge rusher than Brian Burns. He's just more productive than him.
He's already had the neck injury, though.
Yeah, and he's had the injuries, and, he's getting older. He's not going to make $30 million like Brian Burns did, all right? Like, he's going to make 27, 28, somewhere in that range, I think. And it says here, Aaron Wilson, that the Texans and the Vikings are interested in Danielle Hunter here per league sources, but nothing imminent. So it's looking like teams are kind of staying away from Danielle with the injury history, with the high asking price. This is a guy that we expect to be one of the first guys off the board yesterday, and he's still available. What the hell is going on, TJ?
Yeah, I think
it's hard. I think he's asking for too much money, and people aren't willing to give him that. That's what I think is happening right now.
I think we're looking at potentially a couple more days before he signs. I think he's taking his time and waiting to see where things go from there. We'll see.
At Commanders, please sign this guy. You have all the money in the world to get it done. You need a number one edge rusher. Get it done. All right, this guy would be a great fit. You got Danielle Hunter, Jonathan Allen, Deron Payne, and Dorrance Armstrong as your starting defensive line. That could work.
Speaking of the Commanders, one of their former players, Chase Young, remains available. Obviously finished the year with the San Francisco 49ers, coming off a season where he had 7.5 sacks, 7 tackles for loss, 25 tackles. And we've seen with Chase Young, his career has been a roller coaster of sorts. He's had problems staying healthy. There's times where he's looked elite, and then other times where he's just looked average. What are you going to get out of Chase Young? For the teams that are interested, like we've seen the Panthers, the Saints, also the Titans, just to name a few here. What I wonder, Sperry, if you're going to invest in Chase Young, are you going to get the elite player he's capable of being? Are you going to get him healthy? Or are we going to get this kind of mid-tier player that can't stay healthy here? I mean, this is, I think, the biggest wild card out there of players available.
He reminds me a lot of Jadeveon Clowney, man. When he came out, everybody was like, this guy is the next great edge rusher. And Jadeveon Clowney's had some productive seasons in the league, but he hasn't lived up to the potential, and neither has Chase Young. He's had trouble staying healthy, like you said. Last year, 7.5 sacks, not bad. 7 tackles for loss. He was a valuable number 2 edge rusher for the San Francisco 49ers, who traded for him at the trade deadline. But man, it's just been a big disappointment for Chase Young, and he still has the athletic upside like Jadeveon Clowney did in the early years of his career. But there's reports, and this has been around for a while, that he doesn't love football. He doesn't love the craft. He doesn't really dedicate his life to it the way that you need to truly be great. So, I kind of see a good fit with him being the Chicago Bears. Pair him back up with Montez Sweat there in Chicago. He's going to be less expensive than a Danielle Hunter. I kind of like that fit with the Chicago Bears, honestly.
Yeah, and they were linked to him back at the trade deadline as well. So they've had their eyes on him previously. Got a $10 super chat from New York G-Men. Right again, do you think the Giants sign a corner, and will they re-sign Isaiah Simmons? Sperry, what do you think about this for the Giants here? Isaiah Simmons, former first-round pick out of Clemson, Olathe, Kansas native. Do they bring him back, and do they go get a corner too?
I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, I like Isaiah Simmons's versatility, I guess, but honestly, actually, let me take that back. I think he's been tried as a linebacker. I think he's as crazy as this might sound at home, he's a nickel cornerback. What he does well is he is best when he is in coverage or he's blitzing off the edge. He can do both of those things as a nickel corner. He's got the athleticism. We know this. He's one of the most athletic freaks out there. He'd be the biggest nickel corner in the league. But man, tell me that that like a Vic Fangio style defense wouldn't love to put him in the slot. I think that is his home. That's where he should be playing, and he just doesn't have the instincts in coverage, and even as a run block or run defender to really be a linebacker. There's so many things NFL linebackers have to do, and you have to mentally process information very quickly. Isaiah Simmons doesn't do that very well, and what he does best is just going one-on-one on a guy and covering him, and that's what he could do as a nickel corner. I kind of like his fit with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I've been talking about him on our Steelers channel here. I think he'd be an excellent nickel corner, especially with Kenny Moore off the board today, going back to the Colts.
Omar's Burner with a $5 super chat.
What's up, Omar? Let's go, my
Right
man. Steelers. Let's ride. He says Steelers will sign Bakhtiari, Cam Curl, trade Deontay Johnson in a third for Snead, and draft Jackson Powers Johnson at number 20. Omar, you got the best plans, man. That's why I love you. Teacher, what do you think about potentially the Steelers getting Jackson Powers Johnson at number 20?
So he's a very good center out of the University of Oregon.
Yes, he is.
I like what he brings to the table. I'll say this about the center position. It has been greatly undervalued. You look at Creed Humphrey a couple years ago, who I think is the best center in football with Kansas City Chiefs. He was a second-round pick. He should have been a first-round pick. Tyler Linderbaum a couple years ago, but the Baltimore Ravens, he was a late first-round pick. He's now become their best offensive lineman and one of the best centers in football.
Yep.
Jackson Powers Johnson, there's going to be some teams, I don't know if Pittsburgh's one of those teams or not, that have that old way of thinking like, we're not going to use a first-round pick on a center. I would use a first-round pick on Jackson Powers Johnson. If you're a team like Pittsburgh or others that have a need at center, go ahead. Use that first-round pick on Jackson Powers Johnson.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I think that, Omar Khan, their new GM in Pittsburgh, he comes from the school of Howie Roseman with the Philadelphia Eagles. You know how impactful Jason Kelce was in Philly for all those years. And Jackson Powers Johnson is just if Arthur Smith, the new offensive coordinator there in Pittsburgh, could build a center in a lab, it'd be Jackson Powers Johnson. Plain and simply. He's big, he's strong, he's excellent in reach blocking. And, it's exactly what Arthur Smith is looking for. So if he's there at 20, especially if they don't sign a center in free agency, which they haven't done yet, watch out for the Steelers to take Jackson Powers Johnson at number 20. We do have some news around the league here. Dan Skipper, 1-year contract with the Detroit Lions. Is this another one of these long snappers here, Mr. Depth guy here, okay? So we got Raekwon Davis going to the Indianapolis Colts.
Colts have made some moves.
Yeah, Colts have made some moves. They've brought back Kenny Moore, which is great, man. I mean, Kenny Moore, he just screams Indianapolis Colts to me. They're trying to compete right now with Anthony Richardson, so I like that move to bring back Kenny Moore. Good contract for Kenny Moore too, by the way. $10 million for him is a good get for a nickel corner. So, Tej, what do you think about these moves here, especially Raekwon Davis to the Indianapolis Colts?
Pretty fascinating. I look at the Indianapolis Colts. This is a team that overachieved. We looked at them going into 2023 as one of the worst rosters in football, and yet even with losing Anthony Richardson and everything, they still found a way to nearly make the playoffs this year.
With Gardner Minshew, they were one bad pass away from winning the division.
Yeah. I like them getting Rover Stewart, that 3-year, $39 million deal. I thought that was good value there.
Bringing back Pittman, too.
3 years, $70 million, your top receiver. Anthony Richardson's got to be thankful for that. Colts have had a good run here. Now let's see what they can do in this draft, and if that team's going to take the next step or if they're going to take a step back. Colts are going to be fascinating to watch for sure.
Yeah, so how do you feel about Anthony Richardson? Because he's still so polarizing. I thought he played pretty darn well in his short stint as the starting quarterback of the Colts. And Shane Steichen definitely knows what he's doing. But what's your feeling on Anthony Richardson? Do you think he has that explosive year two?
So here's what I look at with Anthony Richardson, is that this was a guy that looked the part on the football field, right?
Oh, no question.
Could have been Rookie of the Year had he stayed healthy. But the back end of that portion, had he stayed healthy. I wonder, with his playing style and everything, is this going to be a problem that continues? If he can stay healthy, then he's going to be just fine, be a solid quarterback in this league. But I worry already having that injury pop up if this is going to be a problem that persists. We'll see.
Is it crazy to say he has the highest ceiling out of any quarterback in the league other than Pat Mahomes? Like, the guy is huge. He runs a 4.3. He has a rocket arm. He's got incredible playmaking instincts. And he's in an offense here in Shane Steichen where it seemed like it was working.
Yeah.
So it's like the thing that I do worry about him is that he was still raw coming out of Florida last year.
Right.
And he really needed that first year in the league to kind of get his feet wet.
He's like, what, 20, 21 years old?
Yeah, he's still super young, so the development can still come. But I really like the talent there. I think that his natural instincts and feel for the game is really good. He just needs to clean up the footwork a bit, the throwing mechanics a little bit. And when that happens, and I think it will happen because it's happened with guys like Josh Allen and Mahomes when they were raw coming out of college, I think Anthony Richardson could be a perennial MVP candidate in the National Football League.
We'll see what happens there. It is just past 6 o'clock in the East Coast, 3 out west. Welcome in, beginning of a brand new hour of NFL free agency frenzy. I'm Tyler Jones. He is Jack Sperry, and we want to shout you out. We appreciate you watching. We got over 1,200 people watching us live here on Chat Sports. And so what we'll do is spam me as much as humanly possible. I want to break the chat rate record. We almost beat it last time. We'll give it another shot. The more you spam me, the more likely your team is to sign somebody. So, you get a team to sign somebody, here's your chance to let your voice be heard. Spam me in the chat. Jack's going to shout out everybody that spams me. And the more likely you spam me, the easier it is for Jack to see your name. So, on my count, let's get this thing going. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
I see Henry. I see Omar's Burner. I see Mike. I see Beast Slayer. I see Aussie. I see Joe. I see JTT. I see, God, they're going so fast I can't even read them. Joe, Mason, Owen. We got Owen again.
Faster. Pick up the pace.
Bring him up. We got Ian, Jordan, Bill, Owen, Taco, True, Edward.
Too slow.
Aiden.
Come on.
Owen again. Mike, Bill Jennings. We got Aiden. We've got, it's a lot of the same people, man. We got Jordan. We've got, I'm trying to find new names.
30
Mario.
seconds to go. Faster.
Beast Slayer. We got Patriot. We've got Gabriel. JTG. New York G-Fam. We got Lamar. We've got John. We've got Lil Stu. We've got Cameron. We got Fit and Lit. We've got, let's see, Mario again. Lamar. Owen. Omar's Burner, Tyler, God, I said Tyler twice in a row. Earl, FaZe Big Rig, Dirty Bird.
Too slow. Faster.
Polly, Holly. They're going so fast I can't even read the names. Dirty Bird, Mario, Braden, Lil Stu, D'Anthony, Braden, Ben, CJ, Stanley, Parker Gamer. What's up, Parker Gamer? We've got Owen, Martin, Stick.
Sam is spamming the chat as Chat Sports right now, and he's beating you all right now.
Absolutely. What are we doing, man? Come on, let's get that chat rate up. We got Andrew. We got Mario. We got Tony. We got CJ. We got
Shout
Saul.
out Chat Sports.
Shout out Chat Sports. Fit and Lit DD. Wildest, Chat Sports. New York G-Men, Chat Sports. Wildest, Chat Sports.
Chat Sports is winning right now.
Steel City 22, Chat Sports. Cornelius O'Neill, Chat Sports. Jordan Cross, Chat Sports. Saul, Chat Sports. Omar's Burner, Chat Sports. Lil Stu, Chat freaking Sports. All right, let's go. There we go. That's a nice little chat spike right there. You got to love it.
Shout out Chat Sports.
And by the way, Producer Jack, Producer Sam, can we work in a Viking segment here? I want to talk about Sam Darnold and Aaron Jones eventually, if we could. Yeah. I want to talk about them. I want to see what Teacher's thoughts are on the Minnesota Vikings and those moves. No, not a cut. I just want to talk about it.
He just wants to talk about the Vikings.
I just want to talk about the team up north, the Minnesota Vikings. Because right now, Tej, where do you think that they kind of fit in with the NFC North. Right now, you got Detroit that was first in the division last year, went to the NFC Championship game, and you got Caleb Williams joining the division, it looks like. And, of course, you got Jordan Love. Are the Vikings bona fide last-place basement dwellers this year?
Well, you're not going to like my answer, Sperry, but I do think they finished last in the division. It's an interesting situation because they're not a bad team. They're just not a good team.
Yeah, it's going to be a competitive division next year, for sure.
I mean, you got talent. You got the best receiver in football in Justin Jefferson.
Jordan Addison, too.
Jordan Addison, too. I think Aaron Jones is a good signing. I think Sam Darnold is a decent quarterback. I think he's the bottom half of starters in the league. I mean, you got some playmakers on that defense, but it's not good enough. It just is what it is. And this is what I hate for Viking fans right now, is that if you were going to bring Kirk Cousins back, then it's all right. We're trying to salvage what we can and, try to still compete.
Sure.
But you didn't. And now you're still trying to compete, embrace the tank. You lost your quarterback now. Start the rebuild and get this thing going from scratch because, as I was saying earlier in the show, typically the best plan for success long-term for teams in the National Football League, either you're at the top and you keep on adding and keep on building, or you're at the bottom, stockpile those picks, and move your way on up. It is hard to build a contending team from the middle. That's the worst place you can be, and that's where the Vikings are at.
Yeah, exactly. This might surprise some people, but I think the Vikings are probably last place in that division next year.
Yeah.
I think Sam Darnold will be
last place at 7 and 10, 8
and 9.
Yeah.
They're going to be floating around 500, but Jordan Love really came on with the Packers at the end of the year last year. I think Jordan Love is a little bit overhyped. He was inconsistent last year. He had a good end to the season, and you know what they say, the last impression is the lasting impression. So I think people are high on Jordan Love. He absolutely massacred the Cowboys in that playoff game. So, Jordan Love's a good quarterback, but he's still a little bit inconsistent for me. But they're getting better. They got Xavier McKinney. They got rid of their terrible DC and Joe Barry. They're bringing in a very interesting defensive mind to be their new defensive coordinator. And Minnesota, man, plain simply, they're going to be the worst at the quarterback position in this division. Plain and simply. They're going to draft a quarterback, either Bo Nix, J.J. McCarthy, or Michael Penix Jr. Sam Darnold is going to play 6 to 8 games before they move to their rookie because their record's not going to be good enough. And they're going to, with that rookie quarterback, they're probably going to struggle towards the end of the season. 6-11, 7-10, somewhere in there, and they're going to probably be last place in the NFC North. But with Kirk Cousins, they would have been in the mix. That's why they should have re-signed him, and they didn't.
Herman with a $2 super chat. Stay on Sperry, Brother Tyler. Hey, I do what I can to keep him honest. Spam F. Sperry in the chat. Much appreciated, Herman. Thanks for that $2 super chat. Here's the super chat menu. Beer cheers. I do owe beer cheers for that. Cheers to that on that front. $5, we'll talk about your team. $10, have a hot take for 2024. $20 will spin. And we had an offer. Our buddy Trace Gerard said that he'll do a beer bong or beer shotgun for $25 instead of $50. So if you would like to participate and get on today's show, the only way you can get on screen today, we're not doing hashtag NFL or any of that. It's only by Super Chats. $sign next to the chat box if you'd like to contribute and show us some love. We'll get you on the show here.
Oh, man, we have got a Super Chat from Chat Sports legend, Lord Buddy Bear.
Lord Buddy Bear.
Let's go. We got Buddy Bear in the chat. Oh, Buddy Bear. Let's go. Jeremy Chugs. Come on. Come say hi to Buddy Bear. Let's go. $5 Super Chat says Vikings going to look good in silver. Oh, Wilkins going to look good in silver and black.
Hey, buddy. Hey, Buddy Bear.
If Tyree Wilson takes the next step, that D-line going to be lit. And as always, F. Tom Fumble Brady.
He did fumble.
He did fumble. He even admitted it. He even said it himself. He fumbled.
He fumbled.
I mean, Tuck rule.
Gosh,
Jeremy, how are we doing, my friend? It's good to see you.
good.
I haven't seen you all day, man. I've been busy with breaking news.
I know, I missed you, man. I gotta
I gotta stand on my tippy toes or.
Look how short he is. Look, guys, look at this. I mean, he's not actually that short. Who's taller, Tyler or Jeremy? It's
me.
Tyler's taller, right?
Jeremy's like 5'10".
He's on his tippy toes.
Me too. There we go. Yeah.
So
Jeremy's like what, 5'10"? Yeah. I'm about 6'2". Sperry, what are you, 6'6"?
6'5".
6'5".
I might actually be 6'6". I haven't actually. Sam is not 6'3". Get out of here. You're as tall as Baker Mayfield is, my friend. Lord Buddy Bear, thank you so much, my friend. Wishing you the best of luck with Gardner Minshew as your quarterback
Wilkins,
in 2024.
Wilkins along with Max Crosby, that's going to be a lethal D-line.
Yeah, I mean, especially if Tyree Wilson becomes like what we thought like he had the potential to be. I was always somebody that was like, Tyree Wilson's going to need a year to develop because all he had was a bull rush in college. So he needs to develop. We'll see if that ends up happening for the Las Vegas Raiders. If he turns into something, then they've really got a good defensive line there in Las Vegas. And that's going to be fun to watch, but they need to get a better quarterback. Antonio Pierce, Tom Telesco, get on that because Gardner Minshew, with respect to you, my friend, you're not winning nothing with Gardner Minshew. No way.
Derrick Henry, 2 years, $16 million, $20 million in incentives. Have you heard? $9 million guaranteed. The Ravens get their blue chip running back they were looking for. And honestly, of all the running backs that were available this free agency period, Sperry, he was the best fit for what the Ravens want to do with their run game.
Yeah, and God, just thinking about what it's going to take for a defensive coordinator to game plan for this offense. You know, you've got Zay Flowers on the outside, who was my number one receiver in last year's draft class. He's one of my favorite receivers in the entire league. Guy does it all. The only thing that he doesn't have is size, but, I mean, with the way he plays, he doesn't need it. And then you get Lamar Jackson, who's a two-time league MVP. He runs the football. It's going to be read option with Derrick Henry, a freight train coming at the opposing defense, and Lamar Jackson, that jitterbug, pulling the frickin' football. It's going to be tough to guard that.
So Sperry just said size doesn't matter.
With Zay Flowers, if you're good enough with it, like Zay Flowers is, size does not matter when it comes to the wide receiver position. Just ask Julian Edelman. Just ask Wes Welker. All right, these guys, tiny guys, getting it done in the National Football League. All right, great stuff. Also, Patrick Queen. So we go from a player that went to the Ravens to the team that's leaving the Ravens. Patrick Queen, the second team All-Pro last year, ends up signing a 3-year contract with the Pittsburgh Steelers worth $41 million. That's less than $14 million a year, y'all, for a second team All-Pro. This is an absolute steal for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Queen will be playing his former team twice a year, and now he will finally understand how it feels like to win a Ravens-Steelers football game because the Steelers always beat the Baltimore Ravens. But you look at his stats, man. He's a good blitzer. He's extremely athletic. He's a good run defender, solid tackler, and he got a lot better as a pass defender last year, which was his biggest knock in the first years of his career. I think when you combine Patrick Queen with Landon Roberts, the other inside linebacker there in Pittsburgh, you probably have the fastest inside linebacker duo in the National Football League, and I am really excited to see them work in Mike Tomlin's defense. What do you have to say, Tej, about Patrick Queen leaving y'all to go to the Steel City and join Russell Wilson and the Pittsburgh Steelers?
The Ravens prepared for this when they drafted Trenton Simpson out of Clemson last year.
Yes, they did.
Anticipated this, and they'll take on the third-round comp that they'll get out of Patrick Queen. So the Ravens are going to be fine. As far as Patrick Queen and the fit goes, Patrick Queen was fantastic. Don't get me wrong, the last 2 seasons. But we would be remiss if we didn't mention, number one, his play did not really elevate till Roquan Smith showed up. He even got off to a slow start in 2022, and then Roquan Smith shows up at the trade deadline.
Roquan Smith on All-Pro last year, by the way?
Yes.
First team?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And then this past year, career season from Patrick Queen, again, playing a full season with Roquan Smith. And all that was also in Mike Macdonald's system as well. So who is Patrick Queen without Roquan Smith, without Mike Macdonald? Not saying that he won't be great, but I just don't know. It's just not a sure thing that Patrick Queen is going to play at a high level without Roquan Smith and Mike Macdonald.
And perhaps that's why they got the good deal on him, right? Maybe the teams were a little bit lower on Patrick Queen because of that element. He wasn't the number one.
The great unknown.
He was, the unknown aspect of it there. You know, he was projected by Pro Football Focus to make $18.5 million a season, which is just below what Roquan got there with the Ravens. But the Steelers are getting him for a steal here, less than $14 million, $13 million and change here per season. I think it's a brilliant move by the Steelers. I think it's a great culture fit. I think it's a great scheme fit. And I love the speed and the youth. He's only 24 years old, man. Like, he's going to be a mainstay in this defense for a while. Landon Roberts played really good last year as well. So I'm excited to see what the Steelers defense looks like next year.
There's versatility with Patrick Queen. He played some safety in college there at LSU, a hybrid role of sorts. So you can move him around, be flexible a bit there, too.
And that's part of the reason why the Ravens' defense was so good last year is because you had Kyle Hamilton and Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen, all these super athletic guys that could, shift around to do all the crazy disguised looks that Mike McDonald did there because they had all these crazy athletes. And that's something that Mike Tomlin likes to do. He likes these versatile chess pieces. I'm excited to see what he looks like in the Steelers.
New York G-Man writes in, $2 super chat. Whose defensive line is more scary, the Giants or the Raiders?
Right now, I got to say Giants, right? Well, I don't know. Do they?
They're both good.
They're both good. I mean, I think the X factor with this question is Tyree Wilson, right? Because if Tyree Wilson has a similar season to last year, I got to go with the Giants. You got Kayvon Thibodeau and Brian Burns on either side of the line. That's ravenous. Whereas if you just, I love Max Crosby, man. He's a freaking maniac. But, two great edge rushers versus just one, I'd probably go with the Giants right now. But the Raiders, if Tyree Wilson develops, I might go Raiders here.
Next super chat.
All right. I thought you were going to have a take there.
Wait, I'll finish because he's still getting it ready. I like both. I guess I lean towards Giants, but not by much. Not an overwhelming amount. But the Raiders, it's interesting because you look at that team and Christian Wilkins, Max Crosby, Devontae Adams. Like, if we were playing Madden, they got multiple 90 players.
Yeah.
But they don't have much depth beyond that.
No, they do not.
It's like building a basketball team where you got two fantastic all-stars in your starting five, but no bench.
Sure, yeah. I mean, in basketball, it's more of an individual sport than a true team sport like football, in my opinion. So you have two superstars, you're a playoff team, even with a bad bench.
But you're not going to go far.
But you're not going to go to the finals, right? You have to have some sort of depth to be able to win a championship.
And the Raiders it's like they're trying to build a basketball team instead of a football team right now.
And that's definitely the Las Vegas Raiders, man. I mean, goodness gracious, man. They're getting Gardner Minshew. I mean, they better hope that somebody trades down with them so that they can get Jaden Daniels, because otherwise they're going to have Michael Penix Jr. as their starting quarterback at the end of the season. And I don't know if Gardner Minshew or Michael Penix Jr. Does it for you, man.
Caden.
Just don't.
First time. Super chat.
20.
Bang.
Let's go. 119 here. I think it looks like it's to address to you, Tyler.
Which is a will spin. We'll do it here in a moment. Let's read it first. 918 here. That's my neck of the woods. The 918, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Shout out to the 918. Don't hate the 918. Tyler, buddy, couple questions. Seahawk questions, it appears. Who do you think is the most likely linebacker for our Seahawks? With Drew Lock on, who do you think Seattle will do for the QB2 spot?
Justin Fields.
Oh, man.
I think there's if I was a betting man, number one on my list right now would be the Seattle Seahawks for Justin Fields.
I think that, let's start with the first part of that question. As far as the linebacker position goes, we've seen some big names already off the board, and I think now you're looking at Devin White, I think, still available.
Devin White, yeah.
Devin White's a possibility. Blake Cashman's gone now, right?
Blake Cashman's in Minnesota.
Drew Tranquill's gone. Jordan Hicks, is he still out there?
No, he's gone.
He's gone. Willie Gay Jr.
Bobby Wagner.
He said if we miss out on Bobby.
Oh, I see.
The pickings are starting to get slim.
Oh yeah, I mean,
if I'm the Seahawks, remember that report a couple days ago that they likely weren't going to bring back Bobby. I'm not hearing much about Bobby right now. I would be calling Bobby and apologizing and saying, "Sorry, Bobby. What do you want? We badly need you back right now."
Yeah, I mean,
Bobby, please.
10 straight all pro seasons for him. He's not slowing down anytime soon.
Even if it's just a 1 or 2 year deal, Bobby, please come back.
Yeah,
I think that's probably your best option right now.
Honestly, I can't say this would be probably like the top place for him to go, but are the Pittsburgh Steelers still a possibility?
Yeah,
that would probably make the best linebacker
Washington
trio.
back with Dan Quinn.
Maybe Washington. Well, they got Frankie Luvu yesterday, so it's interesting.
Now the other half. What do you think Seattle will do with the QB2 spot? I think
Sam.
that it's
Laptop
draft
charger. I'm out.
or it's Justin Fields. I could see them getting a Michael Penix, something to that extent. A Bo Nix in the draft. Like maybe trading down potentially.
Yeah.
But I do expect it to be either a draft guy or Justin Fields, one of the two. We'll see. Caden, much appreciated. Shout out to 918. Let's spin the wheel of punishment. Big money. Big money. And it is shots. All right. So I'll take a shot. Here it is accordingly. Fireball. Only my second shot of Fireball of the day.
It's not enough, Teach.
No.
Coming from me.
Yeah.
For those of you that don't know, I do not drink alcohol. So that's why I am not drinking today.
So I got to drink one for Jack, too.
Okay. If you want to,
Here's
man.
the first one.
You don't have to do that, Teacher, but if you want to, go
I'm a
ahead.
company man. I will do so accordingly.
God, no, we're not doing that. No way. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button, by the way. We're trying to get to 367,000 subscribers to join our family today. We added over 2,000 on yesterday's stream. Haven't even gotten to 1,000 yet today. I want to get to at least half of what we got yesterday, guys. All right, so let's get that going right now. We are going to be giving you guys the most exclusive, extensive, in-depth NFL coverage all throughout the offseason. NFL draft is right around the corner. We're going live for all 7 rounds, every single pick. We're going to have you guys covered right here on the channel. You're not going to want to miss it. Make sure you click that subscribe button and join us for every big event for the National Football League, as well as our daily and free NFL news and rumors content. All right, man. All right, I'm back.
He's back.
My computer just died, so I had to get that back online.
Calvin
Producer
Ridley.
Sam, thank you for lending your charger to me, my friend.
New England pushing to sign Calvin Ridley, but sources believed he currently prefers to return to Jacksonville, and he's been discussing a deal with the Jags. So maybe the Patriots can offer more money for him, but if you're Jacksonville, if you're Calvin Ridley, if Jacksonville can come close, you don't have to leave. You stay on a contending team, and you're in a state that has no state income tax, significantly cheaper to live than Foxborough. Calvin Ridley, if they can come close, it would make a ton of sense for him to return to Jacksonville.
Yeah, I think so too, man. I think if you're Calvin Ridley, you're trying to go to the best team. And Jacksonville is clearly the best option. It's not like you won't get paid. Like, they'll still give you quite a bit of money. But New England's a dumpster fire right now. They have an unproven head coach. They're going to have a rookie quarterback in there. Jacoby Brissett's going to be the bridge. I think the defense is probably going to take a significant step back with Bill Belichick gone. They're going to run a similar style of defense, but, I mean, there's just some certain magic with Bill Belichick where no matter who is the personnel on his defense, they're always at least league average. Most of the time, they're top 10. Now that he's gone, I know Gerard Mayo is a good coach, whatever, but I think that's going to take a step back. If I'm Calvin Ridley, I'm not touching the New England Patriots with a 10-foot pole.
So there's a pretty interesting situation with this. If you recall the trade that happened last year, according to Albert Breer of the Monday Morning Quarterback, per terms of the Falcons-Jags trade, Atlanta gets a 2 if Ridley re-signs in Jacksonville before Wednesday at 4, and a 3 if he signs thereafter. So the Jags are motivated to wait, and Ridley's camp has the extra time to drive that number. What if he ends up signing at like 4:01 on Wednesday?
Well, I could certainly see that happening. I mean,
right?
It's very possible that they have already agreed to terms, and they're just waiting to announce it until 4:01 p.m. that day, right?
But technically, this is tampering. Technically, no one's actually signed anyway right now.
Yeah, exactly. So At this point, I think Calvin Ridley is probably going back to the Jacksonville Jaguars, and he's going to do it in a way that helps the team. Josina Anderson said this: Patriots are still opting to keep a deal on the table for wide receiver Calvin Ridley at this time.
Sam's friend, Josina.
Actually, it's crazy. Josina actually DM'd me last week.
Really?
Yeah, I quote tweeted one of her reports on the Russell Wilson story, and I got a detail wrong because she said Russell Wilson's meeting with the Steelers has gone well so far. So I thought that meant it's 10 o'clock Central, so it's like 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. And I'm like, Russell Wilson is still at the Pittsburgh Steelers facility? Is he having a sleepover? And then she DMs me and she says, I did not say that he's still there, all these different things. We had a little bit of an exchange.
No.
And she was cool about it. I adjusted my tweet and all that good stuff, and Josina was real cool about it. She actually gave me a little bit of a scoop when it came to Russell Wilson. So shout out to Josina, friend of the show.
Josina, friend of Sperry and Sam. So we got a friend of the show in Josina.
Got a friend of Chat Sports in Josina Anderson.
Oh, we got a big bombshell.
Oh, baby.
Here it is.
Oh, baby.
Danielle Hunter off to Houston.
God.
To H-Town. Joining the Houston Texans.
Wow. I mean, so our host of the Texans channel, Jeremy Chuggs, yesterday he was complaining to me that the Texans hadn't made any big-time moves. Well, I mean, 24 hours later,
now they get the biggest.
They make the biggest move of the day, arguably. We have the details. 2 years, $49 million, and that's a good deal for the Texans.
48
guaranteed.
He couldn't get one more million of that guaranteed.
Oh, baby. Yeah, they're committing to him, man. They're committing to him for the next 2 years.
Are upon him all the live long day.
So listen, man, I like the deal for both parties involved. I think Danielle wanted to get something closer to 30, but I don't think the market was kind of conducive to that. He's getting a lot of guaranteed money, so he's going to be there for the next 2 years. There's no reason to cut him, even if he stinks next year. So I think Danielle, it's a good move. I love the fit with Houston. That defense just got a lot better, man. Houston native, by the way. Wow. What a story for Danielle Hunter going home to the Houston Texans. Grade the signing for me. Down there in the comment section, A, B, C, D, or F.
How about that? So let us know in the chat. What's
Joshua gives it an A+. Daniel Jones gives it an A. Evan Bell gives it an A. Nolan Mangan gives it an A. All A's. Stephen Wolf is an A. Edward gives it an A. Nodak gives it an A+. Zach gives it an A+++++. Top Notch gives it an A. Caleb gives it an F. Aiden gives it an F. Will T. Sheldon gives it an A+. Tom gives it a B+. Ian gives it a B+. Savage gives it an A. Jemiah gives it an A. Cameron gives it an A+. XP Grinders gives it an A. Ben Likes Sports gives it an F. It seems like most people are liking it, Tej, and I agree with them. I think it's a great deal for both sides involved. It helps out D'Amico Ryans. It helps out C.J. Stroud. This is interesting here. Jonathan Grenard and Danielle Hunter switching places.
Yeah, and I think this is an upgrade for Houston here.
I agree.
Big time. I love this for them. They got Joe Mixon today. Dalton Schultz has got a new deal. Texans are making some moves. They're in good position. Jeff Okudah was a solid signing too. I mean, you look at what they're building with this organization here. This is a team that what we saw last year was not a fluke. They are not going anywhere. C.J. Stroud's going to be an MVP candidate next year too.
Potentially, absolutely. You could make an argument he should have been an MVP candidate. This year, he was so freaking good. So, they've got C.J. Stroud on that rookie deal for the next 4 years, pretty much guaranteed, unless barring something unforeseen. They're going to pick up his fifth-year options. So they got 4 years of contract control, relatively or very cheap quarterback play from their quarterback. So what they're doing here, Tej, is that they're loading up on talent around their young quarterback, and they're trying to really build the best possible roster that they can. They had the money to go out and do this, and I'm glad that they did. This is a great move for Houston, and I think it definitely solidifies them as the favorite in the AFC South heading into next year.
Oh, no question about
Even
it.
over Jacksonville. I mean, see, I would take C.J. Stroud over Trevor Lawrence right now, unless Trevor really makes a step forward in year 4. But with Danielle Hunter as your number 1 pass rusher, Derek Stingley on the outside, he was phenomenal last year. I like this defense here from the Houston Texans, and they get Joe Mixon, who's a good back. So I think C.J. Stroud.
And all they gave up was a 7th-round pick for Mixon.
Exactly, and all you give up is a 7th-round pick. So, Mixon's had trouble staying healthy in his career, but when he's on the field, he's pretty dynamic. He's a good back. So I like all these moves from the Texans. I love what they're doing. I love that they brought back Jaime Fairbairn. He's a great kicker. So I think the Texans are a team that's on the rise. I think we all knew that with C.J. Stroud going into year 2. But with these additions that they're making, man, this is definitely looking like a team that could contend in the AFC in the years to come. So grade the signing down there in the comments section, A, B, C, D, or F. And we'll talk about it here, folks. All right, Jaden gives it an A+. Sports Guy gives it an F. We got Caleb giving it a G. I don't know what is a G. Is that even worse than an F? We got Mike with an A. Tyler gives it an A. What's that? All right, so let's talk available free agents here. So with Danielle Hunter off the board finally, that means Calvin Ridley is the number 1 guy on our list. Justin Simmons is number 2, the safety, formerly with the Denver Broncos. 4-time All-Pro Justin Simmons, still available, by the way, guys. Eric Armstead, top 5 in the NFL in playoff sacks right now in the National Football League. Tyron Smith, a bona fide left tackle, still available. Hollywood Brown is available as a deep threat for somebody. Chase Young, the edge rusher. C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Come on, Omar Khan. Pittsburgh Steelers, sign me some C.J. Gardner-Johnson, baby. Josh Reynolds, the wide receiver out of Detroit. Jadeveon Clowney, who had a career year last year in Baltimore, is still available. Kendall Fuller, a really good off-man or an off-coverage corner, formerly with the Washington Commanders, is available. DJ Reader, one of the best interior defensive pass rushers in the National Football League, still available, has a little bit of versatility on the edge as well. Odell Beckham Jr., wide receiver formerly with the Rams, with the Ravens, with, of course, the New York Giants. He's available. He's good friends with Russell Wilson for all the Steelers fans out there. Watch out for maybe an Odell Beckham Jr. signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers. DJ Wanham, defensive end, still available. Kevin Zeitler is the top guard available, and then Isaiah Wynn, also available formerly with the Miami Dolphins. So let's talk a little bit about Danielle Hunter going to the Houston Texans, baby. $49 million, 48 of it being guaranteed. So they're definitely making an investment in Danielle Hunter, and pretty much Danielle and Jonathan Grenard switching places, all right? Grenard signed with the Vikings yesterday. Danielle takes Grenard's spot as the number 1 edge rusher in Houston, and this is definitely an upgrade. 16.5 sacks last year. 23 tackles for loss. He's still really, really good. 29 years old, so he's getting up there, but I like the signing. For Houston, it is a win-now move there in Houston. Then we go to Jordan Poyer, signing with the Miami Dolphins. Oh, my goodness, man. We've been expecting this one, right, Producer Jack? He's from the Miami area. He lives. Yeah. Last year, he was rumored there as well. This makes sense to me. But Producer Jack, where the hell are the Dolphins getting this cap space? I don't get it.
Well, yesterday they restructured a lot of different smaller contracts as well as the big one with Jalen Ramsey. And I
thought that just got them under them.
And I believe that they also are doing some sort of restructuring with Teron Armstead as well.
Okay, so
I don't know for a fact. Yes, they are,
because they signed Shaq Barrett earlier today too. Like, where are they coming at? Where are they coming with this? I don't know, man.
They restructured, I think, 5 or 6 contracts yesterday. So they were busy yesterday.
So what this tells me, Producer Jack, who's actually mostly our producer for Dolphins, or at least he was, that this is a move where Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins, they're like, we're trying to win now. We're trying to make the move to compete for a Super Bowl now. We are going to backload these contracts with restructures, and we are going to continue to add veteran talent to this team. And they're going to do it before the contract on Tua Tagovailoa comes due, which is going to be absolutely massive in terms of a cap hit. They're going to have to give away a lot of these players. A lot of these guys are going to have to be leaving. So they're trying to strike while the iron's hot. Well, Tua is still relatively inexpensive, and they're restructuring all these guys to try and win a Super Bowl next year. And the big question is, can Tua do it, right? I think if he gets to play in an indoor stadium for like 3 straight playoff games, maybe he can do it. But like if he has to play outside in the cold and in the rain and in the wind and in the snow, he's just not really built to play in those kinds of conditions, and neither is this team in South Beach, in my opinion. So it's going to be interesting to see. I like Miami as a team. I love Mike McDaniel's offense. But, man, losing Vic Fangio, it's going to be tough for the Miami Dolphins, I think, to usurp the Kansas City Chiefs. Speaking of the Chiefs, Willie Gay Jr., former Super Bowl champion here with the Kansas City Chiefs, is leaving the Kansas City Chiefs to go play for Dennis Allen in New Orleans, a 1-year deal up to $5 million. All right, so good deal for Willie Gay. He's a good player, going to be a good rotational piece for sure, and he could be a decent every down starter as well, in my opinion. Very fast, very athletic, was a very good role player for the Kansas City Chiefs in his time with the reigning Super Bowl champions. So let's talk Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans here. So we go from talking about the Saints to talking about the game that will be played in their stadium next year in February for the 59th Super Bowl. So what is the matchup that you guys think that we're going to see? Personally, if you're gonna put a gun to my head right now, who's going to be the Super Bowl matchup? You got to go with the Kansas City Chiefs, right? I mean, you'd just be an idiot to bet against Mahomes at this point. There's some teams in the AFC that I think will compete and will give the Chiefs a run for their money, but the Chiefs have to be the favorite. Then in the NFC, there's a lot of interesting teams in the NFC, man. Detroit is an interesting one. Of course, San Francisco is going to be back. Philly, big question marks there. Dallas has a good team, but it doesn't seem like they're going all in with the moves that they've made in free agency this year. Atlanta, could Atlanta be a surprise team for the NFC South this year? Who knows? And then you got Los Angeles, Arizona. I don't know if Arizona's going to get there. Seattle. Man, this is going to be – NFC's tough because there's so many teams that are good, but there's not like a true wow contender. So if I'd have to guess right now, I'm going to say a Super Bowl rematch. I know that's so lame, all right? I know it's lame to say it's going to be Chiefs 49ers again, but I kind of feel like that's where we're going. I mean, the San Francisco 49ers is such a dominant offense, over 30 points a game with Brock Purdy as their quarterback. It just seems like that's the case for me. So, there's contenders in both conferences. It might be something different. It likely will be something different. But I think heading into next season, the assumption is it's going to be Chiefs, 49ers, number 3, with the Chiefs trying to make it a three-peat against the San Francisco 49ers. We got a super chat here, but we'll get to that here in a second. Danielle Hunter, $49 million. 48 guaranteed. Unbelievable, man. This is just crazy. Now, it's not the Brian Burns deal. Okay, it's not the deal where that Neil probably wanted. Okay, he probably wanted about $30 million a year, but at his age and all these different things, it just wasn't going to work out for him to get that level of contract. Now, I do think that he is such an upgrade over Jonathan Grenard. You look at his numbers over the last 4 seasons: 16.5 sacks last year, man. That's pretty damn good. 4 forced fumbles, 23 tackles for loss, and 83 tackles. Okay, so this guy is a damn good football player. I used to work security at US Bank Stadium back in my college days, and we would see the Vikings players and all their opponents' players on the field, live in pads, and the only guy that I could say that I was legitimately scared of was Danielle Hunter. This guy looks like a straight-up monster in pads. He's built like a statue. And the Houston Texans are getting a great player, man. Plain and simply. So excited for DeMeco Ryans and crew. C.J. Stroud is getting some really nice help with all the moves that they are making this free agency period. And it seems like the Texans, with 4 more years of contract control over C.J. Stroud, are going to really try to maximize that window of relatively cheap quarterback play by getting as much talent as they can on this team. And I really like what the Houston Texans are doing. I really really, really do. Okay. Wow. Oh, my goodness. All right, make sure you guys click that subscribe button right now if you haven't already. We bring back Tyler Jones. Tyler, how you doing, my friend?
Very well, very well. Danielle Hunter is a Houston Texan, 2 years, $49 million with $48 million guaranteed. Nearly all of it. He couldn't get $1 more million to get that all guaranteed. Grade the signing, A, B, C, D, or F. I got to tell you, Will Anderson has got to be thrilled that he gets to play alongside Danielle Hunter. This is going to be a terrific 1-2 punch. I give this an A.
Yeah, I have to give it an A, man. Danielle was always going to get paid at least this much, especially with the salary cap increasing. But I think that when you look at the Houston Texans situation, you need to put good veteran talent on this roster with a young quarterback to compete with teams like the Kansas City Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills and the top contenders in this conference. And I think that this move really solidifies them as, probably the top team in the AFC South and a team that could really ascend to become like a legit Super Bowl contender starting this year in 2024.
Yeah, I think so. They're going to take a huge step in the right direction. That defense, D'Amico Ryan's done an incredible job.
He's an awesome coach, man.
Yeah.
Incredible coach.
Yeah, for sure. And Bobby Slowick back as OC again.
Yeah, so
for another year
there's going to be that familiarity. It just seems like this team is just getting ready to explode and be like a 12-win team next year or something like that.
Give some shout-outs. Give your grades, A, B, C, D, or F. Jesus says A+. Got Wow saying Z. I don't know what that means. A1, A-. Football Devil Gaming says A. Sanika says A. Justin says, Jack, you look goofy. Crawford says C. Brody says C. Tyree says B. Omar's Burner says B+. 49ers Media says A. Tyree
so I think what they're
Harris
talking about
B.
is the static on my box there.
Oh, yes, I see that too.
I think that's what they're talking about there. I mean, I am a goofy guy, so maybe they are talking about how I look, but I think it's probably the staticky. And there's not much we can do about that.
Kaylee says A. Braden says A-. NE says F. Cat Dog says C+. Braden says A-. This will be our live poll. We'll put it up right now. Cat Dog, a great show on Nickelodeon back in the day. Caden Cole says F. Edward says A+. Tyler needs to take a shot. You buy me a shot, I will. Liberty says B. Steel City 22 says B. Joshua says A++++. Mike says A. Cat Dog C+. And there you have it. Those are the grades. Danielle Hunter headed to the Houston Texans. All right, let's catch up on making sure you subscribe to Chat Sports as we're live here for NFL free agency coverage. But Jack, that's not all we have for the folks here on the channel. Give the folks the 30-second elevator pitch why they should subscribe.
So listen, man, we all know that there's breaking news that's happening all the time, and there's always rumors floating around the NFL this time of the year, whether it be free agency, whether it be the NFL draft. Things are going to get pretty spicy over the next many weeks leading up to the NFL draft in Detroit this year. And if you want the most in-depth, extensive NFL coverage and NFL draft coverage here on YouTube, money can buy, 100% free. You're going to click that subscribe button right now because we got daily videos breaking it down. We got scouting reports on all the top NFL draft prospects, mock drafts every single week. We got a bunch of different great stuff coming out, man. And, of course, we go live for NFL free agency. I think we're going live again tomorrow. Am I right on that, gentlemen? For one more day. And then we're going, and then we...
one more time.
One more time. Tomorrow we're going live. And then tomorrow, and then for the NFL draft, 3 straight days, nonstop coverage, every single pick. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button right now. I know I was supposed to give a 30-second elevator pitch.
A little
but, you know, we'll go 60. How about that? Yeah, okay. All right, Sam.
Ramcast with a $10 super
Ramcast,
chat.
MVP's back. Let's go.
That means we also have a hot take that we have to give to Ramcast, too. Good to see you, Jack. Packers, Chiefs, I'm predicting it. Sparia, that's a hot take in itself right there. Packers getting to the Super Bowl against the Chiefs?
I think Jordan Love, if he plays the way that he did at the end of the season and in that playoff game against the Cowboys, sure, maybe they could make it because they got a bunch of young talent on there, new defensive coordinator that you hope knows what he's doing. So, Packers could be extremely competitive. I think the X factor there will be Jordan Love and whether or not he really, takes that positive momentum from last season. So are we doing our own hot takes right now?
Yes.
You want to go first? I can't think. Let me think of one here.
Okay.
Let me think of one. I want to think of a real hot take.
Okay. Let me think here.
I got one. You're going to hate it. You're going to hate this
Go
take.
ahead.
All right. I'm going to say the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to win 12 games next season.
Oh, good Lord.
They will sweep the Baltimore Ravens.
Not happening.
And they will win the AFC North Division crown. That's my hot take, baby. I think Russell Wilson is a perfect fit for that offense. They already have a great run game, good weapons on offense, a great defense that has held opponents to less than 20 points like 15, 16 times over the last 2 years, which is unbelievable. Mike Tomlin is a great locker room leader, and I think Russell Wilson, who's top 10 in game-winning drives all time, top 10 in fourth-quarter comebacks all time, has 16 playoff games, won 9 of them, has won a Super Bowl. I don't think you need to have a Patrick Mahomes-level quarterback to succeed and win 12 games with the Pittsburgh Steelers. They won 10 last year with Kenny freaking Pickett. With Russell Wilson, who I see as a top 15 starter in this league still, I think that they're going 12-5 at least, and they beat the Ravens out for the first seed in the AFC North. How about that, Teej?
Okay, sure, whatever. So earlier, one of my hot takes, I called out the Buffalo Bills. I said that they would miss the postseason and that we would see their head coach ultimately get fired, Sean McDermott. I will build upon that. I'll stay within that division. Okay. I think the Dolphins win the AFC East and will be a top 2 seed in the AFC.
So who would they be? So they'd be usurping Buffalo. I'm guessing you're assuming Aaron Rodgers is just.
I think they'll be good, but not division title worthy. I think they could be a wild card team.
I feel, after pretty much taking an entire year off and at his age, I have a weird feeling that the Jets are going to go like 8-9.
Yeah, it's
like
boom or bust.
Yeah,
I could see the Jets winning 11 games. I could see them being a 7 or 8 win team.
We've seen quarterbacks Aaron Rodgers' age play well in the league, but like we've seen a very select few. And is he one of those guys coming off an Achilles?
If Rodgers stays healthy, they'll be fine and he'll play well. If he doesn't, if he can't stay healthy, and he's had health issues the last several years, then things will fall apart. That's my hot take.
And by the way, I don't believe in Robert Saleh as the leader of that locker room.
Yeah.
Things really crumbled last year. It really did.
I'm skeptical about Robert Saleh, too. But I do like the Dolphins to win that division.
I agree.
Burner, with a $5 super chat, says Super Bowl 59, Battle of Pennsylvania. Omar versus Howie, 2 of the great roster builders in the NFL. So Eagles-Steelers for the Super Bowl. Omar, I don't know about that one.
Philly seems like they're kind of deteriorating. I know they just added Saquon Barkley, but I don't know, man. Things did not end well last year in Philly, team.
You lose Fletcher Cox. You lose Jason Kelsey. You can't just easily replace those guys.
I mean, Landon Dickerson is a pretty damn good player. He's going to be probably playing center to replace because that's why they drafted him, is to replace Kelsey eventually whenever he decided to leave. He's a damn good player, so they might have to replace Dickerson's spot at guard, but, I don't know, man. I still think they're going to have the tush push, but I think Nick Sirianni is kind of an overrated head coach. I don't know how you feel about that, Teej. I think his offense is so bland. I think it's like a high school offense. It really is. It's like true spread system with no motions or anything that we see the teams like the Dolphins do or the San Franciscos of the world, Kansas City's. It's not a modern NFL offense, and that worries me with a guy like Jalen Hurts, who is good, but is he going to be somebody that can elevate a team to a Super Bowl?
I wouldn't call him overrated because he was almost fired. I think he kind of just is what he is.
Fair enough.
I think people got level-headed with Nick Sirianni, that he's not great,
I hope
but he's
so,
not
man. I
bad.
hope so.
He's just kind of in between somewhere in that range. But Omar's Burner, thanks for that $5 super
Appreciate
chat.
you, Omar. You're
Edward
a real one.
says, ha, 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 shot Tyler time. All right. I guess.
Edward Mask, you're a real one, my friend. Thank you so
We're
much
not
for
even
your
selling
support.
shots for $5, but I'm feeling generous. So without further ado, here it is.
I think he liked my take on the Steelers. I think that's probably what it's for.
Edward, cheers.
12-5, taking the Ravens lunch money, like they always do.
When's the last time y'all won a playoff game?
It was the last time, a while ago, 2016, I think.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
They
haven't had top 15 quarterback play in the playoffs since then, though.
Yeah?
Because Big Ben deteriorated, and then they made the playoffs with Mason Rudolph. He's not top 15
and
QB.
Who's
now,
to blame for that? The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Well, absolutely. But now it's a new day. Russell Wilson is in. I think he is a top 15 quarterback. I think he is an all-time clutch quarterback. I think the numbers bear that out. And I think with the roster that's around him, personally, I think it's going to work. He had a better passer rating than Patrick Mahomes last year, and you're paying him $1.2 million. What's not to love?
I don't like the attitude of Russ.
Yeah, that seems to be the big issue, is that people don't like that he's a diva and the personality.
He doesn't feel like a Steeler quarterback.
I don't know, man. I mean,
he doesn't. But he's not Terry Bradshaw. He's not Ben Roethlisberger. He is not that mold.
But yeah, I think the person that would disagree with you, though, on that, Tej, is Mike Tomlin. Because apparently, according to a report, I think it was from Schultz yesterday in a podcast, Mike Tomlin was the one that fell in love with Russell Wilson. He was the one that was pushing
He also
for him.
loved Kenny Pickett at one point, too.
Yeah, but you're talking about personality, though. Okay? Like, if he was a bad personality for the team, I have a feeling that Mike Tomlin, one of the best personalities in league history, would kind of sniff that out, no?
Oh, yeah, because great personality really tripped that guy, on the Ravens, in that kick return. That great personality.
He didn't. That was an accident.
No,
right?
it wasn't. That was intentional. He was looking at the screen.
It was an accident.
No, it wasn't.
He was trying to get out of the way.
No, he saw he was getting a touchdown and
he was trying to get out of the way. You know how it works, Teach, all right?
Let's hit this next super chat. Rams versus Texans or Eagles versus Ravens in the Super Bowl. Now you're just spitballing, just throwing random shit on the wall, see what sticks. Thanks for the super chat, Richard. But we're just throwing ideas.
I see that he's a Rams fan, so I think he's being optimistic about his team. And listen, man, I love Matthew Stafford. He was my pick for comeback player of the year last year. I thought there's a lot of people that were writing him off, and he played great last year. Their offensive line played pretty darn good. Kevin Dotson.
I'm just glad that DeMar Hamlin didn't win comeback player of the year.
Yeah, he played, one play, and it was a fake punt all season or something like that?
And it was in the playoffs, too.
And it was in the playoffs.
I was going to be fine with Stafford, Flacco, or Baker, any of them getting comeback player of the year as long as it wasn't DeMar Hamlin.
Yeah, fair enough, my friend. $2 super chat from John says, how much cap does this leave the Texans?
I don't know.
I'm not aware of what their I'm not the Texans host, so I don't know the details on that.
And then it gets murky because, how much are they counting towards this year as opposed to next year or future years and all that? That's where it gets messy.
I was going to say, funny enough, our Texans host, Jeremy Chuggs, is about to go live on the Houston Texans channel. So
if you want to know that, check that out.
He might have the perfect answer for you. YouTube.com/Texans today. They're about to go live. Next super chat, thanks to John. Cody, you're on.
Cody. Bengals, Eagles, Super Bowl. Joe wins his first title. Okay, a couple things. Let's start with the Bengals here.
We talked about them earlier.
Joe Burrow coming back is big, yes, but he's coming back on a worse team.
Way worse team.
I think they're going to be a playoff team, but I don't think they're a championship caliber team.
The question is, how much does Joe Burrow get you? Because if T. Higgins gets traded, Tyler Boyd goes elsewhere. You already traded away Joe Mixon. You brought in Zach Moss, who I like. He's a good back. Played well for the Colts last year.
Joe's the second best quarterback in football, I think.
Yeah, he's when he's right, he is in that upper echelon, top 3 in the league for sure. Especially when it comes to the playoffs, he's got ice in his veins. In those clutch situations in the fourth quarter, pretty much no one is better than Joe Shiesty. All right, but is this team that was 31st in defense last year and lost their number 1 corner and lost who else did they lose? They lost DJ Reader. They're going to lose Reader. They added Stone, I guess. Geno Stone. He's a decent safety. Good
7
player.
Interceptions last year.
Yeah, good. Yeah, interception machine, sure. But they need to replace both corners. They still have Mike Hilton in the slot, so that's fine. But
who's your top 5 quarterbacks in the league right now?
man, let me take a look at the league at large. Mahomes is one.
I agree.
It's incredibly obvious that he's one.
I go Burrow 2. 3, I go Lamar. 4, I go Josh Allen. 5, Justin Herbert.
I have to go with Burrow number 2 just because of what he's done in the playoffs. Number 3, this one might be a little controversial, but not to me. I like Josh Allen a lot.
I think Allen and Lamar are close.
Yeah, they're very close. Yeah, and I'd probably
give the edge to Lamar for having 2 MVPs.
I'd probably go Lamar 4, and then let's see here, Caleb Williams 5. All right, that's fine.
Wow.
Just kidding. Sam perked up a little bit
and
there.
Spencer Rattler 6th.
Yeah, Spencer Rattler 6. Number 5, let's give it to. Let's see. Probably Justin Herbert is probably what I'd give it to right now.
Okay.
Stafford's in the top 10 conversation. Jordan Love is approaching that conversation for me. Dak Prescott's in the top 10 conversation, in my opinion.
Cousins
is in that conversation, too. Yeah, I think Russell. Jalen Hurts is there as well. Trevor Lawrence is going to get the. C.J. Stroud is probably already approaching top 10.
I think benefit of the doubt, yes.
Yeah, we haven't seen him play bad. You know, I guess in Green Bay he took a step back, but that was because
he was still solid, though.
Yeah, he was still solid, and that the weapons were deteriorating around him. So, I still think Aaron Rodgers is top 10.
Yes, I agree.
Based on what we know now, all right, you can project him to be a faller next year, and he might as well do that.
Next super chat, XZ Claimer. Thoughts on the Niners and what should they do in free agency and draft? Niners look solid. I think they've made some good moves in free agency.
Offensive line. Do it. It's
yes.
what lost you the Super Bowl this year. You need to get a better right tackle. I know you just brought back Colton McKivitz. He's not
You can do that in the draft, though, too.
Exactly. You can get a good right tackle in the draft.
Tim Jackson. A first time super chatter. Bang. $2 super chat. We haven't lost Reader, and Cheeto barely played. Cheeto was their number 1 corner in Cincy.
Cheeto was number 1. I mean,
are we just making up things now?
I mean, he was their number 1 guy. And listen, I believe he's dealt with injuries, and that might be what he's referring to.
Yeah.
But like this defense was terrible with him out of the lineup, and they haven't addressed the position yet. So it's like, what's going to be your answer at the position? You know, Joe Burrow, if you put a good roster around him, he's shown he's a Super Bowl caliber quarterback. He's the only one that has consistently given Patrick Mahomes fits in the postseason. But you need to have the roster around him. The Chiefs are going to have Chris Jones back. They still have Mahomes. They still have Kelsey. They're going to add to the wide receiver room. You have to have a roster that can compete with the Chiefs if you want any shot at beating Mahomes with Joe Burrow.
James, $5 super chat. Can we talk about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Has asked Aaron Rodgers to be his VP running mate. Now, this is a report in case to give some context here. Tom Pelissero put out this report that RFK Jr., independent candidate, has talked to Aaron Rodgers and Jesse the Body Ventura about potentially being his VP running mate. As far as the football element goes, we'll try to stay away from politics as much as we can. Sperry, just in case people don't know, it's highly unlikely that Aaron Rodgers would do this for one, but two, would still be the Jets quarterback while running for Vice President of the United States. If this happens, Aaron Rodgers is retiring.
Well, what this is that it's definitely a publicity stunt
by
the Robert F. Kennedy Jr. team.
And it's working.
All right? So, I mean, I'm not going to get into politics at all. But, yeah, Aaron Rodgers isn't going to be the pick for VP for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's going to be the quarterback of the New York Jets next year. Let's move on to the next topic. Okay, let's get to the $5 super chat here from KJ.
KJ, is that KJ Wright sending the super chat?
I believe so. This is a Seahawks question, so I'll let you take it, Teach.
Who should the Seahawks pick up? Why haven't they signed any free agents yet? And will the Seahawks be a Super Bowl contender? Super Bowl contender? I don't think so. I think they're going to be a good team, but not a great team. Why haven't they signed anybody yet? This is what John Schneider does. He doesn't spend money usually within the first few days in free agency. They like to kind of assess the market and then go from there. I expect him to go after inside linebacker. I think that's the next thing that they're looking at.
Who's available, though? Jerome
Devin
Baker?
White.
Jerome Baker.
Bring back Bobby Wagner.
Devin White.
Yeah.
That's about...
Doesn't look great.
It's about it. Terrell Dodson, number 1 graded linebacker in football last year by Pro Football Focus, still available.
Another Seahawk question. Uzi Seahawk. As a Bills and Seahawks fan, I hate life. Oh, I feel sorry for you. Yes, it hasn't been a fun couple days if you're a Seahawk or Bills fan. That's for
Lost
sure.
out on Patrick Queen, man.
Yeah.
That felt like such a no-brainer fit to me.
And they had the money to do it.
And they had the money to do it, and they said, we're not spending that inside linebacker.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
All right. It is just past 7 o'clock on the East Coast, 4 out west. Welcome in, beginning of a brand new hour. Free agency frenzy, live coverage here on NFL Daily. Tyler Jones, Jack Sparrow here with you. Thanks for joining us. If you want to get in on today's show, the only way you can do so is by super chatting. $sign next to the chat box if you want to contribute. $2, we'll give you a beer cheers. $5, we'll talk about your team. $10, we'll give you a hot take for the 2024 NFL season. $20, we will spin the wheel of punishment. And for $50, we will do a beer bong or a beer shotgun of your choice. The biggest news within the last hour, Danielle Hunter signing a 2-year, $49 million deal with the Houston Texans. $48 million guaranteed. Nearly all of the contract. Hunter coming off a career season in 2023 where he had 16.5 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, 23 tackles for loss, and 83 tackles. And here's a guy that's got an incredible story. This was somebody that broke his neck a couple years ago and then rebounded to have 6 sacks in 7 games in his first season back in 2021, and he's only gotten better ever since. And you pair him up with Will Anderson there in Houston. Jack Sparrow, this move for the Texans, this is a no-brainer. And at 2 years, I like the timing of it, too, for Houston here of maximizing Danielle Hunter's prime years.
Yeah, and then also taking advantage of the cheap quarterback play that you're getting out of C.J. Stroud on his rookie contract. And Will Anderson's contract, for that matter. I mean, you got a really good number 1 edge rusher and a franchise quarterback. And Derek Stingley is on his rookie contract. They got a bunch of good players they have drafted very well here in Houston over the last several years. And it's looking like they're going to start paying dividends for that. Starting last year, they won a freaking playoff game, but I think next year you're starting to look at winning 2, 3 playoff games next year with C.J. Stroud potentially and being a legitimate Super Bowl contender within the AFC next year. Danielle Hunter with Will Anderson is going to be an absolutely ravenous duo, and C.J. Stroud with the way that he's playing, if he continues that upward trajectory into year 2, man, that's going to be a scary team next year, Tej.
All right, so shout out your favorite team, and I will close my eyes. I'll count from 3 down to 1. And the first team that I see, we will talk about. The more you spam your team, the more likely it is that I will see said team, and we'll talk about it. So flood the chat with your favorite team, and I'll count us down. Let's see what we talk about here. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. The Packers is who I saw first.
Okay.
Packers, I got to say this, Sperry. This was an unconventional free agency period for the Packers. They are not known to be big spenders in free agency.
No,
and what did they do? They go get Josh Jacobs, 4 years, $48 million, upgrade the running back position, move on from Aaron Jones. They bring in Xavier McKinney, 4 years, $68 million at the safety spot here. This is a team that went to the divisional round, was very close to beating the Niners in the divisional round, finished second in their division. A huge step forward for the Green Bay Packers in 2024.
Yeah, I think Xavier McKinney is the name that jumps out to me. And I know people are probably looking at Josh Jacobs as like the big one there. But like, how much of a true upgrade is he over Aaron Jones? I still like Aaron Jones as a back. So like, that's an upgrade, don't get me wrong. But like, I think the big addition that's going to make them a lot better is, especially on the defensive side of the ball, is Xavier McKinney, who is a really, really good defensive back. Bigger safety, can play free safety or strong safety, can even play a little bit in the slot if you need him to. He can move all over the defense. I like Green Bay's new defensive coordinator who just replaced Joe Barry, who is the worst DC in football. He was the Matt Canada of defensive coordinators in the NFL last year. In my opinion, my Steelers fans know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about Matt Canada. But yeah, man, Green Bay, I think the X factor is going to be, can Jordan Love find some consistency? He had an inconsistent 2023 campaign, finished on a really good note in the playoffs. So the expectations are going to be high, and I think it's going to be up to Love whether or not Matt LaFleur and crew meet those expectations heading into next year.
And they still have more cap space, still more money to spend.
Yeah, quite a bit,
for
actually.
Green Bay here in NFL free agency. We'll do it again. This time we'll have Jack count down, and he'll choose a team. Spam your teams in the chat. The more you put it in, the more likely your team has a chance at being chosen here.
Let's give them a sec. Let's let them pile the chat in. Type it in multiple times. Let's see what you got. Let's see which fan base is the loudest, really.
Yeah, let's see which fan base is the loudest right now. I want to see which fan base gets the most comments in there right now.
Okay. Keep flooding the chat with your favorite team.
Gotcha.
Keep flooding the chat with your
Keep flooding
favorite
the
team.
chat. I'm going to decide in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm looking. I see the Miami Dolphins. Okay, so with the Miami Dolphins this year, very interesting team because they're kind of in cap hell, or at least they were heading into this offseason, and they've restructured a lot of players, and they've actually been quite busy, Tej. 9 signings right now. Jonnu Smith before the tampering period started.
The Dolphins are a team that we've seen the last couple of years under their management. They're not afraid to be aggressive and spend money, make some trades. They renegotiated with Jalen Ramsey, and then the Jordan Brooks deal, 3 years, $30 million. I know Jordan Brooks doesn't have great PFF grades, but he's coming off the best season of his career there in Seattle. They needed help at the linebacker spot. You add him and Shaq Barrett together, all of a sudden that defense, I felt like, got a lot better.
Yeah, and, Jalen Phillips is coming off that ACL. They still have Bradley Chubb, so it looks like Shaq is going to be a rotational edge rusher to start the season, which is a really good – that's a great rotational edge rusher. He might be the best third edge rusher in the National Football League next year. Jalen Ramsey, you clear a bunch of cap space by restructuring him. He's still a really good player. Kind of had a down year last year, though. I still think he's going to figure things out. Aaron Brewer, actually, is a name that sticks out to me, Tej, because you lose Connor Williams and you need a new center. Aaron Brewer has played in wide zone systems before, like the one Mike McDaniel runs in Miami, and I think that's a great fit, and I like the value there. 3 years for $7 million per season.
Yeah, good move.
Plus signing Jordan Poyer.
Yeah, 1-year deal for Jordan Poyer. He's a Dolphin.
He's a Dolphin.
Getting some help at the safety spot. Big deal for the Miami Dolphins to add him, and I'll say what I said earlier. I think that they take a step forward and they win that division in 2024. So watch out there. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. We are getting closer and closer to 367,000 subscribers here on Chat Sports. If you've had a great time today, don't worry. We'll be back tomorrow, and we'll also be live for the NFL Draft as well. For the latest happenings throughout the National Football League, from free agency to trades, draft, and more, we are your offseason headquarters here on NFL Daily. Subscribe now. Join the family. Let us know when you're subscribed, and we'll show you some love in the chat here on the show. Oh, boy. Who we got?
Steelers, Deontay Johnson to the Panthers.
What did they get?
I don't know. Chef, what is the I'm guessing it's like a third-round pick. We going live for Steelers? Let's go live on Steelers. This is a trade of a really good player. Let's do it. Where's Coop? All right, cool. I gotta go take care of Steelers, guys. Thank you so much for all of your support. I'll see you guys later.
There we go. Jack Sperry, everybody. The Steelers with a trade, still waiting on the compensation to come in. But Deontay Johnson off to the Panthers. Also, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, another deal coming in, back to Philadelphia on a 3-year, $33 million deal. The witching hour has begun in day number 2 of NFL free agency. In case you're just joining us, Diontae Johnson traded to the Carolina Panthers, still waiting on trade details to come in. Another weapon for Bryce Young there. Meanwhile, C.J. Gardner-Johnson off to Philadelphia. The return for C.J. Gardner-Johnson as he signs a 3-year, $33 million deal for some much-needed help for that Philadelphia Eagles defense. Big news coming within the last few moments there between these two deals. Diontae Johnson to Carolina, still waiting on trade details, and also C.J. Gardner-Johnson to Philadelphia. My instant reaction to both these deals, let's start out with Diontae Johnson here. Diontae Johnson, not a bad football player at all. I know that he hasn't been as good as what he was a couple years ago. Back in 2021, you had over 1,100 yards and 8 touchdowns. But this is a Carolina Panthers team who is desperate, who needs all the help that they can possibly get. And for them to get Bryce Young another weapon here, this makes a ton of sense. We'll see how long it costs, how much it costs the Carolina Panthers. But Bryce Young's got to be happy that you got him another receiver to help out that Carolina Panthers offense. Dante Jackson in the trade. And a pick swap. Okay. There we go. Some more details coming in. Dante Jackson and a pick swap. And that makes sense for the Steelers there. So this might be one of those rare win-win trades potentially for both sides as far as that goes. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, 3 years, $33 million, headed to Philadelphia. A reunion for CJ and you're looking at C.J. Gardner-Johnson. The best year of his career was back in 22 when he was with the Philadelphia Eagles. The team went to the Super Bowl that year. He had 6 interceptions, 8 pass breakups, 5 tackles for loss. He is coming off a year where he only played 3 games in 2023. Natural fit to go back to Philadelphia and try to get that Philadelphia Eagles team back on track after a disappointing finish to 2023. So we want to ask you guys, let's go back to the trade here. The trade for Diontae Johnson to the Carolina Panthers. Who won the trade? Was it the Steelers? Was it the Panthers? Type PIT for Pittsburgh. Type CAR for Carolina. Get in the chat and let us know which team you believe won this trade. Pittsburgh, Carolina. Just looking at off the top of what we know, Dante Jackson, the Steelers get the corner help they were looking for. They were looking for some help there. And then the 6th round pick. To me, this is one that I like for both sides, to be honest with you here. This one makes sense for me. What do you guys think? Pittsburgh, Carolina. Going to shout out folks in the chat with your answers here. Gaming says Carolina. Hill says Pittsburgh. Edward says Pittsburgh. Got Tyman, the Buckeye, says Carolina. Adrian says Pittsburgh. Gaming says Carolina. Evan says Carolina. Cameron says Carolina. Tyler Johnson says Carolina. Mike says Carolina. Tyman, the Buckeye, says Carolina. Junior says Carolina. The overwhelming majority, it looks like the chat, saying the Carolina Panthers won this trade. Let us know what you think. PIT for Pittsburgh, CAR for the Carolina Panthers. All right, let's run through the tracker. Some of the notable names remaining here in free agents that have actually been signed, rather, in free agency today. Kinlaw and Taylor headed to the New York Jets as Aaron Rodgers gets some help and gets a backup quarterback. Kenneth Murray to the Tennessee Titans on a 2-year, $15.5 million deal. The Vikings, they have their replacement for Cousins. That's Sam Darnold for now, 1 year, $10 million. Aaron Jones, he was cut by the Packers yesterday. Now he finds himself playing for the Minnesota Vikings on a 1 year, $7 million deal, staying within the division. Cleveland Farrell He and Marcus Mariota are going to Washington, as it would appear that Sam Howell's future is in question now with the Commanders there. Jameis Winston has a new home. He's off to Cleveland on a one-year, $8.7 million deal to back up Deshaun Watson there, while Mike Gesicki will take his talents to Cincinnati. He's on to Cincinnati on a one-year, $3.25 million deal. Joe Mixon traded to the Cincinnati Bengals for a conditional seventh-round pick. Shaq Barrett to the Dolphins. He'll be a rotational edge on a one-year, $9 million contract. Well, Cousins gets another weapon in Atlanta as Darnell Mooney is headed there on a three-year, $39 million deal, $26 million guaranteed. Derrick Henry, he finds a new home in Baltimore. He certainly looks the part of a Baltimore Raven. 2 years, $16 million, up to $20 million in potential incentives with $9 million guaranteed. The Chiefs get another tight end alongside Travis Kelce. They add Irv Smith with a one-year, $1.3 million deal. Malcolm Roach will reunite with Sean Payton in Denver on a 2-year, $8 million deal. Meanwhile, Amik Robertson headed to the Detroit Lions on a 2-year, $9.25 million deal, while Patrick Queen is going from the rival Baltimore Ravens to the Pittsburgh Steelers on a 3-year, $41 million deal, which is below the expected market value of what he was going to get. Drew Lock headed to New York on a 1-year, $5 million deal. Shelby Harris to Cleveland, 2 years, $9 million. Gerald Everett to Chicago, 2 years, $12 million with $6.1 guaranteed. And some others here, Dante Fowler to Washington, Kenny Moore going to stay in Indianapolis, 3 years, $30 million. Ashawn Robinson to Carolina, 3 years, $22.5, $10.4 guaranteed. Devontae Parker goes from New England to Philadelphia, trying to get the magic back from what we saw earlier in his career in Miami. 1 year, $4.69 million. Some others for you. Jeremy Chin going to Washington on a 1 year, $5.1 million deal to play under Dan Quinn. Josie Jewell trades in his Broncos colors for the Panthers. The Panthers made a lot of moves today. 3 years, $22.75 with $10 million guaranteed. Levante David there in Tampa Bay, 1 year up to $10 million. The Bucks looks like they're going to run it back of sorts there. Jonathan Owens, he and Simone Biles are out to Chicago on a 2 year, $4.5 million deal. Danielle Hunter, big money for Danielle Hunter as he's headed down to Houston for a 2 year, $49 million deal. The biggest player off the board today, $48 million guaranteed. Some other names for you. Jordan Poyer, he's a Dolphin, off to Miami on a 1 year deal. Willie Gay Jr. to New Orleans on a 1 year deal up to $5 million. And Deontay Johnson just traded in exchange for Dante Jackson in a 2024 sixth-round pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Johnson headed to Carolina there. So there you have it. That is the full tracker as C.J. Gardner-Johnson is now headed to Philadelphia. 3 years, $33 million. A return for C.J. Gardner-Johnson there. So get to breathe for a second. As we've gone through the full list, let me take a sip of water here. And there you go, folks. That is the full and complete tracker. That's a lot of names, folks. But we delivered, as we always do, here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. If you're having a good time, which how could you not be? You're hanging out here with us on NFL Daily. Hit the like button. Show us some love. And we'd certainly appreciate it. We're at over 1,300 likes right now. Let's make it even further than that. Why not get to 1,400 likes right here, right now, just less than 60 away from reaching that next milestone. If you're enjoying our live coverage that we're bringing you for free here on NFL Daily, then go ahead and hit that like button. We certainly would appreciate it. And let us know in the chat when you like the video as well as we continue here on NFL Daily. Our 6th hour of live coverage today here on the channel. Do we have another update? Panthers getting a 7th-round pick. Okay. As a part of that trade, too. So, there you have it. A busy last couple of minutes there on that front. Top free agents remaining? We will do that next. Our top free agents will catch up to speed on who's still out there. Who could your favorite team sign? Yes, fellas. Okay. 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 All right. We'll get going here. Top free agents remaining. Who could your team sign? We're going like 15 or 20, or how many we got here? Just so I get an idea timing-wise, how I need to pace myself. 20. Okay. Okay. All right. Without further ado, NFL Daily rolls on. Let's talk top free agents remaining here on today's show. You're watching NFL Daily. Our free agency frenzy coverage continues. Day number 2. It's been an eventful one so far, but there's still plenty of good talent available for your favorite team to potentially add. Tyler Jones here. Thanks for stopping by. Before we go over the full list of free agents that are remaining, I want to make sure you subscribe to the best NFL coverage around as we're talking NFL news, rumors, trades, draft, free agency, and more. We are your offseason headquarters here on NFL Daily. You ain't alive, you ain't subscribed. Lock us in all offseason long as we continue our live coverage of free agency. We'll also be live for the draft coming up next month as well. Best part about it, 100% free. Subscribe now for free. You'll be glad you did. Calvin Ridley remains available, and the reports that we heard from Calvin Ridley was that he would like to return to the Jacksonville Jaguars, but the New England Patriots are making a significant push for his services. So can the Jags come up with an offer that is similar to what the Patriots are looking at for Calvin Ridley? And then on top of that, something else to think about with Calvin Ridley is going to be the factor of his trade from last year with the Falcons. If he's to return to the Jags, then based on compensation from that trade, he would likely need to wait until after 4 p.m. Eastern time on Wednesday for the Jags to benefit the most to get a deal done. So we'll monitor that situation and see if Calvin Ridley ultimately ends up in Jacksonville or not, and how that situation unfolds there with Calvin Ridley. Last season, over 1,000 yards, 8 touchdowns, his first season back since the suspension from gambling in 2022. Next on the list is Justin Simmons. Justin Simmons most recently with the Denver Broncos, 70 tackles, 3 interceptions, 8 pass breakups last year. A lot of teams looking for help in the secondary, and we've seen a lot of guys come off the board within the last couple of days. Justin Simmons is going to be the next one to watch to see ultimately where he ends up. Last season, did it all. 3 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, 70 tackles, and 2 tackles for loss there with the Denver Broncos. Justin Simmons there, our next player on the list, 70 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 3 interceptions, and 2 forced fumbles. Very good season for Justin Simmons, trying to find a home. Plenty of teams looking for help in the secondary, like the Seattle Seahawks, among others. The Washington Commanders have been a team that's been mentioned as well. We'll see exactly where Justin Simmons ultimately ends up, but he'll be a player to watch here in the coming days to see exactly where he goes. As you can see, the consistency has been there for Justin Simmons. 5 interceptions, both in 2020 and 2021, and in 2022 had 6 interceptions there as well. He's been a turnover machine on that front. Next, Tyron Smith, formerly of the Dallas Cowboys. Very solid last season. One of the more dependable players on the Dallas Cowboys offensive line. 12 games played last year, 1 sack allowed. And the Cowboys have been an interesting team. The fact that they really done nothing when it comes to free agency here. And a guy like Smith, of his talent, his caliber, who is going to be willing to pay the price to bring in Smith. That remains to be seen as he's coming off a season where he looked very solid. His numbers, according to PFF, 83.8 overall grade, only allowed 1 sack and 1 hit. Did get called for 3 penalties in 16 hurries. He was very solid there, Tyron Smith was. Meanwhile, Eric Armstead also on the list. Eric Armstead had a nice bounce-back season in 2023. 5 sacks, 4 tackles for loss, 27 tackles. The year prior had no sacks in 9 games played, so it's a step in the right direction. We'll see exactly where he goes and if he can have a similar impact to what he had in 2023 or if he'll be like what we saw in 2022. Plenty of players out there available. Who's the best free agent left in this class of 2024 free agents? Weigh in the comment section. Let us know what you think. Give us a name that comes to mind there. Next on the list, Marquise Brown, who last played with the Arizona Cardinals. Prior to that, the Baltimore Ravens. When the Ravens traded Marquise Brown to the Arizona Cardinals, they got a first-round pick. He was coming off a 1,000-yard season, but what we've seen out of Marquise Brown has been a bit of disappointment the last 2 years in Arizona. Last year, one of the worst seasons, if not the worst of his career, 51 catches, 574 yards, 4 touchdowns. Can he get back to what he was in 2021 with over 1,000 yards and 6 touchdowns? That remains to be seen. We'll see what happens with Hollywood Brown. Chase Young next on the list. Chase Young, 25 tackles, 7.5 sacks, 7 tackles for loss. Began his year with the Commanders, was traded at the deadline to San Francisco, and he's got plenty of teams interested. A lot of visits lined up for Chase Young. But the question becomes with Chase Young, what player are you getting? We've seen him look phenomenal at times, but we've seen the bad with Chase Young too. He got benched last year in the postseason. But now you look at Chase Young, you wonder, can he stay healthy and can he play at an elite level coming off a year where he had 7.5 sacks, 7 tackles for loss, 2 pass breakups, and 25 tackles there with the Washington Commanders, followed by the San Francisco 49ers with the trade at the trade deadline. Watch out. We'll see what Chase Young does and where he ends up there. Next up we find is Josh Reynolds of the Detroit Lions. Reynolds had a bounce-back season in 2023. 40 catches, 608 yards, 15.2 yards per reception with 5 touchdowns. A guy that is viewed as kind of a bargain free agent of sorts, as he's somebody that you would think isn't going to cost a ton potentially for the next team he goes to. And we've seen him successful in different systems. He's played for a variety of different teams, the Titans, the Lions, the Rams. Josh Reynolds looking to build upon what he did last year in Detroit. Jadeveon Clowney, man, he's been a journeyman of sorts, former number 1 overall pick out of South Carolina, coming off a nice bounce-back season with the Baltimore Ravens this past year, where he had 9.5 sacks, 9 tackles for loss, 2 forced fumbles. The return to the Ravens seems like a possibility for him again. Remember, he was kind of phased out of the Cleveland Browns defense there in 2022. So you have to wonder, Jadeveon Clowney looking to go somewhere where he can see fit, where he can play a significant role like he did in Baltimore last year. The Seattle Seahawks, a team that's been mentioned, potentially him following Mike McDonald, his defensive coordinator there in Baltimore. Kendall Fuller also on this list. Kendall Fuller, it's been a fun career for Kendall Fuller. Began in Washington, goes to Kansas City, wins the Super Bowl, was in that Alex Smith trade several years ago. Now he's been back at Washington, and he's played some of the best football of his career as of late. 2 interceptions, 9 pass breakups last year. The year prior had 3 interceptions, 13 pass breakups. Was very good there and was widely viewed going into this free agency market as one of, if not the best free agent corners around. He's still looking for his next home potentially. We'll see where he goes. DJ Reader on the list, 34 tackles, 1 sack, 2 tackles for loss, and 1 fumble recovery last year. DJ Reader still looking to see where his name is ultimately going to get called in free agency at this point. DJ Reader doesn't seem like there's an obvious fit for where he could go, and certainly has something to prove of sorts after the season he had in 2023. We'll see where DJ Reader ultimately ends up after what he did in his 2023 campaign on that front. We'll keep an eye on that and see where DJ Reader ultimately goes, trying to build upon what he did last season there. Next up, Odell Beckham Jr., OBJ. What a year it was in 2023 for OBJ. His first since the ACL injury and the Super Bowl title he had with the LA Rams. Goes to the Baltimore Ravens, and it was a roller coaster of sorts. He struggled to stay healthy. He struggled to stay consistent in that Baltimore Ravens offense. Reports earlier out this week that the Ravens were likely not going to retain OBJ. OBJ ended up with just 3 touchdowns, 565 yards. Wherever OBJ goes, you have to think that he's not going to be a number 1 or number 2 receiver anymore, that he would likely be a number 3 receiver in his next location. Would you sign OBJ? Let us know what you think. Type OBJ for yes or no BJ for no. Do you want OBJ in your favorite team? Let us know what you think. OBJ for yes, no BJ for no. Chime in the comment section and let us know. Next on the list, we head to Minnesota. That's where we find DJ Wonnum on this list. 62 tackles, 7 tackles for loss, 8 sacks, and 6 pass breakups. Minnesota with some major changes. They're losing Danielle Hunter and Kirk Cousins, among others. Now we'll see ultimately where he ends up as the market has been pretty quiet on that front there. Next we find from the Baltimore Ravens, Kevin Zeitler on the list. And when you look at Big Kev, this is somebody that was a huge part of the Baltimore Ravens, but they don't have the money to bring him back. They will likely have to move on from him. And what you see with Zeitler is this is somebody that was consistent, right? In nearly 1,000 snaps last year. Had a pretty good rate. Just allowed 2 sacks, 1 hit, 16 hurries, 4 penalties. Solid piece. But the way that the market has gone with offensive linemen, the Ravens and several other teams are kind of priced out of potentially paying for a guy like Kevin Zeitler there. We'll see ultimately where he goes. He'll be a name to watch here in the coming days of where the market goes with him on that front. Keep an eye on him. We'll see where he ultimately ends up. Next on the list, we find Stephon Gilmore. Gilmore, he's had a fun career. Most recently there with the Dallas Cowboys. Had a solid season, a good bounce-back year for him. 68 tackles, 2 interceptions, 13 pass breakups. If your team is needing a corner, potentially be that number 2 guy of sorts, Stephon Gilmore could be that guy on the outside. Coming off the season, we mentioned the 2 interceptions, 13 pass breakups, 1 forced fumble, 68 tackles. All of those numbers were up from what we saw in 2022. And if he were to leave Dallas, he'd be playing for his, what is it now, 5th different team in the last 5 years, which is just crazy as far as that goes. The linebacker market is dwindling pretty fast as Devin White is one of, if not the best, inside linebackers left at this point in time. Most recently with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Coming off a season where it was a bit of a down year for Devin White, 83 tackles, 2.5 sacks, 5 tackles for loss. He's been a dynamic player over the years, but is he starting to take that step back going forward? Is he the same player that he was a couple of years ago? Probably not, but there's enough teams that need help at the linebacker position that Devin White, you have to imagine, will find a home sooner than later. Next on our list, we go to New Orleans and find Andreas Pete with this pick. Andreas Pete, 13 games played last year, 2 sacks allowed, 8 hits. His overall grade from PFF, not anything over the top. 60.2 was his grade last year, and he's playing with something to prove, trying to see if he can do better than what he did last year there with the New Orleans Saints on that front. Want to make sure you subscribe to NFL Daily by Chat Sports as we're bringing you the latest happenings across the National Football League. We've been live for 2 days, Monday and Tuesday. We'll be live again Wednesday, and we'll be live for the NFL Draft as well. So if you're an NFL diehard, this is the channel for you. Subscribe now, youtube.com/chatsportstv for the latest happenings all off-season long across the National Football League. We got you covered. Subscribe now, youtube.com/chatsportstv. You'll be glad you did. Next up, we find Coleman Shelton, another guy that just solid. Not great, not bad. Just had a solid campaign in 2023. Overall grade, according to PFF, 64.5, over 1,100 snaps. So a lot of reliability when it came to Coleman Shelton last year. Did allow 2 sacks, 11 hits, 21 hurries, and 6 penalties there last season. Isaiah Wynn also on the list as well, most recently with the Miami Dolphins. And although he only played in 7 games, the numbers look pretty good with Isaiah Wynn. Did not allow any sacks, no hits, just 4 QB pressures in that stretch for Isaiah Wynn there with Miami. And next on the list, we find Laken Tomlinson, who last year got a lot of playing time, nearly 1,100 snaps last year. Grade wasn't great, 55 overall, did allow 7 sacks, 10 hits, 34 hurries, 3 penalties. Got to think that it's probably going to be a while before his name potentially gets called on that front. Not one of the more higher priority free agents compared to the others that are out there at this point in time. We'll see exactly where he goes. Next up, Steven Nelson. Steven Nelson was fantastic last season with the Houston Texans. 4 interceptions, 12 pass breakups, 63 tackles, and kind of forgotten about of sorts. I'm surprised that we're still talking about Steven Nelson potentially being available and trying to find a home of some sorts. His old team, the Houston Texans, made some big moves over the last couple days with adding the likes of Danielle Hunter and Joe Mixon and company. Could he make a return or will he go elsewhere? That remains to be seen. Thanks for joining us here on this edition of NFL Daily. For the latest happenings across the National Football League, we got you covered. Subscribe now, and we shall see you next time. All right. Woo! I need a drink. Not that type of drink. Just need some water there. All right. Who is the best free agent left? We've gone through the full list now. You've seen for yourself who is the best free agent left on the market. Chime in the comment section. Give us a name or two after the full list we just showed you of the best free agent remaining at this point in time. Checking in. T-Dog says Chase Young. Jeremy Adams says Chase Young. Time in the Buckeye says Joe Flacco. Travis says OBJ. Jeremy says Chase Young. Jack says Chase Young. Time in the Buckeye says Flacco. Juan Hernandez says Kendall Fuller. T-Dog says Chase Young. Chill Games says Tyron. Josh says DJ Reader. Jack says Chase Young. Ram says DJ Reader. Juan says Kendall Fuller. Seen a lot of Joe Flacco in the chat. A little surprised about that, if I'm going to be quite honest with you. But, yes, there you have it. Jeremy Shockey, says Danny. That's a throwback. Let's see. Who else? Cameron says OBJ or Cam Newton. Okay, we're going there. All right, there you have it. Some of the answers there of the best free agents left on the market. We'll go to Josina Anderson now, a CBS Sports, friend of the show of producer Sam Brown and Jack Sperry. Eagles are still in the market, on the hunt for a linebacker, one way or another, per league sources. Who could it be? That remains to be seen. Not a whole lot of linebackers left at this point to choose from, as they have been taken apart piece by piece over the last couple of days. Brad Stainbrook writing the following. source, the Tennessee Titans have emerged with serious interest in signing L'Jarius Sneed. Talks will continue, but Tennessee is very interested. Sneed got franchise tagged by the Chiefs, so it would have to be a trade to bring him in, but we'll see. The Chiefs, we wondered what it would look like as far as Sneed goes with taking care of Chris Jones. So something to follow there if Tennessee could potentially get that done on that front. More on Tennessee from Diana Rossini of The Athletic, writing the following. Tennessee Titans are targeting All-Pro safety Justin Simmons. Tennessee was hoping to get a shot at C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but Philly scooped him up. Justin Simmons, we had him on our list as the number 2 free agent left on the market at this point in time. So we'll see if he ends up at Tennessee or elsewhere. Better player. Is it L'Jarius Sneed or is it Justin Simmons? Type LJ for L'Jarius Sneed. Type JS for Justin Simmons. Which player is it? LS for L'Jarius Sneed. JS for Justin Simmons. Ben Like Sports says L'Jarius Sneed. Looks like all the chat's saying L'Jarius Sneed at this point. I'm not seeing one for Justin Simmons yet. There we go. NW says Justin Simmons. I think he might be the only one saying that. Looks like everybody else saying L'Jarius Sneed so far at this point. LS for L'Jarius Sneed. JS for Justin Simmons. Daniel saying Justin Simmons. Jack says L'Jarius Sneed. Ben says L'Jarius Sneed. Lord Buddy Bear saying neither. Come on now. Got to be one or the other here. There you go. All right. Back to the Super Chat menu. We shall go as we continue with our live coverage of free agency frenzy, day number 3. What do the Titans do with free agency and the draft? We just talked about that, Cody. They're trying to go get Justin Simmons, and they're looking at L'Jarius Sneed. The draft, they need everything at this point. They are desperate to rebuild. I would think they'll go O-line first round probably. Maybe a guy like Joe Alt potentially out of Notre Dame. We'll see, Cody. Thanks for that super chat. Terry Jones. The Johnson trade opens the door for Tyler Boyd on the Steelers. Russell Wilson needs a new weapon. I wouldn't rule them out picking up a safety. Tyler Boyd. That'd be interesting. The Steelers have a tendency, they prefer to develop their receivers. Doesn't seem like they make a ton of trades for receivers. They've done a good job at drafting and developing receivers. I would be surprised if they trade for Tyler Boyd. Yeah, I could see them going safety too. They could use some safety help there. So we'll see, Terry. Thanks for that. Another update from Mark. Mark's been going strong all day long, going after the Cowboys and Jerry Jones. And this time he's saying Jerry Jones don't do anything other than a long snapper. Asshole. 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 That's funny. That's good stuff there. Phobia. Time to panic in Seattle. So the reporting out of Seattle is we've been told that this was their plan all along, was they were not going to be big spenders the first week of free agency. They did take care of Leonard Williams, so that was a big deal. And they did take care of Noah Fant. But I'm not surprised that Seattle hasn't done much. They haven't added any outside talent. So I wouldn't panic yet, Phobia. Uzi Seahawk. Seahawk's still doing nothing. Put my 5-5 self in. Hey, they might be able to use all the help they can, Uzi Seahawk. Thanks for that super chat there. All right, super chat menu. $2, do a beer cheers. $5, talk about your team. $10, we'll do a hot take for 2024. $20, a wheel spin. And $50, a beer bong shotgun. Whatever you want, we'll make it happen. $sign next to the chat box if you want to contribute. We're over $500 for the day. Let's see if we can keep this thing going and finish on a high note. News coming in within the last few moments, Patrick Mahomes, for the second time, is restructuring that 10-year contract of his. And this time he's clearing $26.1 million in cap space. So giving some more flexibility. That's a lot of money. And it might have to do with getting L'Jarius Sneed paid and keeping him in Kansas City, and also getting Patrick Mahomes some receiver help. Big deal there for the Chiefs to have that flexibility. Don't worry if you're a Chiefs fan. Patrick Mahomes isn't taking any pay cuts by any means. They're just moving some money around to get that cap flexibility. C.J. Gardner-Johnson headed back to Philadelphia, 3 years, $33 million. His best season of his career was in Philadelphia, so it makes a ton of sense to see him come back on that deal there. 3 years, $33 million. Did not play a ton last year for the Detroit Lions. He'll try to get his career back on track there with Philadelphia. His numbers, as you can see, like we talk about, his best year being with the Eagles when he had 6 interceptions there in 2022. Last year just played in only 3 games with Detroit there. Some super chats to get to. Mike writes, could Devin White end up in Green Bay? Maybe. They still got more money. Still got $30+ million to spend there. So I wouldn't rule out that the Packers are done making moves. New York G-Man writes, so the Giants may be in the mix for Calvin Ridley. I don't know. Sounds like that it's Jacksonville and New England, one of the two, for Calvin Ridley at this point, but we'll see. KJ writes in, who will the Seahawks pick up? I'm turning my attention to Devin White at this point. I'd like to have Bobby Wagner back. Devin White would be intriguing for Seattle. We'll see exactly what they do. Want to make sure you guys subscribe. Trying to get to 367,000 subscribers on the channel. Still got a ways to go, but we need your help. If you love the National Football League, this is the channel for you. We're talking about the NFL each and every day. We'll be live again tomorrow as well. And then we'll be live for the NFL Draft. Daily coverage, your NFL offseason headquarters, draft, free agency, trades, and more. We got you covered right here on NFL Daily. Let's take another look at the top free agents remaining here on the NFL free agent market. You're watching NFL Daily, powered by Chat Sports. Tyler Jones here with you. That's Trace Gerard. It is day. You're watching NFL Daily. Our free agency frenzy coverage continues. Day number 2. It's been an eventful one so far, but there's still plenty of good talent available for your favorite team to potentially add. Tyler Jones here. Thanks for stopping by. Before we go over the full list of free agents that are remaining, want to make sure you subscribe to the best NFL coverage around as we're talking NFL news, rumors, trades, draft, free agency, and more. We are your offseason headquarters here on NFL Daily. You ain't alive, you ain't subscribed. Lock us in all offseason long as we continue our live coverage of free agency. We'll also be live for the draft coming up next month as well. Best part about it, 100% free. Subscribe now for free. You'll be glad you did. Calvin Ridley remains available, and the reports that we heard from Calvin Ridley was that he would like to return to the Jacksonville Jaguars, but the New England Patriots are making a significant push for his services. So can the Jags come up with an offer that is similar to what the Patriots are looking at for Calvin Ridley? And then on top of that, something else to think about with Calvin Ridley is going to be the factor of his trade from last year with the Falcons. If he's to return to the Jags, then based on compensation from that trade, he would likely need to wait until after 4 p.m. Eastern time on Wednesday for the Jags to benefit the most to get a deal done. So we'll monitor that situation and see if Calvin Ridley ultimately ends up in Jacksonville or not, and how that situation unfolds there with Calvin Ridley. Last season, over 1,000 yards, 8 touchdowns, his first season back since the suspension from gambling in 2022. Next on the list is Justin Simmons. Justin Simmons most recently with the Denver Broncos, 70 tackles, 3 interceptions, 8 pass breakups last year. A lot of teams looking for help in the secondary, and we've seen a lot of guys come off the board within the last couple of days. Justin Simmons is going to be the next one to watch to see ultimately where he ends up. Last season, did it all. 3 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, 70 tackles, and 2 tackles for loss there with the Denver Broncos. Justin Simmons there, our next player on the list, 70 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 3 interceptions, and 2 forced fumbles. Very good season for Justin Simmons, trying to find a home. Plenty of teams looking for help in the secondary, like the Seattle Seahawks, among others. The Washington Commanders have been a team that's been mentioned as well. We'll see exactly where Justin Simmons ultimately ends up, but he'll be a player to watch here in the coming days to see exactly where he goes. As you can see, the consistency has been there for Justin Simmons. 5 interceptions, both in 2020 and 2021, and in 2022 had 6 interceptions there as well. He's been a turnover machine on that front. Next, Tyron Smith, formerly of the Dallas Cowboys. Very solid last season. One of the more dependable players on the Dallas Cowboys offensive line. 12 games played last year, 1 sack allowed. And the Cowboys have been an interesting team. The fact that they really done nothing when it comes to free agency here. And a guy like Smith, of his talent, his caliber, who is going to be willing to pay the price to bring in Smith? That remains to be seen, as he's coming off a season where he looked very solid. His numbers, according to PFF, 83.8 overall grade, only allowed 1 sack and 1 hit. Did get called for 3 penalties in 16 hurries. He was very solid there, Tyron Smith was. Meanwhile, Eric Armstead also on the list. Eric Armstead had a nice bounce-back season in 2023. 5 sacks, 4 tackles for loss, 27 tackles. The year prior had no sacks in 9 games played, so it's a step in the right direction. We'll see exactly where he goes and if he can have a similar impact to what he had in 2023 or if he'll be like what we saw in 2022. Plenty of players out there available. Who's the best free agent left in this class of 2024 free agents? Weigh in the comment section. Let us know what you think. Give us a name that comes to mind there. Next on the list, Marquise Brown, who last played with the Arizona Cardinals. Prior to that, the Baltimore Ravens. When the Ravens traded Marquise Brown to the Arizona Cardinals, they got a first-round pick. He was coming off a 1,000-yard season. But what we've seen out of Marquise Brown has been a bit of disappointment the last 2 years in Arizona. Last year, one of the worst seasons, if not the worst of his career. 51 catches, 574 yards, 4 touchdowns. Can he get back to what he was in 2021 with over 1,000 yards and 6 touchdowns? That remains to be seen. We'll see what happens with Hollywood Brown. Chase Young next on the list. Chase Young, 25 tackles, 7.5 sacks, 7 tackles for loss. Began his year with the Commanders, was traded at the deadline to San Francisco, and he's got plenty of teams interested. A lot of visits lined up for Chase Young. But the question becomes with Chase Young, what player are you getting? We've seen him look phenomenal at times, but we've seen the bad with Chase Young too. He got benched last year in the postseason. But now you look at Chase Young, you wonder, can he stay healthy and can he play at an elite level coming off a year where he had 7.5 sacks, 7 tackles for loss, 2 pass breakups, and 25 tackles there with the Washington Commanders, followed by the San Francisco 49ers with the trade at the trade deadline. Watch out. We'll see what Chase Young does and where he ends up there. Next up we find is Josh Reynolds of the Detroit Lions. Reynolds had a bounce-back season in 2023. 40 catches, 608 yards, 15.2 yards per reception with 5 touchdowns. A guy that is viewed as kind of a bargain free agent of sorts, as he's somebody that you would think isn't going to cost a ton potentially for the next team he goes to. And we've seen him successful in different systems. He's played for a variety of different teams, the Titans, the Lions, the Rams. Josh Reynolds looking to build upon what he did last year in Detroit. Jadeveon Clowney, man, he's been a journeyman of sorts, former number 1 overall pick out of South Carolina, coming off a nice bounce-back season with the Baltimore Ravens this past year, where he had 9.5 sacks, 9 tackles for loss, 2 forced fumbles. The return to the Ravens seems like a possibility for him again. Remember, he was kind of phased out of the Cleveland Browns defense there in 2022, so you have to wonder, Jadeveon Clowney looking to go somewhere where he can see fit, where he can play a significant role like he did in Baltimore last year. The Seattle Seahawks, a team that's been mentioned, potentially him following Mike McDonald, his defensive coordinator there in Baltimore. Kendall Fuller also on this list. Kendall Fuller, it's been a fun career for Kendall Fuller. Began in Washington, goes to Kansas City, wins the Super Bowl, was in that Alex Smith trade several years ago. Now he's been back at Washington, and he's played some of the best football of his career as of late. 2 interceptions, 9 pass breakups last year. The year prior had 3 interceptions, 13 pass breakups. Was very good there and was widely viewed going into this free agency market as one of, if not the best free agent corners around. He's still looking for his next home potentially. We'll see where he goes. DJ Reader on the list, 34 tackles, 1 sack, 2 tackles for loss, and 1 fumble recovery last year. DJ Reader still looking to see where his name is ultimately going to get called in free agency at this point. DJ Reader doesn't seem like there's an obvious fit for where he could go, and certainly has something to prove of sorts after the season he had in 2023. We'll see where DJ Reader ultimately ends up after what he did in his 2023 campaign on that front. We'll keep an eye on that and see where DJ Reader ultimately goes, trying to build upon what he did last season there. Next up, Odell Beckham Jr., OBJ. What a year it was in 2023 for OBJ. His first since the ACL injury and the Super Bowl title he had with the LA Rams. Goes to the Baltimore Ravens, and it was a roller coaster of sorts. He struggled to stay healthy. He struggled to stay consistent in that Baltimore Ravens offense. Reports earlier out this week that the Ravens were likely not going to retain OBJ. OBJ ended up with just 3 touchdowns, 565 yards. Wherever OBJ goes, you have to think that he's not going to be a number 1 or number 2 receiver anymore, that he would likely be a number 3 receiver in his next location. Would you sign OBJ? Let us know what you think. Type OBJ for yes or no BJ for no. Do you want OBJ in your favorite team? Let us know what you think. OBJ for yes, no BJ for no. Chime in the comment section and let us know. Next on the list, we head to Minnesota. That's where we find DJ Wanham on this list. 62 tackles, 7 tackles for loss, 8 sacks, and 6 pass breakups. Minnesota with some major changes. They're losing Danielle Hunter and Kirk Cousins, among others. Now we'll see ultimately where he ends up as the market has been pretty quiet on that front there. Next we find from the Baltimore Ravens, Kevin Zeitler on the list. And when you look at Big Kev, this is somebody that was a huge part of the Baltimore Ravens, but they don't have the money to bring him back. They will likely have to move on from him. And what you see with Zeitler is this is somebody that was consistent, right? In nearly 1,000 snaps last year. Had a pretty good rate, just allowed 2 sacks, 1 hit, 16 hurries, 4 penalties, solid piece. But the way that the market has gone with offensive linemen, the Ravens and several other teams are kind of priced out of potentially paying for a guy like Kevin Zeitler there. We'll see ultimately where he goes. He'll be a name to watch here in the coming days of where the market goes with him on that front. Keep an eye on him. We'll see where he ultimately ends up. Next on the list, we find Stephon Gilmore. Gilmore, he's had a fun career. Most recently there with the Dallas Cowboys, had a solid season, a good bounce-back year for him. 68 tackles, 2 interceptions, 13 pass breakups. If your team is needing a corner, potentially be that number 2 guy of sorts, Stephon Gilmore could be that guy on the outside. Coming off the season, we mentioned the 2 interceptions, 13 pass breakups, 1 forced fumble, 68 tackles. All of those numbers were up from what we saw in 2022. And if he were to leave Dallas, he'd be playing for his, what is it now, 5th different team in the last 5 years, which is just crazy as far as that goes. The linebacker market is dwindling pretty fast as Devin White is one of, if not the best, inside linebackers left at this point in time. Most recently with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Coming off a season where it was a bit of a down year for Devin White, 83 tackles, 2.5 sacks, 5 tackles for loss. He's been a dynamic player over the years, but is he starting to take that step back going forward? Is he the same player that he was a couple of years ago? Probably not, but there's enough teams that need help at the linebacker position that Devin White, you have to imagine, will find a home sooner than later. Next on our list, we go to New Orleans and find Andreas Peat with this pick. Andreas Peat, 13 games played last year, 2 sacks allowed, 8 hits. His overall grade from PFF, not anything over the top. 60.2 was his grade last year, and he's playing with something to prove, trying to see if he can do better than what he did last year there with the New Orleans Saints on that front. Want to make sure you subscribe to NFL Daily by Chat Sports as we're bringing you the latest happenings across the National Football League. We've been live for 2 days, Monday and Tuesday. We'll be live again Wednesday, and we'll be live for the NFL Draft as well. So if you're an NFL diehard, this is the channel for you. Subscribe now, youtube.com/chatsportstv for the latest happenings all off-season long across the National Football League. We got you covered. Subscribe now, youtube.com/chatsportstv. You'll be glad you did. Next up, we find Coleman Shelton, another guy that just solid, not great, not bad. Just had a solid campaign in 2023. Overall grade, according to PFF, 64.5, over 1,100 snaps. So a lot of reliability when it came to Coleman Shelton last year. Did allow 2 sacks, 11 hits, 21 hurries, and 6 penalties there last season. Isaiah Wynn also on the list as well, most recently with the Miami Dolphins. And although he only played in 7 games, the numbers look pretty good with Isaiah Wynn. Did not allow any sacks, no hits, just 4 QB pressures in that stretch for Isaiah Wynn there with Miami. And next on the list, we find Laken Tomlinson, who last year got a lot of playing time, nearly 1,100 snaps last year. Grade wasn't great, 55 overall, did allow 7 sacks, 10 hits, 34 hurries, 3 penalties. Got to think that it's probably going to be a while before his name potentially gets called on that front. Not one of the more higher priority free agents compared to the others that are out there at this point in time. We'll see exactly where he goes. Next up, Steven Nelson. Steven Nelson was fantastic last season with the Houston Texans. 4 interceptions, 12 pass breakups, 63 tackles, and kind of forgotten about of sorts. I'm surprised that we're still talking about Steven Nelson potentially being available and trying to find a home of some sorts. His old team, the Houston Texans, made some big moves over the last couple days with adding the likes of Danielle Hunter and Joe Mixon and company. Could he make a return or will he go elsewhere? That remains to be seen. Thanks for joining us here on this edition of NFL Daily. For the latest happenings across the National Football League, we got you covered. Subscribe now, and we shall see you next time. You're watching NFL Daily. Our free agency frenzy coverage continues. day number 2. It's been an eventful one so far, but there's still plenty of good talent available for your favorite team to potentially add. Tyler Jones here. Thanks for stopping by. Before we go over the full list of free agents that are remaining, I want to make sure you subscribe to the best NFL coverage around as we're talking NFL news, rumors, trades, draft, free agency, and more. We are your offseason headquarters here on NFL Daily. You ain't alive, you ain't subscribed. Lock us in all offseason long as we continue our live coverage of free agency. We'll also be live for the draft coming up next month as well. Best part about it, 100% free. Subscribe now for free. You'll be glad you did. Calvin Ridley remains available, and the reports that we heard from Calvin Ridley was that he would like to return to the Jacksonville Jaguars, but the New England Patriots are making a significant push for his services. So can the Jags come up with an offer that is similar to what the Patriots are looking at for Calvin Ridley? And then on top of that, something else to think about with Calvin Ridley is going to be the factor of his trade from last year with the Falcons. If he's to return to the Jags, then based on compensation from that trade, he would likely need to wait until after 4 p.m. Eastern time on Wednesday for the Jags to benefit the most to get a deal done. So we'll monitor that situation and see if Calvin Ridley ultimately ends up in Jacksonville or not, and how that situation unfolds there with Calvin Ridley. Last season, over 1,000 yards, 8 touchdowns, his first season back since the suspension from gambling in 2022. Next on the list is Justin Simmons. Justin Simmons, most recently with the Denver Broncos, 70 tackles, 3 interceptions, 8 pass breakups last year. A lot of teams looking for help in the secondary, and we have seen a lot of guys come off the board within the last couple of days. Justin Simmons is going to be the next one to watch to see ultimately where he ends up. Last season, did it all. 3 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, 70 tackles, and 2 tackles for loss there with the Denver Broncos. Justin Simmons there, our next player on the list, 70 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 3 interceptions, and 2 forced fumbles. Very good season for Justin Simmons, trying to find a home. Plenty of teams looking for help in the secondary, like the Seattle Seahawks, among others. The Washington Commanders have been a team that's been mentioned as well. We'll see exactly where Justin Simmons ultimately ends up, but he'll be a player to watch here in the coming days to see exactly where he goes. As you can see, the consistency has been there for Justin Simmons. 5 interceptions both in 2020 and 2021, and in 2022 had 6 interceptions there as well. He's been a turnover machine on that front. Next, Tyron Smith, formerly of the Dallas Cowboys. Very solid last season. One of the more dependable players on the Dallas Cowboys offensive line. 12 games played last year, 1 sack allowed. And the Cowboys have been an interesting team. The fact that they really done nothing when it comes to free agency here. And a guy like Smith, of his talent, his caliber, who is going to be willing to pay the price to bring in Smith? That remains to be seen, as he's coming off a season where he looked very solid. His numbers, according to PFF, 83.8 overall grade, only allowed 1 sack and 1 hit. Did get called for 3 penalties in 16 hurries. He was very solid there, Tyron Smith was. Meanwhile, Eric Armstead also on the list. Eric Armstead had a nice bounce-back season in 2023. 5 sacks, 4 tackles for loss, 27 tackles. The year prior had no sacks in 9 games played, so it's a step in the right direction. We'll see exactly where he goes and if he can have a similar impact to what he had in 2023 or if he'll be like what we saw in 2022. Plenty of players out there available. Who's the best free agent left in this class of 2024 free agents? Weigh in the comments section. Let us know what you think. Give us a name that comes to mind there. Next on the list, Marquise Brown, who last played with the Arizona Cardinals. Prior to that, the Baltimore Ravens. When the Ravens traded Marquise Brown to the Arizona Cardinals. They got a first-round pick. He was coming off a 1,000-yard season, but what we've seen out of Marquise Brown has been a bit of disappointment the last 2 years in Arizona. Last year, one of the worst seasons, if not the worst of his career, 51 catches, 574 yards, 4 touchdowns. Can he get back to what he was in 2021 with over 1,000 yards and 6 touchdowns? That remains to be seen. We'll see what happens with Hollywood Brown. Chase Young next on the list. Chase Young, 25 tackles, 7.5 sacks, 7 tackles for loss. Began his year with the Commanders, was traded at the deadline to San Francisco, and he's got plenty of teams interested. A lot of visits lined up for Chase Young. But the question becomes with Chase Young, what player are you getting? We've seen him look phenomenal at times, but we've seen the bad with Chase Young too. He got benched last year in the postseason. But now you look at Chase Young, you wonder, can he stay healthy and can he play at an elite level coming off a year where he had 7.5 sacks, 7 tackles for loss, 2 pass breakups, and 25 tackles there with the Washington Commanders, followed by the San Francisco 49ers with the trade at the trade deadline. Watch out. We'll see what Chase Young does and where he ends up there. Next up we find is Josh Reynolds of the Detroit Lions. Reynolds had a bounce-back season in 2023. 40 catches, 608 yards, 15.2 yards per reception with 5 touchdowns. A guy that is viewed as kind of a bargain free agent of sorts, as he's somebody that you would think isn't going to cost a ton potentially for the next team he goes to. And we've seen him successful in different systems. He's played for a variety of different teams, the Titans, the Lions, the Rams. Josh Reynolds looking to build upon what he did last year in Detroit. Jadeveon Clowney, man, he's been a journeyman of sorts, former number 1 overall pick out of South Carolina, coming off a nice bounce-back season with the Baltimore Ravens this past year, where he had 9.5 sacks, 9 tackles for loss, 2 forced fumbles. The return to the Ravens seems like a possibility for him again. Remember, he was kind of phased out of the Cleveland Browns defense there in 2022. So you have to wonder, Jadeveon Clowney looking to go somewhere where he can see fit, where he can play a significant role like he did in Baltimore last year. The Seattle Seahawks, a team that's been mentioned, potentially him following Mike McDonald, his defensive coordinator there in Baltimore. Kendall Fuller also on this list. Kendall Fuller, it's been a fun career for Kendall Fuller. Began in Washington, goes to Kansas City, wins the Super Bowl, was in that Alex Smith trade several years ago. Now he's been back at Washington, and he's played some of the best football of his career as of late. 2 interceptions, 9 pass breakups last year. The year prior had 3 interceptions, 13 pass breakups. Was very good there and was widely viewed going into this free agency market as one of, if not the best free agent corners around. He's still looking for his next home potentially. We'll see where he goes. DJ Reader on the list, 34 tackles, 1 sack, 2 tackles for loss, and 1 fumble recovery last year. DJ Reader still looking to see where his name is ultimately going to get called in free agency at this point. DJ Reader doesn't seem like there's an obvious fit for where he could go, and certainly has something to prove of sorts after the season he had in 2023. We'll see where DJ Reader ultimately ends up after what he did in his 2023 campaign on that front. We'll keep an eye on that and see where DJ Reader ultimately goes, trying to build upon what he did last season there. Next up, Odell Beckham Jr., OBJ. What a year it was in 2023 for OBJ. His first since the ACL injury and the Super Bowl title he had with the LA Rams. Goes to the Baltimore Ravens, and it was a roller coaster of sorts. He struggled to stay healthy. He struggled to stay consistent in that Baltimore Ravens offense. Reports earlier out this week that the Ravens were likely not going to retain OBJ. OBJ ended up with just 3 touchdowns, 565 yards. Wherever OBJ goes, you have to think that he's not going to be a number 1 or number 2 receiver anymore, that he would likely be a number 3 receiver in his next location. Would you sign OBJ? Let us know what you think. Type OBJ for yes, or no BJ for no? Do you want OBJ in your favorite team? Let us know what you think. OBJ for yes, no BJ for no. Chime in the comment section and let us know. Next on the list, we head to Minnesota. That's where we find DJ Wonnum on this list. 62 tackles, 7 tackles for loss, 8 sacks, and 6 pass breakups. Minnesota with some major changes. They're losing Danielle Hunter and Kirk Cousins, among others. Now we'll see ultimately where he ends up as the market has been pretty quiet on that front there. Next we find from the Baltimore Ravens, Kevin Zeitler on the list. And when you look at Big Kev, this is somebody that was a huge part of the Baltimore Ravens, but they don't have the money to bring him back. They will likely have to move on from him. And what you see with Zeitler is this is somebody that was consistent, right? In nearly 1,000 snaps last year. Had a pretty good rate. Just allowed 2 sacks, 1 hit, 16 hurries, 4 penalties. Solid piece. But the way that the market has gone with offensive linemen, the Ravens and several other teams are kind of priced out of potentially paying for a guy like Kevin Zeitler there. We'll see ultimately where he goes. He'll be a name to watch here in the coming days of where the market goes with him on that front. Keep an eye on him. We'll see where he ultimately ends up. Next on the list, we find Stephon Gilmore. Gilmore, he's had a fun career. Most recently there with the Dallas Cowboys, had a solid season, a good bounce-back year for him. 68 tackles, 2 interceptions, 13 pass breakups. If your team is needing a corner, potentially be that number 2 guy of sorts, Stephon Gilmore could be that guy on the outside. Coming off the season, we mentioned the 2 interceptions, 13 pass breakups, 1 forced fumble, 68 tackles. All of those numbers were up from what we saw in 2022. And if he were to leave Dallas, he'd be playing for his, what is it now, 5th different team in the last 5 years, which is just crazy as far as that goes. The linebacker market is dwindling pretty fast as Devin White is one of, if not the best, inside linebackers left at this point in time. Most recently with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Coming off a season where it was a bit of a down year for Devin White, 83 tackles, 2.5 sacks, 5 tackles for loss. He's been a dynamic player over the years, but is he starting to take that step back going forward? Is he the same player that he was a couple of years ago? Probably not, but there's enough teams that need help at the linebacker position that Devin White, you have to imagine, will find a home sooner than later. Next on our list, we go to New Orleans and find Andreas Peat with this pick. Andreas Peat, 13 games played last year, 2 sacks allowed, 8 hits. His overall grade from PFF, not anything over the top. 60.2 was his grade last year, and he's playing with something to prove, trying to see if he can do better than what he did last year there with the New Orleans Saints on that front. Want to make sure you subscribe to NFL Daily by Chat Sports as we're bringing you the latest happenings across the National Football League. We've been live for 2 days, Monday and Tuesday. We'll be live again Wednesday, and we'll be live for the NFL Draft as well. So if you're an NFL diehard, this is the channel for you. Subscribe now, youtube.com/chatsportstv for the latest happenings all off-season long across the National Football League. We got you covered. Subscribe now, youtube.com/chatsportstv. You'll be glad you did. Next up, we find Coleman Shelton, another guy that just solid, not great, not bad. Just had a solid campaign in 2023. Overall grade, according to PFF, 64.5 over 1,100 snaps. So a lot of reliability when it came to Coleman Shelton last year. Did allow 2 sacks, 11 hits, 21 hurries, and 6 penalties there last season. Isaiah Wynn also on the list as well, most recently with the Miami Dolphins. And although he only played in 7 games, the numbers look pretty good with Isaiah Wynn. Did not allow any sacks, no hits, just 4 QB pressures in that stretch for Isaiah Wynn there with Miami. And next on the list, we find Laken Tomlinson, who last year got a lot of playing time, nearly 1,100 snaps last year. Grade wasn't great, 55 overall, did allow 7 sacks, 10 hits, 34 hurries, 3 penalties. Got to think that it's probably going to be a while before his name potentially gets called on that front. Not one of the more higher priority free agents compared to the others that are out there at this point in time. We'll see exactly where he goes. Next up, Steven Nelson. Steven Nelson was fantastic last season with the Houston Texans. 4 interceptions, 12 pass breakups, 63 tackles, and kind of forgotten about of sorts. I'm surprised that we're still talking about Steven Nelson potentially being available and trying to find a home of some sorts. His old team, the Houston Texans, made some big moves over the last couple days with adding the likes of Danielle Hunter and Joe Mixon and company. Could he make a return or will he go elsewhere? That remains to be seen. Thanks for joining us here on this edition of NFL Daily. For the latest happenings across the National Football League, we got you covered. Subscribe now, and we shall see you next time.